Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to the season finals. It's going to be the Grand Championship here today, and it is going to be a best-of-5 showdown between Sharks and Sipa here in Game 1. So let's get cooking a little bit. Let's see what's happening in the neighborhood. And hopefully the internet doesn't get funky. Thankfully, we have a little bit of time before we start, so it'll calm down, but I do see my internet acting up right now. I'm like, oh god, we just had it fixed. So could just be something going on in the area. Let's hope for the best. Can you guys hear me? All sounds good. We're going to take a look at all the brackets, all the breakdowns, and all that goodness here today, and we will figure it out. Yeah, what's going on? Finals on the 4th of July weekend. Somebody's going to go with the bang, yeah. Hopefully so. It's a little bit of lag, Kimsey, yeah. Hopefully it'll surpass. I see it cooking up right now. Shark Zoomer Micro might take the crown today. Yeah, quite laggy. I know. I see it happening right now. Oh no, not today. This is the one day where we don't want lag. This is the one day. Yeah, internet's acting up. Just give it a minute, guys. Just give it a minute. We got a little bit of time to cook here before we start, and we should be good to go. Quite choppy. Oh no. Do I have to lower the bit rate down into the pits? Maybe I do. Ugh. Maybe I need to lower the bit rate. The local internet here has been a little bit rough lately, for sure. It's been acting up. I don't think it's actually just my connection. I think it's a regional thing. Yeah, because it's been acting up here in the old neighborhood. Yeah, refresh the stream. Do your thing, guys. Hang tight. We'll be getting going here in a minute. Give me the happy news and tell me there's a Vampire Coast player. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if somebody's going to be playing Coast today, because today is like the sweatiest format. So players are going to be doing more complex pick and ban systems than you would see in like an SFT format, right? Which is just you play one faction all the way through, you know. Hold. Okay, and let's see. There we go. Yeah, don't panic yet. It's not time to panic. You know, keep it calm. Enticity is 1-1 versus Oishi. Yeah, he is. He's playing on his stream right now. If you guys want to see an early preview, he's playing his matches at the moment. So, yeah, we're going to be getting going. It's going to be great fun. Thank you guys all for joining today. We are just waiting for these players to get ready. Enticity and Oishi are going to be playing on the other side as well, and we'll progress from there. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Morden? Welcome. How you guys doing? Pre-game show right now. So we can take a look at the brackets real quick. Let's see if this works. So here we are. So if we take a look at the journeys of these 0 and then defeated Scrambled Egg Special. Blood Penguin with a 2-1 victory, defeated Outer Region 2, going to be playing against Sipa. On the top side, Boss Top, OwnGoal also defeated Rusto, the artist formerly known as Tim. Winner of Oishi and... Great. Sound like Morse code? Oh god, is it? Yeah. It messes up all the settings and everything. You had your power go out recently. Yeah, we had some that we live in last night. So I suspect maybe that has something to do with what's going on with the internet. Yeah. It calms down here in a minute, and we'll go from there. Okay. This is for the brackets, I know. Well, we're using challenge today. The Total Tavern Season 10 Grand Finals. Brackets, I know. Well, we're using challenge today. The Total Tavern Season 10 Grand Finals. Big business, big events, and we got a good prize for the players as well. So taking a look at the prize today, it's going to be $500 for first place, and second place is going to be getting $200 as well. So that is going to be the tail of the tape. All right, I think the internet's stabilizing, guys. I see it coming back. It's putting up a good fight. It's trying. Barely watchable. Don't worry. Before the game start, we're going to make sure that it's all squared away and everything. So just hang with us for now, and we'll get it fixed before everything starts. Sigmar's forsaken this cursed internet, I know. We're going to be moving soon, so hopefully that should solve that problem. But yeah, I see it stabilizing now, guys. I think we're good. So yes, this is the prize. It's okay. Just refresh it. I think it literally just stabilized. Yeah. I've heard Starlink isn't that quick. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. Oh, yeah. There we go. The internet is stabilized. Don't curse it just yet, but I do see the bitrate is chilling out, and I think we're all set. Refresh one more time, and you guys should be all good to go. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I know it was a little bit laggy. Dagarek, thank you for subscribing on old Twitch. Thank you. Yeah, looks like we're good. All right, the gods have smiled on us this day, and we are all set. You know, they had to put a little bit of fear in us to make them respect them a little bit, you know. But here we are. So it is going to be $500 for first place. Second place is going to be getting $200. And here's the brackets once again to take a look. So the first series we're going to be watching here is going to be Sipa versus Charix. Well, we're going to be alternating between the two series. So currently we're waiting to see who's going to win the matchup between Oishi and Enticity. It's on his stream right now. And the winner of that is going to be playing OwnGoal, formerly Tim. And yeah, so we're going to see who's going to win that one, which is going to be great. So far, Charix, Sipa, OwnGoal, Oishi, and Enticity are the players left in the event. Enticity is 1-1 currently with Oishi, and I believe he won his first game pretty decisively. Vampire counts for his Beastmen. Then I think I saw him lose his Empire against Dwarves, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's better now. The internet's stabilized, guys. Just refresh a couple times and you should be all good. Yeah, it's just the town I live in is kind of rural, and they're doing a lot of construction, power outages, all sorts of crazy stuff. Prize pool donation. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. And two, in the thoughts, one of the prayers for the internet. No, we're good. It's stabilized now. Don't put any witchcraft or curses on it or anything like that. We should be good to go. So it's going to be our first match. It's going to be Sipa versus Charix. And like I said, we're going to be bouncing between those. Okay. Yes. Do your second one. Then we start. So get back in here and we're good to go. All right. Just doing a little bit of adminning with the players, but this is going to be the first one there. And here we are. Yes. Hope you're all doing well. Of course, the defending world champion is Enticity. So he's playing for his life against Oishi right now. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to make it past. This is the season OwnGoal breaks his curse. Maybe so. I mean, he has gotten second place, I think, in 5 grand finales, 5 championships. So we're going to see if he can break the curse today. But I mean, he's going to be facing either Enticity or Oishi. Those are really, really hard matchups. I mean, OwnGoal can take them, though, for sure. Pretty evenly matched. And again, here's the prize pool for today. $500 for first and $200 for second. Pretty decent little prize pool for our niche little community here, I do dare say. And a shout out to Magic D for helping to sponsor today's event as well. And T-Rex, thank you for the big donation to cook things off. All right. So checking here to make sure I'm not being pinged. Should be a little bit easy to admin just with a couple of homies hanging out. But this is essentially the World Championship. We're going to see who the best player in the world is right now. Today is going to be deciding the #1 big dog in Total War competitive. Throg, thank you for rating. I greatly appreciate you. And let's get this party started and have some freaking fun. So there we are. And it is going to be Norsca versus High Elves here in the first game. That's really fun. So Charix is probably going to be on the High Elves. Let me go ahead and double check this. Okay. And yes, it's going to be Sipa on Norsca and Charix on High Elves in game 1. Yo, Throgman. Yeah, it's going to be a fun tourney today. We're going to see who the most powerful Total War competitive player is. The defending champion is Enticity, who's currently playing for his life in his best of 3 right now. If he does lose this, he's eliminated, and Oishi will be advancing on to the top 4, but if Ent wins, of course, we'll see the defending champ coming back to defend his crown. Was playing some Nikai campaign. Nice. Yeah, I kind of been getting the itch to get back into campaign a little bit. Would you guys want to watch some campaign? I'm sure Throg and many of the other folks are way better than me at campaign, but I've been getting an itch to maybe do some campaign playthroughs. Yeah, we'll have to see. Saturday evening, says Messer. Did some, you did some MMA training and now you're painting some minis. That's glorious, man. That's the life right there. It's 1-1 Oishi and Enticity, I know. Yeah, he's streaming his games. And of course, the players are more than welcome to, if they have channels, to stream their games and perspectives. Like, that's what it's all about, you know? I think when you see like big, you know, competitive communities and there's a lot of people streaming their perspectives, that's the most fun. I don't hate it ultra weed. It's just something I don't prefer compared to multiplayer, but I've been getting the itch. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and my hands are getting slower. Time to go play a casual single player, but yeah. All right. So we'll be starting in a moment. Oh no, it's Chaos Dwarfs. Oh, they were still picking. Okay, so Charix is going to be on the Chowie. All right. Okay. Ready? Okay, so we're going to let them know, and I'm going to tag the players once picks and bans are done. We don't even need to see. We'll see how fast it goes right now. Yeah, we'll see how quick it goes. But it does look like it's going to be the Chowie, the Chaos Dwarves versus Norsca. I thought it was going to be High Elves, but I'm down. Chaos Dwarves are super fun to see. Oh man, I'm so glad that Sigmar blessed us with some good internet here. I was really getting stressed when it was like actually skipping right away. I was like, oh god, no. Not already. Not this witchcraft. Zulahu! Oh man, I really want to do tabletop content, man. I've been painting miniatures again, and I'm just sitting here like, oh, I wish I had somebody who lived close to me and we could do tabletop battle reports or something, you know? Oh, God, it'd be so nice. I'm like 9 episodes deep in the Ruinos Insights Elspeth campaign. Nice, nice. Sounds like fun. Yeah, the campaign, maybe some head-to-head campaigns could be the solution, the middle ground. Oh, no, he's back on High Elves. Okay, maybe he's just evaluating his pick. Yeah, I could actually ask one of the players here. All right, so let me see here. I'm asking him which matchup they're doing. I think it's Norsca versus High Elves, though. It must be. I could actually check and see if they're building their armies, but I don't want to accidentally spoil one of their armies. Yeah. The internet was doing the dreaded build-up strategy. It was. Dude, I'm curious. How's the game looking on Enticity and Oishi's perspective? What's that game 3 looking like? I want to watch. I want to be a fan and go watch that, you know? What's the best Total War Warhammer content and why is it? Oh, tariff stuff. Yeah, his stuff's pretty funny. Yeah, he does the Norscan monkey memes and stuff. Move to Southern Australia and I'll play in 40k OS and Old World Hobbit every day. Yeah, T-Rex, man. If only you guys... Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Australia have, you know, a tough time with the internet speeds? I've always heard that. Like, I played with a lot of Warcraft 3 with a lot of Australian players, and I always remember there's like a ping issue with that. It's Ogres versus Warriors of Chaos. Who got the Ogres and who got Warriors of Chaos? With Hellstriders being nerfed a little bit, maybe it's actually better for Ogres now. Has it even started? Good. Then we have time. Yeah, they're really being careful. Oh man, they were just deciding on that matchup the entire time. So it's actually going to be Norsca Tomb Kings. Okay. I have a confirmation from the two players that this is the locked-in matchup. It's going to be Norsca versus Tomb Kings. That is going to be the jam. All right. Let's have it. Let's have some fun. All right, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Get ready. We are going to be alternating between the two matches. So we're going to play Game 1 between Sipa and Charix, and then we're going to do Game 1 of the topside winner. And just go back and forth and back and forth. So we're going to do our best to reduce the downtime in today's event. And for anybody joining, I know there's a lot of people who kind of found their way over here since we started the stream. These are the brackets for the day. We're still waiting on the top side to finish. So Oishi and Enticity are on Game 3 right now, the deciding game. And Sipa and Charix is going to be the matchup we're doing now. You can see all the previous matchups as well. And the prize pool for today is going to be $500 US for first place, and second place is going to be $200. So that is going to be the prize setup for today, which should be fun. Should be good, man. Life is good. No complaints. Happy to see you guys here. It's going to be a good culmination of the last season of competitive play. So that is excellent, excellent, excellent. So Tomb Kings versus Norsca. On the dried floodplain, shooting a little bit tricky, but catapults, probably going to see some Screaming Skull catapults most likely. Ogres is favored against Warriors of Chaos? I would probably say so at this point, yeah. I mean, the fact that Hellstriders are still very good, but did come off a bit of a nerf, I think gives the Ogres a lot of agency there. I would say maybe Ogres are favored, although, I don't know. Warriors of Chaos are so all over the place. They have so many different builds and unit compositions they can play, so we'll see. I was curious how come we never see Horn ones and Lizardmen armies. Because the cheaper versions that do the same thing are just more cost-effective, Tamir. The Feral Cold Ones and the Cold One Cudgel Riders are just a little bit more cost effective. Yeah. No, Sipa is a really high level. He's not the most active in the current domination season, but he was active last season. Sipa is an incredibly high level Total War player in general. He's extremely good at land battle and conquest, I would imagine. I don't know if he does conquest too, but I know Sipa is a very high level land battle player who also dabbles in domination mode and was able to qualify and take wins off some very, very good players. So I think he's just, there's the thing, right? You can take a top land battle player and a top domination player, and they can probably compete in each other's events. Like, for example, OwnGoal, he's like super high level conquest land battle if he wants to be, right? Because many of the fundamentals which make players good are not that different. The unit micro and how units interact and things like that. Granted, with domination, you do need to be a little bit more familiar with reinforcement mechanics, objectives, and like playing all that. So it is a bit of a different beast, but yeah. Yeah, Tomb Kings in game 1. Screaming Skull catapults are much better than Caskets of Soul, in my opinion. They're cheaper and they have the leadership debuff. Honestly, yeah. You really just... Caskets need a little bit of milk, honestly. They're not very good, in my opinion, in multiplayer. I don't know. In campaign, maybe. Maybe it's a different beast. All right, so we got Norsca and Tomb Kings. Charix is ready to go. I'm going to ready up as well, and we're going to be loading into the first game of today's grand finals. Let's freaking get it, man. Let's freaking get it. All right, I'm hyped for this one. This is for all the marbles, man. This is to see who the big dog is. Yes, yes. And loading in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It kind of skipped it there. Yeah, hopefully it's not laggy. We'll find out. I don't know where these players are actually located. Charix, I know, is in Poland. I don't know about Sipa. But let's pray to the dark gods and our peer-to-peer connections that we do not have any laggy peer-to-peer connections today. We got to pray to Sigmar. Get out there and, or Nurgle, whatever you're into. And let's make it happen. Okay, no desync either. Yeah, cool build. A lot of skirmishers, Ushapti Grapo, Grand Hierophant Kotep, a lot of the usual suspects. And here we are. So the Dried Floodplain is a map much like Itza, where you have 3 objectives right down the pipe. So that's one of the big variables if you guys are newer to domination mode is the nature of objectives. Sometimes you have a home objective, which makes defensive strategies much stronger. Or if you have like 3 contested objectives, where they're pretty much just in a straight line down the battlefield. I mean, this one, I think they don't look perfectly lined up. It looks like each player kind of has a home objective, but it's so freaking negligible, All right. So for the Norscan army, ladies and gentlemen, front line is going to be Ungabunga Marauders, backed up by Javelins and throwing axes as well. So we do have Marauder Hunters and Javelins to help deal with Ushaptis and Camarine War Sphinxes. It does look like Sipa is very, very afraid. These are all best of 5 Orange Pest. Yeah, so every series today is going to be best of 5. This is the World Championship, so the games in the series are going to be a little bit longer. All right, so it is going to be Marauder Hunters, Hunters. We do have Champions in the front line mixed in too. So we have some Giga Chad Warriors. Throg the Troll King is a very good pick against Tomb Kings because of the fact he has anti-large, and he can fight the Sphinxes and the big threats. And he is going to be teamed up with a Skinwolf Werekin. So the dreaded werewolf is going to be next to him and is going to be bonking some people on the head. Firecaster, Burning Head, pretty standard. Not really going to see too much aside from that. Now, Charix is going to be leading the forces of the Tomb Kings. The Eye of the Desert is upon his enemy. Skeleton Horseman Archers, there's going to be 2 of those bad boys, and more Skeleton Horseman Archers, which are really good. I mean, they can outskirmish the Marauder Horsemen with their 140 range, and are pretty good against like Skin Wolves and a number of other big targets that Norsca can present. Skeletons into the sunset, and we do have Ushapti Grapos chosen under the gods. So mainly Chaff and Infantry with Skirmishers and Ushapti Grapos are going to be the epicenter of the build. Now, Kotep is going to be here. He does have the Lich Staff to spam spells. And we do also have Nero's Incantation of Protection as well as Incantation of Cursed Blades. So very cheap spell spam. And what's cool about spamming these spells is every time you cast like Nero's or Jaffs, it's going to be healing your entire army with the lore passive. But also, it's going to be adding cooldowns to your opponent's cooldowns with the Lich Staff. So maybe going to be mitigating the amount of burning heads that are going to be cast here in the match, right? So Norsca not playing the skirmish game at all. As a matter of fact, investing everything in just Ungabunga, pure unleashing of the caveman. Yeah, not a single skirmisher for Norsca, so not going to be getting up, and that is going to be giving the Tomb Kings the advantage on the objectives out of the gates. Granted, if you invest in more infantry, usually that means when you get to the point, you're going to be able to hold it better than somebody who invests massively in skirmishers, On the outside, Ushapti Grapos are feasting, just going after Marauders for now, but not terrible. So these are the ROR Ushapti Grapos. These guys have like a kind of a splash attack. So when they shoot, the arrows split and it does some work. Now, We do see Norskins getting up on the objective. Marauder Ice Wolf Chariot's going to be called in from SEPA, and those things are going to be able to cause some disruption. And honestly, it will be good against most of these chaff-centric units as well. But the Hordes of Norsca has arrived. They are going to be across the board, and we do see every objective starting to flip back to Norsca, but the Tomb Kings are going to be advancing in as well. But mainly with chaff units, they're going to get bullied in the melee fight. Norscan Marauders are actually very good quality because of the enrage mechanics, so when they fight, they get physical resist, leadership, and melee attack. It's actually really, really strong. All right, and all three objectives going to be flipping. That's going to be a fat, erect burning head, potentially. Nice burning head by SEPA. Oh, that was so good. It cooks the skeleton horseman archers, these skeletons, and goes through the Nehakara warriors. Oh my god, that was like a bowling pin right there. What a beautiful spell cast. Really, really good angle. Now, SEPA's going to be calling in Condom Wolves, and he's going to be getting them on top of the Ushabti here. So, man, SEPA really, really on point here so far. The Ushabti going to be getting attacked by these anti-large werewolves, and they are going to be fighting a losing fight, and the skeletons that were buffering these guys out are now going to be suffering. So a really, really good start, I would say, out of the gates for the Norskins with that initial fight. Chariot able to run through and do some good damage against these bad boys. This objective still does belong to the Tomb Kings. Looks like SEPA is holding on to objective 2. But Tomb Kings are getting a bit of an overwhelm over here. But in the meantime, Big Daddy Throg is going to be in the backfield. And he's got his big pimp hammer, and he's chasing down the Chosen of the Gods. And we do also have a Condom Wolf as well. So, man, SEPA putting a lot of pressure on the backfield here as the Chosen of the Gods are being harried and actually losing models. They've lost 2 models because this is really the big heavy hitters of the Tomb King's army. Throg is going to be put in naughty jail right now by these horsemen. So, honestly, if you're SEPA, you probably want to stand and fight these horsemen because trying to push your way out is going to be a lot of wasted time. So I think you just got to fight back there or call in some Norscan Hound units to come back here and try and free you up. But this is really valuable, having the Werekin chase and just get that work done. But Charix is getting good value as well. He does have all of his horse archers, and they're getting a nice little classic RTS concave as they shoot in and do some heavy lifting. On the backside here, we do see the Ushabti getting the physical resist, and the Tomb Kings kind of do break that position open a little bit. On the back, Condom Wolves have rallied. I think the Skin Wolves that SEPA did send in initially were taken down by these Skeleton Horseman archers, but they did rally, and they are going to be healing, and now they're being used to try and peel some of the Ushabti. So we do see Charix maybe pulling a little bit ahead on the counterpunch. Although Beasts of Tashnar, really nice anti-large fighters, getting them onto the Skeleton Horseman Archers is uber cost-effective here. So that's a pretty feel-good play right there. In the meantime, Throg and the Werekin fighting in the backfield, and it does look like the Chosen of the Gods are going to be getting worn down, and SEPA's Chariot still rampaging in the backfield, running over whatever they can. All right, how's the Bonkening going? 1600 right there is going to be the remaining HP as the 2 anti-large fighters continue Rage Boner fighting in there. And the Chosen of the Gods are going to be in critical binding. So what a valuable pick from SEPA out of the gates, right? That is huge. Now, what is Charix's counterplay going to be? He's getting some good engagements, getting horsemen on top of the range units. So these are going to be basic skeleton horsemen battering down the Marauder Hunter Javelins. Hunters here are being pushed back as well by the Ushabti Summon, which is now going to be disappearing. And it does look like there's going to be another Burning Head. It would have been way better back here, but honestly, this one isn't terrible either. Going to be clearing out some Skeleton Spears, getting them off the battlefield. It's guaranteed value. Granted, a Burning Head right here could have been just absolutely catastrophic for the Tomb Kings if they had gotten one right down the pipe. All right, in the backfield, Katep is getting his old Pimp Cane out. He's getting down and dirty as well, going to be fighting against the Shaman Sorcerer. So he's on his horse back here, and not the best fighter, but it's a low bar. The Shaman Sorcerer is definitely a league below him in terms of combat. He's like karate kicking that skeleton horse, which is pretty great as well. A couple Marauders going to be moving in. Katep could be in a little bit of danger. Norscan Ice Wolves do have Frostbite, so when they bite you, it actually slows you down. Let's evaluate the objective situation. This one belongs to Norsca. Norsca is able to stabilize it with Ice Wolves and the Chariots. Throg and the Werekin were able to successfully take down the Ushabti Grapos. Middle objective is going to be in the clutches of Norsca, but is flipping to the Tomb Kings with the resurgence of some of the infantry and the Ushabti they have gotten here. But the outside objective, it looks like it was abandoned by the Tomb Kings, and it is going to be going to SEPA as he moves across with his Skin Wolves. And honestly, this is looking really, really like Norsca is going to pull ahead maybe in this fight, because 2 units of Ushabti are going to be completely surrounded, potentially going to be seeing Katep get killed as well. Throg and his Werekin buddy are back here, but if they were to come back here and help out and, take down Katep, that probably would end the game. So I think rotating back this direction would be very, very strong. Okay. So the Sandstorms are able to force off all the doggies, and the Ushabti are in okay shape. Carrion also being brought in by Charix as well, just to kind of, rush some of those units off here. Objective 3 belongs to Norsca. This point's going to be going to the Tomb Kings as well, and it now looks like the endurance and the passive healing of the Tomb Kings is really, really starting to take hold. Katep in good shape back here. There's going to be a Burning Head going down. That's actually, where did he go? He canceled it. Okay. So he was going to do a Burning Head, decided to cancel it. Maybe it's going to be going somewhere else. Not sure. But yeah, these two big expensive characters, definitely I think they should be hunting down Grand Hierophant Kotep. I think that's what Norsca is going to need. Charix is down a little bit in value, but it really doesn't matter. Because, you know, the Tomb King's healing is so fat, spamming all those spells and getting the lore passive on all your infantry, honestly, the value is probably dead even, if anything, right? So back here, reinforcements coming in, and it's going to be Skinwolf Condom Wolves, and they're going to be pushing in on top of the Ushabti, which they are kind of a soft counter to, I do dare say. And the Fire Sorcerer was able to escape the clutches of Kotep, and Throg and the Werekin need to get back in the battle. They're kind of just out here playing patty cakes with these skeleton warriors, and they're very impactful. I mean, if they're able to catch Kotep here and just give him the big old beatdown, that's going to be huge. Good Burning Head. This is a nice one. It's only a skeleton unit, but still getting rid of the infantry and some of the spears is always good. So they're going to be negative 55 leadership, negative 40 crumbling, and probably will be going over to the Abyss there. All right, guys, back towards Objective 3. It is being held by Norsca just barely, but the Tomb Kings are pretty numerous on the battlefield. Throg and the Skinwolf Werekin are going to have to put this game on their back, but I don't know if they're going to be able to clear through all the chaff units, you know? They're kind of more like elite fighters, and they did really, really good out of the gates, but it seems like the Tomb King's army has been just trading better elsewhere. A lot of the Marauder units have been isolated and run down by various Horseman units and by Ushabti, and Throg and the Werekin have not been able to be everywhere that they want to be. But in the back, Marauder Champions and Skinwolves here battling it out versus Carrion. Should be able to win that fight. Might take a sweet minute, but we will have to see. Objective number 2 here is going to be held by the Tomb Kings, and Objective 3 barely being held by Norsca in this extremely close duel of fates here in Game 1. And now the Skinwolves have engaged the Horsemen, should be able to win that. I'm curious to see if Charix is going to be using the Carrion to go after them, because Carrion are technically infantry size, which means they don't care about anti-large. And yeah, interesting. So Charix actually using Carrion as like a soft counter against Skinwolves just to target them a little bit. Very, very cool tech. Okay, on the outside, Norsca's a little bit resurgent. This game is incredibly back and forth. Both players fighting and rallying units. You know, they're coming back, making the difference on objectives. And it does look like Sipa is going to be able to get his clutches on this one. Man, look at like every objective is in flux being contested by the other player right now, man. This is freaking awesome. Hey, Jake, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, we are here, and let the good times roll. All right, so objective number 3 is going to be held down. Grand Hierophant Kotep and company going to be fighting hard over that one right there. And look at the Carrion serving as a soft counter against the Skinwolves, because Skinwolves have very low melee defense, and Carrion are infantry size. So the Skinwolves are going to be struggling to get through them. So that's a really nice buffer to the Horsemen. And see, that's something that just comes from experience. I would not have known that, to like use Carrion against Skinwolves, but Charix is a very solid Tomb Kings player who plays them all the time, so he kind of knows the matchups a little bit here, right? But down here, Tomb Kings hold on to this one. Middle objective is held by Tomb Kings as well. Norsca is in the process of wrestling this high ground objective. There are going to be some Nehekara warriors coming in. You could use the Norscan Ice Wolves against the warriors because they're monstrous, their size, so the bonus versus infantry on the warriors isn't going to be super great. But man, he needs to get on the objective. Sipa needs to get here, get these points on, and he does get the capture weight advantage and is going to be starting to wrestle this one. You cannot let Charix triple cap you. But Throg Daddy's a little bit too pimpin', guys. Like, the sustainable fighting of these two regenerating characters on the objectives here is proving really hard for the Tomb Kings to deal with. And now that the Norscans are actually starting to get a bit of a critical mass on the field, it seems like they're starting to pull ahead a little bit, right? So Nehekara Warriors getting the Curse Blades. That's going to be giving him a nice combat buff right there. Skinwolf Werekin as well as Throg Daddy going to be getting a good flank. Currently going to be sitting at 49 models as they're getting karate chopped in. There's no escape either. When Norsca catches you like this, with the big pimp claws from those werewolves and the frostbite from the doggies, it slows you down so much that you're not going to be able to escape, right? A couple Carrion coming in, but that's just going to be a sacrifice from Charix. Probably this is one of the first mistakes we've really seen it make, aside from the Ushabti Great Bows, because those Carrion are just going to get feasted on. Throg coming over here as well. And Norsca suddenly with a triple cap as we look around here, the sustained fighting of the grindy Marauders. I really thought the Tomb King's healing was going to scale, but oh shit, Kotep's in trouble as well, being hunted down by the Skinwolves. Skinwolves are all up on him, and man, oh man, we are going to see Kotep on the run. Bone Daddy not having a good time. A couple horsemen coming in, but now suddenly it looks like Norsca has taken over the game, right? Like, Tomb Kings really just don't have much on the field. Kotep's very low. That's going to be a Curse Blades overcasted. Now, this is really good because it does give bonus versus large. Can the Tomb Kings get their way back in this, man? That's going to be Beast of Tashnar. They will win that fight. Norscan Ice Wolves are doing quite well, backed up by the Skinwolf Werekin and Throg, providing that nice fighting. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not know. Burning Head is going to be activated. That's a nice one. Cooks some of the Nehekara Warriors, goes through the Carrion as well as the Horseman. And Throg dropping the hammer, baby. And I think we're going to be seeing Game 1 going to Sipa here. As this very close contested fight finally seems to reach ahead, where the Tomb Kings are running out of steam. And I think the Norscan Hero Core, the Skinwolf, Werkin, and Throg were able to kind of just grind it out and get it done. Because Katep is a character that's going to fall off as the game progresses, right? He's going to run out of steam. Whereas Throg and the Werkin being like combat fighters with no magic, they're just like down to party like 24/7, dude. They're down to party. So triple cap right now, we are going to be seeing 3 victory tickets per second for anybody who's a little bit newer to Total War Competitive. Basically, each objective gives you 1 victory ticket towards the total amount you need to win, which is 1,500. So if somebody reaches 1,500, then you just win the game. So there can be situations where somebody gets super far ahead of you. Let's say, you know, they're way ahead of you on points, but you're crushing their army on the battlefield. Then you can get the objectives back. And, you know, they're not going to be able to get it. But game 1 is going to be going to the Warband of the Hound, Sipa, with the W, bringing the heat with Norsca and Throg. I mean, man, the start was so good for Norsca. He killed the Ushapti Grapos. They still got some value, but taking those things down so quickly was huge. And I think that was the big deciding factor. Beautiful burning heads as well. Arcane Scone, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, boss. And let us go ahead and get the score updated here. All right, let's do that. And that's going to be game uno for Sipa. Still got it indeed. So let me check in on the other side here. All right, nice. We're going to do you and Tim now. You two in lobby. All right, so we have an update from the other side. Let me just go ahead and update the brackets. Enticity barely getting by with the 2-1 victory. The defending champ able to get her done. And yeah, we're going to go get in lobby right now. Okay, you two in lobby. And we're going to be moving over to the other side. But let's take a look at value a little bit. Katep got about 1,000. Throg, 1,400. 1,500 on the Werkin. Burning Headcaster really good as well. Champions were nice. I think they were able to grind and get some decent value at 800 as well. But yeah, overall, the Hounds, the Beast of Tashnar, the Chariot was really cool, getting 1,200 value on the Chariot as well. All right, all right. GG, well played. This was the first game of the tournament. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping over to the other side. So let's get that game set up. Charix still has plenty of time for a comeback here. And let me see if the other gentlemen are in the lobby yet. Okay. So we're going to get them. And let me find these guys. So Enticity versus... Okay, setting up lobby. You two have a lobby. All right, so I messaged the other side, and we can take a look at the brackets real quick. So quick update. No, that's the wrong bracket. Sorry. We're going to be doing that one right there. Yes. All right, so we are going to be seeing Enticity advance with the 2-1 victory over Oishi, and he's going to be playing against OwnGoal. And then we have Sipa and Charix. Of course, we just cast the first game in that series. So we're going to be getting up to date with that one. And the prize for today is going to be $500 US for first place, and second place is going to be $200. So that is the prize pool for today. And great. So they're going to be drafting their match right now. We're going to join this one. And here we go. Perfect. So let's get this going. And let me see if I have the names all set up. I do. Do I need to change it? I do need to change the names and switch their sides. Okay. I think I could probably just drag and drop this. You guys ready for the power of technology? Oh, yeah, dude. Talk dirty. Look how good I am at graphic design. Oh, the drag and drop. Powerful technology. Oh, high-level esports. All right, there we go. That was fun. Cool. So, now we have OwnGoal versus Enticity here. This is a rematch of the last Grand Finals. Yeah, this is a rematch of the last Grand Finals, if I'm not mistaken. I think these folks did play in the championship last time. Yeah, there we go. All right, so they're doing their drafts right now, and they got the map all squared away and everything. And let me tell the other players. GG, and wait for me to start game 2. Gonna be going back and forth. All right, just letting some admin business go down here, and we're gonna be grabbing some water from the kitchen, and we will be getting going real quick. Yes, yes, let's get this party started. Oh, it's going to be a scorcher today, guys. I can already tell. Oh, I'm going to be sweating in here, man. The pools of sweat will flow. I love graphic design. It's my passion. Yes, it is. It's the best. 96 William, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate you, boss. Great way to support the channel and the prize pools. Become a subscriber on Twitch or a channel member on YouTube. It greatly helps. So thank you guys so much. All right. So where are we at? Have you seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Is probably one of my favorite comedy shows of all time. I'm not caught up. I've seen like the first 5 or 6 seasons, but man, it's I know isn't there like 17 seasons? Yeah, of that show. It's something nuts. Yeah. Okay, let me see here. Do we know what the matchup is? All right. Cool. I'm in the lobby. You know when matchup is final. Hey, much love from Germany. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're doing well. OwnGoal is going to be letting me know. So these are 2 big dogs playing right now, guys. These are really, really strong players. Enticity is the defending world champion, and OwnGoal is the runner-up. So he got 2nd place last season in the championship. So we're going to be seeing who the kingpin is here today, who's going to be advancing on to the grand final. It's kind of interesting to see these 2 meet in the semifinal instead of the grand final, but that is how the bracket worked out. And it looks like we're going to be getting some Slaanesh. So Enticity, if you guys don't know him or his playstyle, he is the Dark Lord of like mobility. He loves cavalry, he loves skirmishers. He usually plays extremely unorthodox builds, which makes it very tough for meta players to kind of play against him because he plays extremely weird and like aggressive mobility builds that are very different than the average domination game. So Enticity is on the fight milk. Oh my god. Glenn Howerton did another show called AP Bio. Yeah, I finished that show, Fox. It was fun. I liked it. Yeah, it was good. He kind of felt like he was playing like a less terrible Dennis Reynolds a little bit, which was fun. So I think Ent is going to be on Slaanesh, and there's no way that OwnGoal's on Bretonnia. Bretonnia, I would be extremely shocked if they got picked today. I don't think we're going to be seeing any Bretonnia. Probably not. Sorry to all 5 of you Bretonian fans out there, but I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, so let's do that. Looking good. Against Slaanesh, what is he going to pick? So OwnGoal is one of the most like technical, scientific players out there. If I had to define his playstyle, I would say just an extreme knowledge of the meta, and he will play the meta to the extreme. Oh, Gratix, you're trying to. I'm talking too fast for you. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, if you're learning English, it might be tricky. I talk fast during the games for sure. I'll try and slow it down a little bit for you, just a little bit. There are dozens of us? Yeah, I like how a couple of you said there are dozens of us. Oh, poor Bretonian fans. Hey, Kilb, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, man. Wait, what is the hype train on Twitch? What is that even? I don't know what that is. Any units banned for the tournament? Yeah, the Thunder Tusk is banned. That's pretty much it. Mirror matches are not going to be likely because of the pick and ban system. Yeah. This is a hard choice to root for, literal demons or the French. It's Ogre Kingdoms, guys. So this is extremely meta. We got Ogre Kingdoms versus Slaanesh. This is as meta as you possibly get. Okay. Hey, Bread, Dead Bread, thank you for the bits, man. Thank you. Let's get it, guys. Well, what's cooking? How's life been treating you guys, man? The wife and I are, we have what, 2.5, so let's see, August, September. So we have about 2.5 months left on our lease. Not our lease, well, our rental lease, because we're renting. So currently we're looking to move. We've been looking at houses in the area, but man, the interest rates are so high. God damn, dude. It's like 7%. I have a bunch of friends who bought houses or townhomes or condos back in like 2020, 2019 when the rates were like 2.5 or 3% in America. And now it is just, god damn, dude, 7%. It's almost impossible to get in anything, you know? It's crazy. It's almost my birthday, yeah. We got 7 days, literally a week from today. What is today, Saturday? Okay. Oh shit, my birthday's on a Saturday. Interesting. Yeah. Moves to Texas. I love California. Yeah, it's expensive and it, of course, no state is perfect, right? Like every state is going to have its issues, but my wife and I, we do love California. We like the beaches and the weather and Yeah. 7% is historically actually low, but the base... Yeah, that's right. But the prices of the houses are so high. Yeah. Frost, dude, absolutely. We'd love to have you over, man. Of course. Just wait until the apocalypse to... You know, I used to think about that. So I love zombie movies. That was one of my favorite tropes for a long time. Like, I just love the zombie genre, and I was always kind of like watching like 28 Days Later and, all the Romero movies and it's like, man, well, that's one way to get into a nice house. Wait for the zombie apocalypse when everybody abandons everything. Yeah. Yeah, rent's too damn high. I remember the rent is too damn high, guy. Yeah. All right, so yes, Ogres versus Slaanesh, incredibly meta matchup. Pigback Riders, maybe some big monsters. Lead Belchers probably going to be in play. We'll see. We will see. Okay, checking here with these other players. I'm not getting pinged for anything, which is always a good sign. And Enticity is ready to go. All right. Oh, OwnGoal readied up, but then unreadied. He's getting cold feet. What's it going to be? Let us see what is cooking. Jacob, happy early birthday. Thank you so much, man. We're going to do something really fun we're going to have like a birthday bash, man. We'll do something cool. Oh, dude, OwnGoal is teasing us. You see him? He keeps readying up, and then look at that. What are they, alternating the ready ups? Oh my God, I think they're getting in each other's heads. They keep changing things. Look at this. Oh, that's so funny. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun. So, let's get this party started. It is going to be the Enticity Forsaken special versus a mass dual weapon bull, one lead belcher, an iron gut, pigback riders, and a slaughtermaster of Flock of Doom. All right. Interesting. All of your marbles, all of your internet marbles on Enticity, eh? All right. Yeah, San Diego is amazing for sure. I like San Diego. Yeah, it's a little pricey, a little expensive to live there. All right, guys, taking a look at the build of the defending world champion, the Kraken King, Enticity. Although I feel like he needs a new name. He hasn't played Vampire Coast in a long time, but that is a very iconic name for him. But he is going to be using a front line of Forsaken. Forsaken are very, very good. These things will honestly trade pretty well into bull units because of how high their weapon strength is. Sitting at 58 weapon strength, they have physical resist, they're immune to psychology. Pretty nasty little infantry unit, right? Some spears on the flanks, and it is going to be a greater demon of Slaanesh. So the Exalted Keeper of Secrets is a pretty forbidden character. Acquiescence, Seductive Glory, so this thing does have a bound rampage. So basically, if this giant beast is able to catch your lord out of position, it can use the Seductive Glory. It can seduce the Lord of the Ogre Kingdoms, and they basically skewer him with the spear, which is very, very nasty. But a high finesse character because it has 15 armor, not the biggest HP pool, and could be in some danger, right? So yeah, it's going to be it. Enticity with a little bit of mobility. He's got some Hellstriders as well, and that is going to be the Slaaneshi starting army out of the gates. Now looking at OwnGoal's army, will this be the season that OwnGoal beats his curse? He has gotten second place in, I think, 6 world championships, 6 major events, right? So man, he has won 1 major event. But the other ones, like the other 5 or 6, he's gotten second place in them. So he is pissed. He's back for blood, and he's bringing it. So his build is going to be Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, which honestly will be pretty good against Forsaken with their bonus first infantry of 12. He does have some Iron Guts as well. I love the Flingers. Flingers are going to be very annoying for the Keeper of Secrets because even if it's 1 damage, hey man, 1 damage is 1 damage, right? That is that. And all right, I think that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. 1 lead belcher. I like that OwnGoal only brought 1 lead belcher here. I think that's a great call because it's easy to protect just 1 ranged artillery piece, Having to protect like 3 against Slaanesh is going to be incredibly difficult, but just protecting 1 is going to be super, super nice. All right, guys, so the party is on, and we will be seeing them advancing in a moment. Good luck, have fun to all the players, and welcome to all of you champions who have joined today in chat and chosen to spend your afternoons on the World Championship here. And it is going to be the Forsaken. Why have you forsaken me? These guys both have God tier micro. They both have God tier micro. I would say if we're like, oh, we shouldn't do that for next season. Make like player cards. Oh, that'd be sick. So we make a player card for all the players in the top 16 that has like we have like a rating meter, like micro, decision making, macro, objective play, like whatever, right? That would be it. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, we should do that next season. All right, we'll do that for the next finals. That'll be good. Enticity would probably have the micro advantage between these two players, but OwnGoal would probably have the macro advantage. He's really good at the macro game, although I don't know, Ent is really good at that too. It's hard. I mean, there's a reason Ent is #1, right? Yeah, stat cards. That'd be fun, like player cards. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, guys. Yeah, Lord management or micro or a single entity micro, right? We'll have different cards. Yeah. All right, guys. Objective #1 here is going to be taken by Slaanesh, and Ogres are going to be claiming their home objective. But 2 Hellstriders are coming up for that bread. So there they go. Anti-large fighters going to be able to potentially move in and push these Ogre Bulls off. Looks like the Bulls are not going to be bullied, though, because they have Pigback Riders. So Pigback Riders are going to trade uber cost effectively into the Slaanesh cap here. But what Enticity is doing is he's just sitting on the corner of the objective to delay the capture of the Ogres. And now, you know, Enticity does have the objectives. He's got objectives 2 and he's got objective 1. Now he could just be like, come at me, dude. Like, there's no reason for Enticity to push into an entrenched Ogre army. Just make OwnGoal move up. You know, that's what you want to do here. And it looks like that's what he's going to be doing. He pulls back the Forsaken, pulls back his Spears. Hellstriders are waiting over here as well. And it's going to be on the Ogres to advance up. Because currently, as the point stands, Slaanesh is going to be ahead. And they would have won very comfortably on just 2 points here. And it looks like the massive Ogre army is going to be heading over towards objective #2 here. So the bread is coming. And yeah, they're ready to eat, but a little bit scared. See, I like this. Enticity threatens the push here. And what that does is it makes OwnGoal pull back because he's a little bit afraid of being like flank overloaded over here, which is brilliant. All right, all right. So Hellstriders lurking in the back. You got to be careful though, right? The Hellstriders are right here. The problem is, you know, if they are not paying attention, you could get Blood Vultures called in, which are a good counter against them, and also some Saber Tusks. So that could be very, very tough indeed. Now on the outside, a little bit of a Horseman harass. So the Horsemen are just poking in, getting some, you know, throwing damage here. Some damage, and it looks like one Ogre Bull does eat a bunch of javelins to the face, but there is going to be a call in here of Trappers. So OwnGoal is going to be calling in Trappers here. Lead Belchers as well, with some nasty firepower. These guys might break off the battlefield, actually, if you're not careful, although it's pretty far away. I think you're okay. But yeah, they do get wasted a little bit. But Enticity going for the full surround, dude. He's lurking in his opponent's backfield, man. Look at this. He's got Hellstriders back here, just Netflix and chilling, just being so obnoxious. I love it. I love that style. This is so ballsy. Like, this is like in another RTS game of just like moving through your opponent's base when they can produce things and they have like towers and shit. It's the equivalent of that, dude. He's getting a full surround. Oh man, and it looks like Ent is going to be collapsing on OwnGoal. He's not going to be waiting. I thought he was going to wait, but I think he doesn't want to let OwnGoal build up. Because we know that OwnGoal from his previous seasons loves to just like build up huge armies and then like Alpha Strike. So maybe his idea is I'm going to Unga Bunga attack you here and before you can prepare. Now Forsaken get in, they do take some damage on impact, but you can see the Ogres also took a shitload of damage as well, right? And if the Forsaken are the ones getting the charge off, look at this. The objective is actually being stolen. Forsaken are feasting. Hellstrider is going to be coming around the back, using their speed to really, really punish. And this objective still does belong to Enticity, but on the backside, this is what I was a little bit worried about for the Kraken King, but it looks like he's okay. He actually comes out ahead. Okay, I thought that there was going to be callouts here from OwnGoal, but no. Actually, a big victory for Enticity as the 2 Hellstriders back here are able to feast on the Ogre Bulls, and the Marauder Horsemen are able to do some good work as well. Now they're going to be collapsing into the backfield, and honestly, this is looking very good for Slaanesh out of the gates. Just in terms of the objective play, because if you can keep the value close against the Ogres while having them in a triple cap, then you're winning the game, right? That's going to be huge. Forsaken, Princes of Perfection doing quite well. Here we do get some Hellstriders moving into the back of Pigback Riders, not necessarily the strongest, but on the other side, Enticity is able to move in here with his Forsaken as well as the Exalted Keeper. He's going to be trying to maybe move in and take down that Lead Belcher, which is a brilliant play. Get the Exalted Keeper of Secrets in on the Lead Belcher unit, use the Seductive Glory ability to rampage it, and then just kill it in melee, which is going to be super, super strong. All right, guys, over here on Objective 3, how is this looking? Is Enticity going to continue fighting here? It looks like he is. Princes of Perfection holding it down. Ogres do not have that point, and is the Rampage going to be coming into effect from the Greater Demon? I'm not sure. All right, so it's hanging out right here. Going to be getting charged by the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, and we do see the Flingers throwing downtown, getting some nice poke into the Marauders, and now we do start to see a potential comeback opportunity for OwnGoal. If the Exalted Keeper of Secrets gets surrounded and takes a lot of shooting damage from all these Flingers and Trappers and shit, this is a disaster. It's losing a lot of HP. And now the Lead Belchers are going to be shooting as well. Enticity needs to not throw his Lord. He's doing so well in this game. He's definitely ahead, but now with OwnGoal farming his Lord, that's really, really not good. All right, so Enticity does notice he is going to be getting this guy away. All right, so the Keeper of Secrets is now going to be heat-seeking onto these guys. Seductive Glory should be activated. And it's active. Nice play right there. So we do see the Rampage on the Leadbelchers. So now they're not going to be able to move. They're going to be forced into melee combat versus the Keeper of Secrets and the Forsaken. So that is a really, really big play by the Kraken King here. Now, on the other side of the battlefield, OwnGoal was able to reform the ranks, get his bulls on parade, get in position, and take his objective back. Oh my god, you see that guy? He's like picking up that, he picked up that Slaanesh model. That's kind of cool. Ogres do have some really cool sync animations. And now the Ogre Tide is here. There's a lot of kind of brown flags moving this way. And they were able to push the Slaaneshi heretics back. And we do see Slaanesh is in a bit of a retreat right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Leadbelcher does go down, and it looks like Enticity is going to be able to stabilize this objective most likely, calling in some Furies right there. So they are able to get those Furies in. Pigback Riders are going to get killed. And now Slaanesh needs to make a hold on its home objective right here, which they should be able to. Plenty of Horsemen and Hellstriders. Some Forsaken have rallied as well. Really good Flock of Doom by OwnGoal, though. That was beautiful. Able to nail several valuable units. Hellstriders and Forsaken getting hit by that Flock of Doom. Really, really close game, honestly, guys. This one could go either way. I couldn't call a winner right now. Anticity, of course, is up on the objective points, but I think OwnGoal's army is a little bit healthier overall, and he does have the Meat Feast ability, so there is that. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, Marauder Horsemen are going to be encircling there, so there they go, and they are going to be setting up ranks. Throwing ye old javelins into the Ogre Bulls here. So yes, there they go. Over on objective number 1, we do see old Slaanesh is kind of starting to lose it. The Ogres are getting it, and where are the Slaaneshi infantry? All right, Devoted Marauders of Spears are going to be getting there, but Ogre capture weight is pretty obscene, and now we have a very, very dodgy situation for Anticity. He's probably going to need to use his Exalted Keeper of Secrets to come back over here and wrestle this point back. It's not going to be easy. Couple Forsaken still fighting. Looking at the value, Anticity is favored, but remember the army value tracker is not probably tracking Flock of Dooms. It's very, very buggy in a lot of different areas, right? So Ogre Bulls with Iron Fist do pop out, and the big old scary demon is going to be chewing those bad boys down. Anti-large fighter, very, very good at assassin plays as well. But in this case, just going to be breaking off the Ogre Bull models, which are not cheap. Iron Fist are what, like 650 or something like that? So this is the semifinal. Yeah, it's one of the semifinals. So we'll give you guys the full breakdown after. But Anticity going to be having to fight for his objective back here. He does have his Marauder Horsemen in a nice little kind of encircle, so they are doing some good damage. And now the Marauder Spears are going to be on the way. Hellstriders are coming out as well. I mean, the Ogres could be folded off this point, maybe. We're going to have to see what the Greater Demon is going to be able to get done. It looks like Anticity knows he can't leave this objective because there is constant pressure from OwnGoal with these chaff units, these like Pigback Riders and these various Flinger units. So he's going to have to stay over there for sure. But Slaanesh does have a bit left on the field. 2 Spearman units. And what is Ent going to be saving for now? He's got 930 supplies. Is it going to be like a Seeker, something really valuable? Or is he going to be spamming out like maybe 2 Forsaken units at once? It is going to be a Seeker. Okay, we were on to something. So Seekers did get nerfed, but they're still very strong and do brutal damage. So they're going to be popping out of the warp. And there they go. Going to be charging into the Ogres. A bit of an awkward charge there, but they do manage to get in. And we should start seeing the Ogres probably lose this fight. Although, yeah, the Seekers get bashed pretty badly. I think Anticity messed up the charge order. Yeah, he gave the Seekers a bad charge order. And now they're just in a bit of a dodgy situation, really. Spears getting into combat. Horsemen encircling. Seekers are going to be pulled back right there. And the big demon trying to hold it down. But, man, there's so many Ogres on the battlefield, guys. There's so many. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. Iron Guts over here. We have more Ogres. There's so much capture weight for the kingdoms. It's going to be hard for Anticity to hold on to the objectives. As it currently stands, the Ogres would win on 2 objectives, so it is going to be on Anticity to try and get another objective here. He does, of course, have objective 2, but not for long, because these Spears are good and all, but they're injured, and there's several Ogre units coming over for the objective here, right? We have the Ogre Bulls, we have the Saber-Tusk packs, and we do also have another unit of Ogre Bulls, which are going to be providing a shit ton of capture weight, which is going to be tough. I think that Anticity is on the back foot, and OwnGoal, tired of getting second place, is going to be trying to draw first blood in this Duel of Fates here. As Flock of Doom does go down, Anticity's army is folding up on the objective, and the Ogres are coming to get you. They're up on the point, and they're looking to feast on some Slaanesh here tonight. Granted, the demons, of course, will disappear back to the warp. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets going to be casting Acquiescence, trying to help the combat here. Outside objective is going to be flipping to Slaanesh, or excuse me, Ogres most likely, with the Ogre Bulls having arrived. With Saber-Tusk support, it doesn't really matter if you have Spears. You're going to be having a bad time against this kind of numbers. Although Hellstriders could really change this fight, actually. That's very good. If the Hellstriders come here, clean those guys up, and can manage to hold that objective, that's going to be quite big. Ogres are still holding the Slaaneshi home point. Couple Hellstriders going to be moving into the secondary. And will Ent find his way back into this game? I mean, he is pulling a bigger value lead. And the thing is, Enticity does have a lot of time to work with, right? Because he got a huge points lead, which means even if his opponent triple caps him, he has time to work with. It's not like he's going to be on the back foot immediately. So more Slaaneshi Spears coming in. Hellstriders providing a little bit of support as well. Seeker is able to get a beautiful fight down here, melting these Flingers and also really wrecking these Iron Guts. A really good usage of the Seekers. We've gotten about 400 or 500 values so far there. More call-ins for Ent. They're going to be Furies to just try and win fights. It looks like what Enticity is doing now is just trying to value trade in the battlefield. Not necessarily play the objectives as much, but just find valuable trades where he can get points ahead of his opponent in terms of just like kills had, and then come back later on. We'll have to see. So Furies into Iron Guts is a good call. And the Greater Demon, though, is in the danger zone. It's trapped up by Pigback Riders as well as Ogres, and they are going to be doing a lot of damage. It looks like Enticity did go for a Lord Snipe, so he was trying to get his big demon to get into the enemy Lord. And was he able to get it? Slaughtermaster takes a little bit of damage, but yeah, taking down the Ogre Lord would be huge. Seductive Glory activated, but man, this demon stands alone with only 2,800 HP. That's so freaking tough, guys. That's so freaking tough. So objective 2 is owned by Ogres. Slaanesh with some value trading outside, but I think the Ogres are just kind of ahead here. But a Lord Snipe obviously could change it if you got a big Lord Snipe with the Keeper of Secrets, and then the Keeper itself survives and can contribute to the rest of the game. Maybe. And also, I think this thing has the ability that when it kills something, it actually heals. Oh, no, it has Feasting on Fear. So, yeah, it gets a passive heal going, which means it is going to be able to do a little something. Hellstrider's coming in. Oh, shit, the Ogre Lord getting it a little bit. And Enticity going for the kill, knowing this is his way back into the game. He cannot let that Ogre Lord get away. And the Ogres are actually folding here. The Terror Route is really cascading as all of these Iron Guts are getting in trouble. Enticity is going for the Snipe here, and he is starting to get his objective back. That is quite huge because he's still ahead on points. So he's got a little bit of cushion for the push-in, as I did say. Dude, this play is clutch. That play looked bad to me, but that's why, you know, he's a stronger player. He saw the opportunity to collapse that position with the Hellstrider reinforcements and maybe fight his way back into the game. And the Ogre Lord is going to get cooked. He's down. The Ogre Lord is down for the count. The Slaughtermaster gets KO'd by the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, who now is healing quite a bit as well from its aura. All right, Sweet Sorrow activated, and Ent is going to need another objective. Ogres are suddenly looking bare bones, man. That route there was crazy. So many Ogre units started running for the hills. Forsaken have arrived, and it looks like Enticity is going to be basically pushing his opponent's home objective here, and then probably doing a split push out here. Oh my god, and he actually has a couple units left. Slaanesh is so fast too. Ent could call in a Hellstrider and just have this objective super quickly. He's actually doing it, I think he is, but OwnGoal has passed him in points, ladies and gentlemen, and if he's not careful, it is going to be a triple cap situation here really soon. Ent is going to need to get another objective really quickly, and it looks like he's going to. So this objective belongs to Slaanesh. And out here, there are going to be some Hellstriders being called in. He's starting to believe, that's right. Yeah, so the Hellstriders do arrive up at the point. They're going to be grabbing that. And, oh my god. I think Enticity is going to have a chance at winning this game. It's going to be tight, but I think he will. Forsaken up at the point, and the Greater Demon still fighting. Probably going to see Hellstrider spam being called in just to try and hold this point. Devoted Marauders, Hellstriders need to get on that objective. This one's going to be flipping. So as it currently stands, we do see Enticity winning on just 2 objectives. And once he gets this point, he's going to be able to zip those Hellstriders across and do some work. And what is this going to be? Rampage? Oh, nice. Using Narcissism to lock down this unit to prevent them from getting up to the objective. Buying time for the Devoted Spears to get over towards the point here, which is so brilliant. And the Greater Demon is probably going to just bully these guys, honestly. This thing's up to 3,300 value. It is a terror against the Ogre Kingdoms. But a very skill-based unit, because it's so squishy. If you blunder that Greater Demon, which most people would have, you know, you're going to lose the game pretty badly. All right, so the fight continues over on Objective 1. Slaanesh is able to get it. And guys, I think that Enticity has probably taken over this game. Sniping the Slaughtermaster forced Tim to save up, OwnGoal, and bring back the Slaughtermaster here, which is not the right. I mean, it's a play, but the problem with that is you're not going to have the capture weight on the field, right? That Greater Demon is going to be bullying a lot. But could we see the reverse Uno? We see the Greater Demon getting very low at 1,500 HP. But Ent is going to be seeing the threat, using the Acquiescence, charging into the Bogglars of the Mad Marshes right there. And over here, we do see the Ogres coming for the reverse Uno. Oh my god, this game's an emotional roller coaster, man. This one's so freaking good. Saber-Tusk Packs and Pigback Knights going to be heading towards objective number 2 here, as we do see the Marauder Horsemen heading down there as well. Slaanesh probably going to be able to hold on to this point, but the question is, are the Ogres going to be able to steal the outside point here and close out the game over there? I don't know, man. And we do see the Greater Demon very, very low, sitting at 18 leadership, wavering 1,000 HP. And that thing needs to flee the scene right about now and just not die. Going over to that objective is probably very smart. Slaanesh does have multiple units of spears here, which are very stalwart, and Hellstriders as well. And it's going to be going in for the fight against the Ogre Lord. Okay, so 1,000 HP. The Ogre Lord is full health, but this thing is a much better fighter and might be able to keep that Ogre Lord in check. As it currently stands, we do see Enticity passing OwnGoal in points for the first time here in the match. The Ogres are threatening the outside, though. And it looks like, oh my god, he's going to be yielding this objective. Holy shit. This is crazy, crazy close. And the Ogres are coming to get you? Dude, this has been an emotional roller coaster. I thought each player was going to win at various points, right? So that's going to be Narcissism, locking that character down. The outside point is going to be going to the Ogre Kingdoms. As it currently stands, the Ogres are going to be winning here. And oh my god, Enticity is going to be going for a back objective ninja. Holy shit. So he's got the Horseman coming here, Horseman going there. Is he going to be able to threaten it? OwnGoal does not have any resources to call anything out. There is going to be an Ogre Bull unit. That's going to be 8 capture weight here once the other Horseman does arrive. There are some Saber Tusks coming over. And Ent is going to be microing over the Keeper of Secrets over there as well, which is going to be more capture weight. Holy shit if he takes his point. That's going to be nutty. The Hellstriders, having a couple of Hellstriders left here is super clutch because they're going to be able to head off these Saber Tusk packs. So that's 8 capture weight here. Dismembers activated. That's going to be another 3 capture weight there. And it looks like Ent might be able to get this point back. Look at this. This is so close. 1371 against 1378 on points. Keeper of Secrets does arrive. He needs to get the Keeper on the objective now for the capture weight. Fury's coming in, going to be using those against the Ogre Bulls here. He needs to get this guy on the objective. He does. This point is actually in danger of being stolen by the Ogre Kingdoms. And oh my god, it looks like OwnGoal does pass him on points. Ent is probably going to get this objective. Is it going to be enough? The Greater Demon is sitting at 700 HP. It's fighting tooth and nail on the point. And this one is going to be going to Slaanesh. All right, Slaanesh gets the objective. Ogres are coming across. Ogre Bulls and Pigback Riders. That's a lot, but is it going to be quick enough? Is OwnGoal going to be able to get the points back before all is said and done? So Slaughtermaster are going to be trying to ninja that one. We do see more Ogre Bulls coming in. I think Ent might have clutched this game, dude. He might have barely clutched that. Oh my goodness. Now on the far side, Ogre Bull's going to be charging across. And at this point, Ent can probably even abandon this objective. Although, no, I don't think you do that. I think you stay and fight. And we do see 1467, 1450. Holy shit, the Ogres do have the capture weight here, but not for long. As the Slaaneshi Spears do arrive on the point, providing the capture weight, this Greater Demon did not hear any bell whatsoever. It is just going hard in the paint and just fighting to the end. Oh my goodness. What a freaking match. GG, well played. Enticity with game 1. Dude, that's a best of 5. That was so sweaty. Holy shit, man. That was so sweaty. God damn. I loved every second of that. I loved every second of that game. That was so good. Holy shit, man. All right, so the Greater Demon of Slaanesh carried the hell out of that game. Oh my god, that was nuts. Enticity, his new nickname, the Keeper of Secrets. Yeah, he's the Keeper of the Forbidden Meta Secrets, that's right. All right. I mean, honestly, both builds are really good. It was just such a close game. And we got 3,900 there. Forsaken did pretty good, honestly. Hellstriders, extremely menacing, 1,900 to 1,000. I mean, they're really good against Ogres in particular, so... And yeah, for the Ogre army, I would imagine the damage load was kind of split. Pigback's really nuts. 1,100 and 900 there. 2,000 on the Slaughtermaster, 1,500 on the Lead Belchers. What a close game. Hey, Oculus, thank you for resubscribing. The Houndmaster, yeah, there's options here. There's options. All right, guys, so we're going to be setting up the next one right now. And for anybody just joining here today, these are the brackets. We're going to be going back to the other side. Ravenous Moose, thank you for the donation. Thank you for supporting the old multiplayer scene here. And now we're going to be moving across and getting over to the other match. So let me find this. And here we go. There we are. And good. All right. So Sipa is going to be on Tomb Kings this time? Yeah. Okay. And here we are. So back to the other side. Let me update these brackets from this series real quick. That was Enticity was on which side? I don't remember. Was he player 1 or player 2? Regardless, we'll fix it later. All right. Actually, cancel that. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Okay, we'll come back to that when we know what side they're on. Yeah, you can't play the same faction twice, correct? So you can in a different match. So like if they get to the grand finals, they're going to be able to do that, right? Okay, so this is going to be game 2 between Sipa and Charix. Currently, Sipa is up. It is best of 5, so a lot of games to be played, but it is going to be Tomb Kings versus High Elves here. And we found a way to reduce downtime in between games by alternating between the two series. And a lovely high elf build. Look at that. Double Noble with a fat Star Dragon and a Frostheart Phoenix and Larry. That's like an old school Warhammer 2 build. Using a bunch of single entities with healing. Just kind of brick them together and get her done, man. Yeah. I don't hate it. Yeah, that was a really good game, Scott. That was a really good one. Nail biter of a game. If Enticity makes it to the finals, you will for sure. He's definitely, Slaanesh is like right up his alley, dude. He's a Slaaneshi cultist for sure. Yep, it is a smallish High Elf army, but there will be reinforcements. So we will see. And let's break it down. All right, so taking a look at the Elven army of Charix. Charix is probably one of the best elf players in the world. He mains most of the Elven factions. Sipa is not a newcomer. He's a very high-level land battle player who also dabbles in domination mode, but is very skilled, so he can compete in either one. But it is going to be Spearmen, and there's going to be 4 of those bad boys backed up by the 2 Nobles. So we've got Double Noble, Anti-Large Fighter. These guys are here to take down the Khemrian War Sphinx and the Ushabti, right? We do also have Alariel the Radiant. Alariel the Radiant's going to be here with the Arcane and Forging and Earthblood and a Phoenix as well. So this build is very heavily designed to just be like, you're not allowed to use monsters and constructs. That is basically it. All right, so for the build of Sipa, currently on a 1-game lead over his opponent, it's going to be Skeleton, Horsemen, Archers, Under the Sunset, and the rest of the build is going to be mainly chaff-centric with the Chosen of the Gods, excellent against High Elves, against their Cavalry, their Fireborn, although arguably maybe the regular Ushabti are better, the regular Ushabti Great Bows, because they're better against single entities. I don't know, hard to say. We do have Setra the Imperishable, Catapults in the back as well. Setra very, very meta, but he's got to be careful. He's going to be getting hunted super hard. Sipa really needs to have Sepulchral Stalkers or Necropolis Knights or something to fight the monsters. Probably Sepulchral Stalkers are going to be our best friend here. Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, so the battle is going to be on. Charix is immediately going to be calling in an archer unit. They're going to be advancing up. And here comes Setra versus Alariel the Radiant. All right, guys, let the games begin. Thank you all for joining today. All right, all right. So Nobles, Alariel the Radiant, Star Dragon going to be moving up and definitely bullying the Skeleton Horsemen off that point. Frostheart Phoenix also advancing, while Spearmen going to be heading to the outside objectives here. And it looks like the High Elves are going to be trying to play all 3 points while using their single entities to be really, really, aggressive. Hey, Scott, thank you for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard, my friend. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so looks like the Nobles and Larry, who are all on horseback, by the way, are going to be heading here and pushing these guys off, but not before. Oh, we didn't get the objective. Oh, no, that's rough. So just barely missed that. If Sipa had stayed on there for a moment longer, actually probably not against the 3 single entities. It wouldn't have mattered anyways. Couple Spearmen going to be heading down to the low ground. Granted, this is probably going to favor the Tomb Kings because the Nehekar Warriors will beat Spearmen in combat 1-1. They will do that. And this objective most likely will go to the High Elves here, as we do see the dreaded Star Dragon fighting in the trees to mitigate the effectiveness of the shooting. And the Star Dragon is going to be pretty good at, bashing these guys down, for sure, against the Skeletons and the chaff-centric units. Ushabti Great Bow trying to shoot at the Star Dragon, able to make some connections here. But now we see the Phoenix coming in, Larry, and the Nobles. So the Phoenix does land, starts attacking into Setra. Setra is going to be sitting at full health still. And we do see some sort of witchcraft going down. Ooh, Arcane and Forging overcasted. So that's going to do damage and also add to his spell cooldown. So he's not going to be able to cast spells for a period of time. It's basically like a little counterspell there. All right, and the Nobles coming around the backside, and as we talked about, Sepulchral Stalkers are going to be the play, but I don't care how many one unit of Sepulchral Stalkers has. If you get a Phoenix, 2 Nobles, and a Dragon on those Stalkers, they're probably going to lose that fight. Not going to be great for them. Breath Attack coming in from Charix, a bit of a swing and a miss. No, he actually does hit 1 model there, as the Dragon does get smashed pretty hard by the Sepulchral Stalker fire. But yeah, this fight in the backfield probably going to be okay for the High Elves. Larry dropping the Star of Averlorn, so that's going to be fat heals right there. Sepulchral Stalkers down to 13 models right now. The rest of the objectives, Tomb Kings are holding the middle side objective owned by Tomb Kings as well, and Objective 3 is going to be clutched by the High Elves, because the High Elves basically invested their entire army back here. Yeah, Bearbat, I'll show you the brackets after the game. Just remind me after. All right. So, Star Dragon, though, pretty much full health after the healing from Larry. Sepulchral Stalkers are getting karate chopped. And this could be a big problem for Sipa, the fact that he doesn't have enough anti-large. He does have some spears coming in, and the Ushabti Great Bows are doing some okay damage, but these ones, I find that regular Shopti Great Bows do better against big monsters because their shots don't really split at the end. I don't know if that's true. I'd have to put it to a little bit of a playtest, but yeah, overall, not bad for the High Elves. Able to get a Sepulchral Stalker unit down very quickly. Even though the value trading is even, Charix is quite well ahead because of the healing he's probably applied, but damage is adding up on the Star Dragon, and Cetra is getting some nice cycle charging as well. So he's moving in, he's attacking, he's pulling back, and all these little skeleton spears and even the Sepulchral Stalkers are going to be doing some decent damage. Uh-oh, wavering on the dragon, holy shit. If that dragon breaks and gets chased off the battlefield, oh no! That's so rough, and that is the danger of diving in your opponent's backfield. Holy shit, Sipa just got a hand-wrapped Christmas present right here. Like a half-health Star Dragon? That's so expensive. And so much healing has been invested in that thing. I don't know. Maybe Charix is going to be able to get it back by pulling in some Reavers and trying to stabilize it, but that is a disaster and a half, guys. That is a disaster. All right, in the meantime, Charix is swarming the backfield. We do have some horsemen getting on top of the Chosen of the Gods. Catapults are potentially going to be next. I think that Charix could probably get these horsemen, come over here and run these guys down. But very, very good on Sipa to bring 2 Sepulchral Stalkers, right? He didn't bring just 1, he brought 2. So he was really putting a lot of respect on the High Elf Monster Mash, and he has the tools to deal with it. All right, so Star Dragon is being hunted. Reavers are trying to free it up. They're doing their best, so there they move. They are shaken, but they are crumbling down the Skeleton Horsemen. If the Star Dragon comes back, I think that Charix is going to be potentially in an okay position, but if that thing gets routed off the battlefield, man, oh man, it's going to be a disaster and a half. Usirian's activated here, trying to break off the Illyrian Reavers, and will the Dragon rally? Oh my god, it rallies! Okay, the Dragon rallied. That's super clutch. That's super clutch. Okay, so it's back now, and it has plenty of room before its healing cap. So I would imagine Charix size a massive breath of relief there in that situation. In the backfield, the High Elves are stuffing them a bit. We do see objective number 2 going to the High Elves, objective 3 as well. Low ground is going to be owned here by the forces of the Tomb Kings, but there's going to be some Silver Helms coming in. Silver Helms will do well here because they are going to be fighting against warriors and warriors. Basically 2 units that don't have spears. So Lance is couched for Asuryan. They're going to be moving in, charging down the hill, and they should have an okay little fight there. Although the trees are going to obstruct their charge a bit, and it looks like Charix is deciding to go somewhere else. Now, in the backfield, the High Elves are still diving into the Tomb King's backfield, super aggro. Larry is fighting against Cetra, but she doesn't fight alone. She does have a Noble, and double Noble here, a little bit of a Cetra sandwich. All right. So they are going to be getting that 2v1, nice anti-large attack profiles on those bad boys. The dragon is able to escape, so keeping that dragon alive, getting it, to mix up with some of your High Elf infantry is going to be quite good. Horseman and Carrion really trying to break that dragon, which is currently sitting at 3,400 HP, so not in bad shape right there, as we do see Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance activated, and that is going to be afflicting these units. All right, guys, the battle continues to rage on. Objective number 3 here is owned by the High Elves, as is 2, and the High Elves are not any closer to getting objective 1. They're just playing a 2-objective game, not going to be getting greedy and playing all 3. And, after that crazy-ass beginning, right, somehow Charix dove into the enemy backfield with all of his expensive shit, and everything survived. He's got both Nobles alive, he's got his bird alive, he's got his dragon alive, and now he's going to be retreating back and, getting some work in here. So the dragon does stabilize, sitting at 4,000 HP, quite cozy and quite happy, moisturized and feeling comfy. Archers shooting into the Skeleton Horsemen here, but the Horsemen should be able to run them down, so they're going to get Last Samurai as they do get trampled by the dreaded Archers. They're both pretty limp units in terms of fighting, but I guess there are going to be some Elven cavalry in there that are going to be helping him out. So Larry taking another pit fight here as well, dropping the Fat Star of Avalorn, which is like the OG mega powerful healing ability. I think Star of Avalorn, how long does it last? Let me go ahead and double check. I think it is going to be lasting for 27 seconds. So yeah, it's literally like 20-25% heal, which is nuts on like a dragon. It's so powerful. All right, so looking at the High Elves, they are down in value, but the amount of healing they've gotten is pretty obscene. And now the Tomb King's going to be calling out some anti-infantry tools, Screaming Skull Catapults, which are really good for stealing objectives because they bombard infantry and lower their leadership. So with a character like Cetra, they can do some work, but Cetra's not really been able to have any free time. He's been getting hunted nonstop by this freaking Noble. Everywhere he goes, there's like anti-large fighters and dragons and birds attacking him and things like that, so that's been very, very trying for them. On the middle point, High Elves are in danger of potentially losing this. Rangers do arrive on the low ground. Rangers are going to be a hard counter against these Skeleton Warriors, but they are being harried and shot by the Skirmish Cavalry here, which is a brilliant play. I do like that quite a bit. But we'll keep an eye on the objective situation here in just a minute. But yeah, Cetra is on the run. not having the best of times. Star Dragon is alive as well. Currently, Star Dragon sitting at about 900 value. What I would think would be a good play maybe is take the Star Dragon over here and use it on the other objectives just to make sure you don't lose them, you know? Because it's a little bit vulnerable now in the mainline fighting, so take it somewhere else and just guarantee value on the battlefield elsewhere, right? Tomb Kings are getting that push back, though, guys. I mean, Tomb Kings are a very grindy faction. They get a lot of healing and nice Sepulchral Stalker fire. You know, Sipa's been really on point with these Stalkers. They've been able to follow the big monsters and get those perpetual laser beam shots all freaking day. And here, the Ushabti are still shooting the entire game, sitting at 2,400 value, actually blasting that dragon in the face. In the face! Dragon probably needs to run to the outside point, away from the range of the Ushabti Great Bows, and just like attack into some of these Nekar warriors or something like that, right? I think that would be the play. It's at 4 leadership right now, going to be running for the hills. Cetra is being attacked by the bird, and it does look like some Illyrian Reavers do get on top of the Ushabti, which is nice. But they're going to be going for a kill on Cetra right now. So the Reavers pull back in. Cetra is at 4,300 HP. Probably going to be seeing an Arcane Unforging coming in, but good play by Charix, seeing an opportunity to kill the enemy Lord. Down to 3,700, taking a shitload of damage right there. Larry is trapped up in combat over here. Arcane Unforging, yeah. So we did call that. That is going to be another snipe. That's going to bring him down to like 2,500 HP, give or take. We'll have to see. But the Nobles and the Bird do get blocked up by the reinforcing Skeleton Spears, so they are able to get in range and block that up a little bit. Arcane Unforging is still active. He's going to be at 2,900 right here. Nice Sepulchral Stalker play. This is very, very good. So here they come. Dragon diving in, but these guys are halberd monsters. I wish they were this good in tabletop. They're so haggard, but Sepulchral Stalkers got him down to about 1,000 HP right there. Currently sitting at 1,100, 1,200 Earthblood. Very, very clutch. Nobles and Bird making their way over, but I think the Dragon is going to be breaking here in a moment. So on the middle point, it is owned by the High Elves. There is going to be an Illyrian Reaver coming in to mitigate the capture of those spears. Down here, the Ranger and some Illyrian Reavers do win this fight, so High Elves are going to be able to wrestle this objective, potentially putting them in a situation where they have all 3 objectives, right? This one is going Elven, the middle objective is Elven, and down here is Elven as well. So we see Charix with a bit of a points lead here in this absolute knockdown, drag-out game. Very cool to see High Elves in action, because for years they've kind of been given a bit of crap for being not great, not like the best faction, but I think in the hands of a specialist who plays them, I mean, Tomb Kings are a very strong faction, so the High Elves having an even fisticuffs game with them, it's pretty damn good. So Charix is only down 2,000 value, which he's probably healed like 4,000 value. So Charix is probably actually ahead on the field at the moment. Middle point is being taken by Tomb Kings, though. The side objective here does flip to the High Elves. High Elves are going to be getting into 1,000 points here in Uno Momento. But there is a way where the Tomb Kings could win this game by just playing the objectives and overwhelming them with numbers, because, you know, Charix invested so heavily in all of these single entities, which aren't going to be great at playing the objective game. So there is that. The Bird is the word, and it's juking in the backfield. Cetra sitting at 2,200 HP. He's very, very low. Dragon is still alive and has 1,100 HP, so can be a player, right? Use the Dragon to fight in some of the safer fights. You're like, yeah, this is a good play. Use the Dragon deep set back here, charge in, get some leadership breaks on these guys, you know, call it a freaking day. So the Phoenix, as well as the Illyrian Reavers, get a nice surround right there, break down the Skeleton Horsemen. Objective number 3 is going to be stabilized by the forces of Usurian as the Rangers and some Cav do arrive, and that does look to be safe for the High Elves, although it's actually in flux a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to see how that one goes. Middle objective stabilized by the High Elves, and the outside objective here is owned by the High Elves as well. So I believe they have a triple cap right now. They do. So Charix is getting 3 victory tickets per second, and it is going to become a triple cap situation very, very quickly here. The Dragon is finally broken after having gotten about 1,000 value. So not the worst run for the Star Dragon, but not great. Not great. So more shots downtown, 800 HP, down to 750. Probably going to break and run to the edge of the battlefield. We'll have to see. And here, this point is being held by the Elves, but not for long, as the Tomb Kings do arrive. They get there with some forces. Larry a little bit trapped up back here. So Larry, the raid. Oh, this is not good. Holy shit. This could be a game-winning play. Man, Sipa needs to come back here and take Larry out. That would just be really brutal on the Elven leadership, because Larry is trapped. The High Elf Lord is pinned in the woods with spears as well as Skeleton Horsemen and isn't able to fight her way out. Although Cetra is very low, 2 Nobles going to be coming in. Middle point is being contested. It looks like right now the Tomb Kings are starting to get their clutches on this one. The Bird is the word, and is the late game Tomb Kings Resurgence going to be enough? Larry is trapped, but Cetra's in big trouble, sitting at 1,300 HP, surrounded by the Silverhelms. Charix also using his Cav, these Nobles with their anti-large attacks, to get the job done. All right, guys. Great stuff indeed. And we are going to be seeing if Cetra is going to be living this day. So he's at -15, and Cetra, the imperishable one, apparently does have an expiration date and is going to be defeated by the forces of the High Elves. There we go. So is Larry going to live? Oh my god, and Larry got away too. All right, that's clutch. So obviously the High Elves win on just one objective right now, and they are controlling objective number 2. Going to be sending some Illyrian Reavers down here to try and push these guys off. So I think that Charix is in a winning position right now. The fact that he has the 2 nobles and the Frostheart Phoenix and Larry is still alive is pretty big. You can pretty much just yield this objective right now and just say, like, you can have that, Tomb Kings. I don't care about that. And just play these 2, and then you're going to have a good chance of winning the game there. But the Reaver's chasing off the Skeleton Horseman, and it looks like they're maybe going to get him off the point. And we do see this objective being very, very heavily fought over. And the Skeleton Horsemen, I think, are going to get routed here. A couple of these Reavers, of course, very damaged, but able to come in. And as soon as a couple of these Horsemen do get killed here, you're probably going to be seeing the Reavers get the capture weight advantage. In the middle, High Elves do stabilize that one, and it looks like Charix is going to be bringing it to a 1-1 series today in today's Grand Championship. As the High Elves show that they still have teeth, despite not being the most popular faction. They, well, you know, I guess they have a lot of games played on Total Tavern, so maybe that's the case. All right, guys. Objective 2 owned by the High Elves. Objective 3 just barely stabilized. Charix basically just sealed the game by getting this point. If this one had flipped, maybe there's going to be a little bit of smoke for the Tomb Kings, but the fact that he stabilized it is pretty massive. And there are going to be some horsemen coming in, Eyes of the Desert as well. But Charix is just way too far ahead in points, and I don't think that Sipa has any chance of coming back here in this game. So this is going to be a 1-1 series, guys. I have a feeling that like every match today is going to be back and forth. Seeing their remaining players and their skill level, it's some seriously sweaty high-level players. Like nobody is going to go quietly into the good night, I don't think. Even if it is a 3-0 series, for example, I'm saying it's going to be really, really competitive. The games will be not one-sided. Laser Beam Eyes coming in from the Sepulchral Stalkers, looking really cool, blasting that bird and pretty much killing it, but not enough time. Lothern and Charix with the victory. So that is going to be 1-1 here in this series. And let's take a look at the post-game breakdown. All right. Lariel, 1,000 value. Nobles were Giga Chads. They bullied Cetra. And then we did have 1,000 here, 1,100 here. The healing, obviously, is what did it in, right? And for Cetra, he got 2,400 despite having some hard fights. Really good value on the Great Bows as well. But Cetra going down to the end was probably all she wrote. All right, so now here is the bracket for all of you guys. We are currently alternating between these 2 series. So now we're going to be jumping up to do Enticity versus OwnGoal. Currently a lead for Enticity. He is ahead 1 game in that series. It is best of 5. And yes. So let's get this and find that. And which one was it? Was it that game? Here we go. All right. So the great part about alternating between these matches is the players are pretty much ready to go as soon as we get in. All right, Greenskins versus Vampire Counts. Let's freaking get it. Prize for today's tournament is going to be $500 for first place and $200 for second place. So the top 2 players are going to be getting prizes. And shout out to Magic G for helping to sponsor today's tournament, as well as a little bit of cash out of my own pocket as well. And that is going to be that. All right, so let's get it going and see how this match is looking. Which one was it? So Enticity is on the right side, I think. Yeah, he's the Vampire Count enjoyer here. So let's get the scores and do this. And Ent is going to be up 1-0 in this series. All right. Awesome sauce. Yeah, back-to-back games, man. Back-to-back games. Greenskins versus Draculas, yes. Yeah, that's funny. All right, guys. So taking a look at the build of Enticity here, it is going to be the Corpse Carts with the Unholy Lodestone. It's going to be 2 of those bad boys. And the rest of the army is going to be Zombies and Stearnsmen and Graveguard as well. All right. So let the games begin. We have the 2 White Kings with the Scab Scraiths as well as the Strigoi Ghoul King. So Strigoi Ghoul King is a great fighter. He does have Spirit Leech and no Invocation, though, is very interesting from Enticity. He's feeling real bold today. I mean, I feel like you would always just want to bring that, but... All right, so he's going to be trying to hold the front line with a very durable front line here using the Stearnsmen and the Corpse Carts. Also some Zombies and Spears and White Kings with Scab Scraith to hold objectives and tear through Greenskin Chaff units. And OwnGoal is going to be using a classic Greenskin Unga Bunga. So he's going to be using Orc Boys with Spears, Savage Orc Arrow Boys, and Grom the Paunch is just a good armor-piercing character. You can use him to take down Graveguard and even fight enemy lords if you have to, but... The archers are going to be the big breadwinners. They're probably the ones who will generate the most value. The trolls aren't bad either. River trolls do have a nice little debuff, and yeah, they hit hard-ish, They hit hard-ish. All right. Yeah, so currently this series is 1-0 for Enticity, and the other series is 1-1. Yeah, no invocation. I know it's a bold strategy, but he feels confident that he's going to be able to kind of keep that Strigoi Ghoul King alive here. So we will see what is going down. Enticity probably loving the new Blood Knights, right? I wonder if he's going to be using them. Probably not because of the Boar Boy Biggins. He probably would use Blood Knights with Lances, if anything. I'm not sure. So let me check in on these guys and do it. Okay. Okay, so I have an interesting update from you guys. We have OwnGoal messaged me before the game starts. So this is the greenskin player. He says that the tech he's using in this build is old, but he has never lost to vampire counts in his competitive career with this greenskin build. So if Enticity were to beat him, this would be the first time that he had been folded with this build, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, Grom is pretty popular now. He is. And on top of that, he's going to be pretty effective against the White King. So you could use him to bully the White Kings a little bit, which is nice. Where's my downtime? You need to go to the bathroom? Yeah. Well, there will be downtime in the Grand Finals because they're going to have to draft every single game. So there will be a lot of downtime in the Grand Final series. All right, guys. Yeah, maybe he has a second character with the with this. I'm not sure what's cooking here. Yeah. All right. So moving on up. It is going to be the Greenskins claiming Objective 1. Objective 2 is going to be contested. And the Vampires are going to be getting this as well. So we do see the Dire Pack grabbing that point. It's going to be going to the Children of the Night. And OwnGoal is just going to be playing Objective 1 and Objective 2. So River Trolls won't be bad here as long as they can avoid the spears. They do regenerate. They have a nice little debuff as well, which is very, very cool. But the White Kings are a menace. Yeah, they're very tough to deal with. White Kings are such an annoying character, man. They're so annoying. All right. Turning Enticity into a protagonist. Oh, you're saying in this game, yeah. What, is he supposed to be the villain or something? No, he's not villainous. Enticity doesn't have a villainous personality at all. No, not at all. All right, guys. Archers are blasted away. Scab's Grace are activated. Oh, my God. The Scab's Grace are so brutal. And one Savage Orc Airboy is going to be getting the business pretty hard. Could this be the first time that OwnGoal's Greenskins are defeated by the Vampire Counts? I don't know. It could be. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous for Enticity not having Invocation. Granted, he has a Potion of Strength. Okay, that's really interesting. Maybe Ent has a second caster in reserve, you know? I don't know, we'll have to see. So Spears are in here, and the Vargeist do land, and we do see one Savage Orc Airboy getting routed back. Magic user is going to be Ere We Go and Fist of Gork. So gathering up on the point. It is going to be on. The Orcs have gotten Trolls. Oh, the Troll toll a little bit. So the White Kings are kind of getting bonked on by these River Trolls. You can see they're both losing HP, and Grom the Paunch is going to be coming in to cause some havoc as well. That Archer unit is chased, but maybe is going to be able to come back. We'll have to see. And soon the battle will erupt, I am sure. So Zombie Summon. Oh, not Zombies, Crypt Ghouls. So he is the Strigoi Ghoul King, so he's going to be summoning ghouls on top of the Archers here. And then the Strigoi Ghoul King is going to be landing to battle the River Trolls. But we do see the White Kings kind of getting bullied a little bit. Both of them are losing a fair amount of HP as Fist of Gork is activated. So they're going to be hitting very hard with 55 melee attack against the old White Kings there. Pushing up are the Orc Boar Boy Biggins, and on the outside there, Black Knights do move in, intercepted partially by some of the spears. But the heavy cavalry of Ent, will that be enough to turn the tide in the game? Vampire counts are definitely ahead right now. And look at this, Enticity is like spawn camping his opponent. He's like waiting with his flying unit to see what comes in here and what he can grab, which is really, really brilliant. All right, guys. So on the backside, Black Knights are in, and the Boar Boy Biggins have now arrived. Crypt Ghouls are going to wear off. They are a summon. And some of the archers of OwnGoal are now online. So they're going to start blasting into the Strigoi Ghoul King. And honestly, the Greenskin Army, though it's taken a little bit of a beating, is now going to be, getting its business together here. That is for sure. Yeah, but this is big too. Having the White Kings getting beaten down and getting low, considering there's no invocation, is going to be quite massive. Spirit Leech on Grom seems like a mistake to me because of his healing. He's really just going to mitigate that very effectively. And will the Greenskins be able to wrestle this side point? Find out today. They're not really playing the outside yet. Okay, they are. So Goblin Wolf Riders are coming in. So there they go. They're going to be rushing towards objective number 3. That is going to be forcing Enticity to send something much more expensive over there to go deal with them. So I do like that play from OwnGoal quite a bit. But in the backfield, the heavy cavalry are going to be coming in. It is Black Knights. Black Knights are probably the way to go here instead of Blood Knights, I think. And they are going to be running into some archers. But there are spears nearby, so the spears do sally forth and force back the Black Knights. Black Knight's probably going to get away without taking any damage. And now OwnGoal is advancing up. But it's going to be a tough box to break, man. The Corpse Carts and the Grave Guard. Grave Guard are a really fighty, really stalwart unit. And those are the Sternsmen as well. So Grom trying to free up some of the archers. We do see the Orc Air Boys getting tar pitted by the Dire Pack here. And there is going to be some sort of a witchcraft being buffed here. I'm not sure what that was. Is it some sort of a buff on one of these units? Was it the Fist of Gork? It was. So Fist of Gork on the Trolls. Now on the outside, we do see some Black Knights being forced back. So they are going to be on the retreat from the Orc Boar Biggin. So Wild Hogs, the best movie ever made, by the way, is going to be getting getting a second showing here, as the Wild Hogs do chase down those Black Knights, forcing them to the edge of the map. And now we get back on the epicenter of combat. But man, look at this. OwnGoal gets away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. The Wolf Rider's just a haggard 300 gold cav unit. Comes in here and steals that freaking objective. Oh my god, that is so good for OwnGoal. Because now he doesn't need to fight in this box. He can just kind of pull back and chill out a little bit. Savage Orc Biggins pulled in. They're not going to be very good against Graveguard. So we do see these guys activated here. And yeah, they're going to get their big old meat cleavers out, and certainly will be feasting on zombies, but good luck with the Graveguard. Those guys are unholy to deal with. All right, so OwnGoal battling it out here. He does have his spears battling versus the Strigoi Ghoul King as well as the Black Knights. Boarboy Biggins coming in. Wild Hogs round 2. So the Hog Wild charge does get in. Nice little anti-large attacks. Going to be a good counter against Black Knights and provide some utility against the Graveguard if need be. And it looks like Ent is going to be grabbing the back objective again. So he does save up for double Crypt Ghoul. I like this play. They're sneaky. They do have stock. And they're going to be able to move up on that point and grab that back. And I don't think the Greenskins are going to be able to get that one easily. They're just going to have to commit to winning the fight in the middle, which is not going to be easy, right? Grom the Paunch with Ere We Go. Big old buffs going down. Very cool to see players using like buff spells instead of direct damage. Here, the Graveguard with the great weapons. Not great weapons, the regular ones. With the Corpse Cart and the Crypt Horrors are able to get her done. Black Knights charging in there and looking around the battlefield. It kind of looks like Enticity is in a more commanding position because he's up in value and he's playing the healing faction, right? Usually, you would want it to be the other way around, for sure. Like, Greenskins should be the ones up in value if you're winning the game. But the Greenskins also have a lot of healing as well. They have the Trolls, they have Grom the Paunch, so they have a lot of healing on their roster, which is going to be mitigating that, right? So River Trolls chasing down the Black Knights. Baconators trying to hunt down the cavalry here as well. But on the other side, a lot of the game is going to come down to this objective here. Oh, we see the Goblins there as well. Look at that. All right, so it is going to be Moon Howlers. So ROR Wolf Riders actually trying to take a fight versus Crypt Ghouls, which isn't going to go well for them. The Crypt Ghouls should win that. OwnGoal trying to pull the fight back a little bit. We do see the archers, retreating away from the mainline fight and trying to get that archer concave online, which is working well against the Crypt Horrors. Grom the Paunch and company grinding it out here, as we do see Grom still pretty healthy. The Strigoi Vampire Lord honestly not being punched out at all for really not having Imbo. He's been able to heal. He does have the hunger, right? So he's going to be able to passively heal by just eating. Where is it? Yeah, or he just regenerates. Okay. So he is weak to fire, but not that it matters too much here. Spirit Leech going down on Grom the Paunch again. So Enticity going for that 401k investment, that long term. He's going to pull it out when he's in retirement age and eventually get the kill on Grom the Paunch, right? That is going to be the play. Boardboy Biggins heading over towards Objective 1. OwnGoal definitely cannot afford to lose that one. Over here, we do see the Wolf Riders trying to fight the Crypt Ghouls in the bushes, but it's not going super well. They're actually being chased back into the trees. So let's see how this middle fighting is going. Is the Greenskin Blob going to be able to do it? I mean, Grom does have some crazy buffs. He's got the Language of Du Bois, which gives melee defense, leadership, and immune to psychology. So it's really good to have him near trolls because they get ITP, meaning they can't be terror routed, which is pretty god tier. Oh man, super clutch by the way. So OwnGoal able to just barely get this one back right here. And yep, going to be able to force back the Dire Pack. They would of course win that fight, although Dire Pack would trade pretty cost effectively. River Troll's going to be heading back towards the middle. And on the outside, it looks like OwnGoal is going to be trying to get this one back, as some Savage Orc Boar Boys are going to be called in to try and bully these little Crypt Ghouls, which would be a good play. It would be a very, very good play. Wog is going down in the valley, guys, and we do see the Spirit Leech once again afflicting Grom the Paunch. Those long-term investments from the Kraken King, will they pay off? Will Grom get killed? If he does get killed, that's going to be a disaster and a half for the Greenskins, as the Troll Toll is maneuvering over to the middle. White Kings are still very healthy, so that's a big problem. Those guys are going to be an issue and a half. And what do we got here? We do see the Corpse Guards hanging out there. Yeah, the Vigor Mortis is here, as well as the Unholy Lodestone, so it is going hard in the old paint here. That one, of course, gives quite a bit of melee defense, so we're taking a look here, and it is getting +5. All right, guys. So predictions. Who do you think is going to win this one? I think Enticity is looking to be in a favored position right now. Advancing up, he's got a Horde of the Dead moving here. It's going to be very hard for the Greenskins to contest. Greenskins probably going to be able to steal Objective 3 with their Bacon Squad, so we do see the Savage Orcs moving in. Oh, shit. The dreaded Pump Wagons, so there they go. Pump the jams. Those are spears, but you know their formation got broken by the initial charge, and I think they're just going to get trampled. That's just too much. That's just too much right there. So OwnGoal is going to be stealing that one, but he is in the process of losing his outside objective. Looking at the value trading, even-ish, but again, vampires have way more healing just across the board with the Cryptors and the Corpse Carts and all that kind of stuff. So I do think we are going to be seeing game blouses here, potentially. I don't know, man. Yep, Grom the Paunch getting hit. He's getting hunted, and Enticity is going to be the one most likely to crack this greenskin build, which apparently has been defeating vampire counts for a long, long time, but not today, says the Strigoi Ghoul King. Not freaking today. All right, so Orc Boarboy Biggins are in there. Skeleton Spearmen are grinding it out. Skeleton Spearmen back here, moving towards the point. OwnGoal is holding on to that. Enticity does have the points lead, though. So, I mean, this is very tough for OwnGoal here, man. Very, very tough. All right, on the backside, Greenskins do get that one. They're able to rout the vampiric forces there. And now they're going to be maneuvering to the middle with the pump wagons and the Savage Orc boys that do remain. And we do see another troll being called in. It's going to be River Trolls in the back. And Greenskins do manage to stabilize this point. Pretty clutch. I mean, here's the thing, guys. The vampire counts are very slow. They have a very kind of Death Star-y type of build outside of the Strigoi character. So they might have trouble keeping pace with Greenskin mobility. And Grom has been eating a lot of value in the face and is still very functional and very, you know, performing very well in this fight, right? I don't know. We're going to see. So what are the call-ins going to be? OwnGoal calls in another unit here. It's going to be the Trolls. Dude, he's just going straight Troll City, man. And now that Ent is maneuvering over here, yeah, he's splitting his forces. Greenskins might be able to weasel it out on objectives, maybe, by ping-ponging the vampire counts, playing a little bit of table tennis with his opponent. Certainly possible. All right. So, Goblin Wolf Riders do arrive, and the Troll Toll is on its way. Boarboy Biggins fighting tooth and nail here. We do see the pump wagons crumbling down the Skeleton Spearmen, and there is going to be a lot of troll power on the way. If Grom the Paunch dies, though, the Trolls are going to become terrible, because Trolls have really low base leadership. It's 45. So if you subtract negative 16 from that, because of the Lord dying, dude, you're just in the pits of hell, right? Charging in are more Black Knights, but the Trolls will be a good counter against them. Pump wagons are on the grind. The Trolls do arrive. Crypt Ghoul's fighting pretty well in there as well. But the Greenskin army here is very, very low in leadership. Gonna need the leadership of Grom the Paunch. Caster is on its way back over. Will the Trolls be enough to get through this position? I don't know. If all these Greenskins break, which it looks like they're on the cusp of doing, I don't think the Trolls are going to be able to get that point. Yeah, Enticity is getting the double cap here. Objective number 3 is going to be held here by the Greenskins. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, the Children of the Night looking to maybe go up 2-0 in this best of 5 series between these two previous season finalists, by the way. Enticity, the defending world champion, and OwnGoal, the runner-up last season. So yeah, these are two big dogs going at it. That is for sure. So River Troll's getting the Fist of Gork, which is nice. It gives them a little bit of a sweep buff there, and we do have some Orc Spears coming. Big Dragon Beast, Strigoi Ghoul King, going to be flying across the battlefield and looking to hunt down Grom the Paunch. I don't know what his Winds Magic situation looks like, but I suspect he's got some. Grom needs to be near these Trolls to give him the ITP. Otherwise, they're just going to get rear charged and terror routed. It's going to be a disaster and a half. But Grom is getting bullied by the Strigoi character. So the Ghoul King's going to be moving in. Oh, the beast, it comes. And it does descend from the skies. And we are going to be seeing Grom the Paunch getting absolutely wrecked here. He's going to be... Oh, the game just ended. And he left just as that went. GG, well played. There's a first time for everything, and that is going to be victory for Enticity here in that game. All right, guys. So, GLHF, let's see what he said. Damn, how long was the troll idle? A while. No stress. Well played. All right, so let's update the score. Enticity up 2-0 in the series. And if he wins the next one, reverse. See, just doing adminning. Perfect. Let's look at the value a little bit as well before we move on. Okay, let's do this. 1,100, 400 here. Archers are looking okay. So nothing in the Greenskin army really did super well in value. The Trolls did okay. Boar Boys did all right. You know, there's a couple things here and there. But Grom the Paunch being karate chopped in the end against the Ghoul King was just too much. And yeah, GG, well played. All right, so here are the brackets for today. And we're going to move over to the other side as well. And let's see what's cooking. So to the other side, that is going to be Turin semis and jump in there. Man, the fast pace is great. So we're waiting to see who's going to make the finals. Prize for today is going to be $500 US for first and 200 for second. And here we go. So we're going to be getting into this match, which is 1-1. Dark Elves versus High Elves. I don't think that's the matchup because Charek's just played High Elves, so. Okay, perfect there. So adminning those guys. And now we're going to have Charix versus Sipa here in the grand final semis. Semis, not grand finals. Semis of the grand finals. Spell Eater, thank you for becoming a channel member. Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for supporting the old man today. It's almost the birthday coming up next week. But, yeah, we're going to see what's going on. Okay, and let's see what we got. How are we looking? All right. Sipa played the previous season. This is the championship of the previous season, obviously. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. Okay. Somebody wanted some lizards. Who wanted the Lizardmen? So it's going to be Sipa on the Druki versus Charix on the dinosaurs. All right, this is going to be fun. So Scourge Runner Chariots most likely, right? Maybe a little bit of Marathi flying around. Who knows? And yeah, man, it's going to be good. Going to be a lot of fun. So what we're going to do probably is so this is the season 10 or season 10 grand finals, I think. Yeah, because we're on season 11 right now of Total Tavern. And then we're going to run the current season up until we get a freaking DLC, whenever the hell that is. And we're going to have the next championship being played on the next DLC would be ideal. That would be fun. Dude, we've been doing this for a while, Saffron. Yeah, a while. Yep. We get the Lustrian battle. This is going to be great. Honestly, the diversity of factions we're getting is really, really good. It's really, really quite good. You've been feasting. We've been feasting well. Happy. Not the birthday yet, but thank you. We got a cool birthday planned. We're gonna do we're going to have we're gonna have lunch with my family, and then we're going to for later in the day it's just gonna be my wife and I, and she's gonna make homemade Polish pierogies, and we're gonna go hang out in our garage, watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy while eating pierogies and painting an Isengard army in tabletop. So she's gonna be painting Saruman, I'll be painting the Uruk-hai. It's gonna be sweet. That's the game plan. Of course, we'll be streaming in the morning, too. So we'll have a morning stream that day. Gented says, I just picked up Total War. What faction do you not recommend for a beginner? Let's see. What faction do you not recommend for a beginner? Skaven? Skaven, probably. Yeah, Skaven are really hard for beginners. Frost, dude, if you were close, man, we'd hang with you all the time, dude. Got to get you out here, you know? Yeah, vampires are also very hard too. Oh, I have the hottest best wife ever. Oh, she's here in chat. Oh wow, she just walked in on that compliment. Darling, how's your day going? Tell me what's going on. What's cooking? What are you guys up to? The wife is out hanging with my family right now, so let's see. What are you up to, darling? You got to let me know. Keep me posted. Give me a sit rep on the situation. All right. Oh, you're here? Oh, you came back. Oh shit, I'll come check in with you after this game. I didn't even know she came in so sneaky. Got those rogue skills, man. The max stealth. All right, guys. Blessed be the lady with her rogue skills sneaking into the house. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Game 3 between Charix, the Pride of Poland, and the Dreadlord of Land Battle, Sipa. It is going to be a Scourge Runner Chariot build. So we do have Scourge Runner Chariots. And what the hell is this? A Rackhearth build? Oh my god. Rackhearth? Dude, I haven't seen Rackhearth in a competitive game in years. Okay. So it is going to be Rackhearth there with Scourge Runner Chariots. We do have a Khanate Assassin as well. And on the backside, we do have the Medusa, Melkos to deal with heavy cavalry spam, and a couple units of Bleak Swords. Alright, now looking at the build of Charix. Going to be a defensive counter-punching lizard build. We do have the Ancient Salamanders. Solar Engine Battletoad here is going to be Lord Mazdamundi. He does have the Nets and Apotheosis. Double Solar Engine, as a matter of fact. So going to be using the Solar Engines to try and counter the Scourge Runner Chariots. And so far, they're able to rip some nice shots right there. Yeah. So there they go. Looks like here, got something caught in my, I think got some old food caught in my mustache here. I'll have to deal with that later. All right, guys. So on the backside, objective number 1 does go to the Dinos. Objective 2 to the much faster Dark Elf army. The Dark Elves definitely have some nasty poke. The Medusas are really good against Saurus Warriors. You use them at range with their laser beam eyes, and man, oh man, they're going to be doing some nasty work indeed. Pushing on up are the Saurus. Rackhearth going to be running through with his Scourge Runner Chariot. He's an okay melee combatant as a chariot. But man, look at Charix's Saurus Warriors getting blasted to the front. And this is really cool, seeing how good Sipa is with the Scourge Runners and with the Chariot play, right? All right, so there's going to be a net of Amtok activated, but it wasn't overcasted, which is a big mistake. It means other chariots are going to kind of run free. Cold Gun Spear Riders moving in the back as Rakarth continues to run through the Saurus, but he's got to be careful. He does not want to be getting caught up and potentially netted and or killed back here. But in the front line, we do see the Saurus Warriors getting bullied, probably going to be breaking. The other Saurus going to be battling versus Bleak Sword, so they should be fine there. Medusa able to get some really nice value. So we do see a Ruination of Cities going down on the Cold Knights. That was a weird timing there by Charix. I feel like a little bit of a panic response there. K8 Assassin trying to waddle through the lines and get back there and hunt down the Salamander Hunting Pack. Both solar engines are still online though. So we have one solar engine here and one here as well, both of which are shooting into the Cold Knights. And Saurus Warriors, you know, showing why they're one of the more resilient, annoying infantry units to get rid of in the game. And also the Ancient Salamander does stabilize as well. So now Charix is counterpunching. You know, he took a big beating in the beginning, but, you know, very, very much like how the matchup goes. Hey, Kaladin, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. I greatly appreciate you. Solar Engine shots shooting into the K8 Assassin here, and to the backside, Dark Riders with shields do find a way into the backfield. So it looks like Sipo was able to kind of weasel his way around the back and get in there, shut down a Salamander Hunting Pack, which is very, very good, mind you. But the Solar Engines do stabilize. Dark Elves do have control over the objectives. Value trading is extremely even. And using Rakarth on his dreaded chariot. Yeah, man, Sipa is really aggressive with his Scourge Runners. Like, he uses their ballistas, but also uses them as traditional chariots. And is getting great value. I mean, taking down a 600 gold Chameleon Stalker, I mean, that's chef's kiss, right? That's very, very good. All right, guys, objective number 2, how are we looking here? The Dark Elves do currently own that one. Lizards have not been able to kind of push out of their initial spawn area too hard. They do have their back objective, of course. And now we're going to be seeing some cohorts getting called in, but Sipa does seem to be in control of the battlefield. Like a lot of the army of Charix is tied up in value trading with the Solar Engine, the big old Ancient Sally back here. Really nice banishment though by Battletoad. So Lord Chungamundi does drop it, rips the base here on these Dark Riders, which is quite good. And now we're going to be getting more Cold Knights being called in, or Cold Spear Riders for the Dinos, which are going to be fending off the Cold Knights for the forces of the Dark Elves. All right. Really good game so far, guys. This one's a knockdown. This one's going to be close. I mean, they're trading so evenly in value. They're within like 300 value of one another. And yeah, it's just really, really tight. But Lizards are getting some counter-pushing momentum. Sipa is up on points, and ooh, I like the threaten on the back objective. Just like park this injured, crappy cab unit on that point and threaten that, and that's going to be forcing a disproportionate response from Charix. He's going to have to send something big over there, or bigger, to get that one right. Solar Engine's doing good. I mean, they're blasting into the frickin' Scourge Hunter Chariot here. They're not doing bad at all. And currently we see 2 leadership on this bad boy. Another shot coming in, shot through the heart, and you're too late. They gave Love a bad name. All right, another one going to be getting blasted here. 154 leadership as the Solar Engine's going to be refocusing their shots onto the Scourge Hunter Chariots here. Medusas and Melkoths doing great work, though. The Melkoths Mystifying Miasmas have been so good, and Medusas are awesome. Really good against Lizards, it would seem. I mean, a little bit vulnerable to sniping from some of the Salamanders, but the Salamanders getting taken offline early was big. But now the Solar Engine's going to be zeroing in here as we do see another Cold Spear Rider. See what I'm talking about? Like, having like a really shitty injured unit threaten a capture is forcing Charix to send a freaking 1100 gold cav unit over to that objective, right? So that's pretty good. I do like it. All right, guys, Solar Engine's still blasting away. You know, even when they run out of ammo, there's still Bastillodons that need to be dealt with. And yeah, the Lizardmen, like big monster core, are shooting well, but so too is the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves have their Scourge Runners, their Medusas, and their Cold Knights seem to be doing very well. Having the favorable trades because of the Melkoths Mystifying Miasmas, right? So Cold Knights moving in there. Ancient Salamanders do get a little bit trapped up. Big play there from old Sipa. Oh, this is so good. And if Sipa brings this, like, he might even be able to steal his opponent's back objective with that. That would be so freaking clutch. Really, really showing some masterful Dark Elf play. The Medusa positioning, the Melkoths to counter the cavalry, really good Scourge Runner play. And Rakarth being a nuisance against the infantry. Kind of cool. I mean, he is stronger than a High Beastmaster in terms of stats. So I suppose, are we going to be seeing the comeback of the Rakarth meta? I mean, you don't use any of his abilities. You just use him as, like, the raw combat character he is. And honestly, he's not doing badly. Okay, it does look like the dinos are a little bit stuffed back. Ruination of Cities is active. But I think Sipa's in a commanding position. Because right now, you see Sipa winning all these fights. He's winning all these engagements. He's got a lot of cav coming in, and what's going to happen is the Bastillodons are going to get tied down in melee. Their shooting is going to become ineffective, and that's just going to be game blouses. Also, calling in a Salamander when your opponent has full mobility dominance is a very bold strategy, Cotton. A very, very bold strategy. All right, so the K8 Assassin attacking in here, and we do see the Scourge Runner Chariots and Rakarth moving in as well. Backside objective is being stolen by a freaking Gremlin Bleak Sword. Oh my god. So the Gremlin Bleak Sword is going to get it, and the Dark Riders are still chasing some shit down there. But this is a huge win for Sipa back there. Having a freaking, like, 1 or 2 capture weight Bleak Sword steal that point, massive. Charx is on the back foot, ladies and gentlemen, and it does look like Sipa is going to be bringing the heat. Scourge Runner, Chariots, and Rackhearth really doing a lot of work. And the Medusa in the back has been feasting the entire time. Currently sitting at about 1,200 value right there, and that is really, really good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think we may have approached the end of this game. That's going to be a good banishment right there, but not before the Ancient Salamander gets taken down and prison shanked by all of these Velociraptor cavalry. Golden Knights looking really, really cool, although maybe they'll be defeated. I don't know. That banishment was very, very good. But he's forced back. Crows of King coming in. Dono's completely on the back foot, trying to call in Stalkers to get ground where they can. And now that a back objective has been stolen, that's probably going to be all she wrote. I think that Rackhearth got the job done, and that will be it. G to the G, well to the played. Chark's going to be down 2-1, but this is a best of 5 series, so he will have another game to try and get back in it. That is for sure. Chark's maybe going a little bit too apeshit with the shooting. I mean, maybe too many. He like 2 Bastillodons is probably enough. I think 2 Bastillodons, an Ancient Salamander, and a Salamander was probably too much shooting. And he just lost too much ground, and his opponent was able to kind of swarm him a little bit. I don't know. Because right now, Sipa's getting 3 victory tickets, and Sipa easy wins now if he just spams infantry. Just spam infantry out all day and just secure your points and make it so even if your opponent starts to outvalue trade you, they just can't get the points back quickly. All right, that's how you do it. That is how you get her done. All right, so Lord Mazdamundi, who did we decide is the Eric Cartman of the game? Yeah, I mean, he has some big Eric Cartman energy. Like sitting on, like, playing WoW in his chair and not leaving to do anything. Big Eric Cartman energy. But I don't know. It's hard to say. So what do we have here? Bastillodon trying to rally. Medusa is still very much alive. And the Bastillodon will be defeated by the Medusa. Medusas have anti-large halberds in melee. So they can simply fight this Bastillodon there and win it. And that's going to be a victory for the Druchii. Dude, we're seeing High Elves win today. We're seeing Dark Elves win today. Just all sorts of off-meta. Been very fun. Yeah, Greasus is Eric Cartman, right? Yeah, Greasus is the big Eric Cartman energy. All right, guys. Value for Rackhearth, 1,700. Really decent, actually. Scourge Runners didn't do badly, and the Medusa was quite pimping as well. All right. And very fun. Great game by Sipa. That was very impressive. And Charix is on the back foot, but he's got the dreaded Zoomer Gen Alpha energy. So, I mean, he's gonna not wither as the day goes on. Like, the other old men players are going to get tired, but Charix is young enough that he'll be fine. So, all right. Here's the prize for today, by the way. And let's go ahead and switch on over here and take a look at things. GG, well to the played. Now we're going to get into the match with Enticity, and there it is. All right. Hey, Lich Lord, thank you for giving out 10 community subs. That's super generous, man. Thank you. You didn't need to do that. Oh, Tomb Kings versus Warriors of Chaos. Let's freaking go. All right, so this is going to be wrong one. There it is. All right, so I need to update the score, by the way. So that was currently Sipa's going to be up 2-1 here. And then we're going to switch over to this correct one, which is going to be OwnGoal versus Enticity here. All right. Cool. Let's freaking party, man. I'm loving... Watching the pinnacle of play is so fun. It's so freaking fun. It's the best. Yeah, just these big dogs battling it out, man. Hey, Lich Lord, thank you, man. The Kraken King, he wants that $500. Yeah, we found a sponsor a couple days before the event. He reached out, Magic D. Shout out to you, homie. I don't know if you're hanging out and watching, but seriously, you made this event very special, so thank you. That's a pretty big prize pool for the Total War community because Creative Assembly will put up like between $2,000 to $3,000. This is like, aside from Creative Assembly official, this is like the biggest prize pool event, probably in the community. Right now, at least. I don't think Land Battle does any prize money, to my knowledge. I think they do trophies, which is awesome. I'm going to reach out to somebody as well. Somebody offered to make a trophy green. If you're hanging out here as well, we'll talk. Maybe we could incorporate a trophy today as well. That would be really, really fun. Trophies are really cool. Me and the boys got you up on the big screen. Enticity Fan Club. Hell yeah. He's a great one to be a fan of. He rules. He rules. Yeah, Ent's a great guy, man. I've known him for years. He's a real Chad. He's been a great core piece of the Total War competitive community. All right. Hi, Queen Khalida. Let's get it. Let's have some fun and see how this match goes. So Enticity is up 2-0. So if he wins it, let's see what's cooking. Looking at the build here of Enticity, I love it. Oh, Knights of Immolation and Archaon, I can only be so erect. Forsaken in the front line, backed up by Knights of Immolation up in the sky. These guys, of course, very disruptive, and their bombardments can do some good work. So really good at cooking, like Skeleton Horsemen equivalent, Skeleton Horsemen, Skeleton Warriors, whatever. A little bit vulnerable against Sepulchral Stalkers and Ushabti Greatbows, but I don't hate it. Archaon the Ever-Chad, he's been meta in this matchup for a long time. He's a raid boss. He can beat Cetra. He can roast infantry using the Burning Head, and just really tanky. He has like 6,900 HP, absolute raid boss. And some Aspiring Champions in the high ground as well. Really good annoying capture weight there, which is good. All right, guys, looking at the build here of OwnGoal, it's going to be a front line of skirmishers. Oh, I like this. So he's Vanguard deploying the Eyes of the Desert, backed up by Skeleton Horsemen, which is great. We do have these Skeleton Spearmen, Ushabti, so a very dynamic, well-rounded build. And Khalida is going to be on foot? What the hell is a foot Khalida good for? I mean, I would have assumed going to be on the Snake. So we do have the Venom Staff. Oh, so he's just going to be trying to use the Venom Staff to crowd clear infantry. Okay, I don't hate that idea. I mean, OwnGoal is extremely good, so we're going to see if it works. All right, guys. So moving up are the Dread Legions of the Tomb Kings. Chaos advancing as well. Forsaken are pretty S tier against the Tomb Kings. The one thing about Forsaken is they annihilate Tomb King's infantry, but they get hard countered by Ushabti. So it's an interesting paradigm in that matchup, like who can get the correct angles and engagements and all that kind of stuff, right? Oh, look at that. First bombardment's going to be active. Enticity with a bombardment. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Right on the Skeleton Spearmen there. Melting those bad boys. Oh, dude, that's freaking so good. And they have a couple charges of that, I think. I think they have, like, how many charges? It's four uses? That's not bad at all, especially if you can get it on Nakar Warriors. That's going to be nice. Objective 1 goes to Chaos. Objective 3 going to be going to the Tomb Kings, as we do see the Forsaken retreating back. This is smart. You probably don't want to engage against Ushabti here and all these bad boys. Archaon the Ever-Chosen getting a little bit greedy back here. How is he taking so much damage? What the hell? Oh, Sepulchral Stalkers. Okay, so Archaon in a dangerous situation here. He's going to need to run. He got blasted by those Sepulchral Stalkers. Man, oh man. Losing a massive amount of his HP. But any Chaos player worth their salt is going to bring a Nurgle caster in reserve with Archaon. And if Archaon gets low, you bring out a Nurgle Sorcerer just to heal him. It's 100% worth it. It's 100% worth it. So Aspiring Champions battling against Ushabti. Not a good matchup for the champions, but honestly, Chaos doesn't really have much here to fight them, so they're going to have to just use pure attrition here. Laser Beam's coming in as well, and it looks like the Ushabti maybe going to retreat back, letting the Warriors and the Eyes of the Desert continue shooting. OwnGoal looking very comfortable over on objective number 3 here. So he's going to be hanging out there. Objective number 2 is looking good for Chaos, and objective 1 as well. Big Burning Head going to be going down. That is going to be some Christmas cooking right there, as we do see a perfect one. Oh my god. Basically just KOs that Nakar Warrior unit, although they endured it pretty well. Now, Knights of Immolation did land in the back. They were used to land on top of the Eyes of the Desert, which is a very bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for them. They're going to be forced to retreat right now, so giving OwnGoal a lot of value. And right now, I would say Tomb Kings are massively winning the trades. Getting the Knights of Immolation low, getting Archaon down to half health. The Ushabti are on top of infantry, right? So everything is looking a little bit better for OwnGoal right now in this match. Dragon Ogres being called in, though. So Dragon Ogres are a rare sighting as well. I love to see it. I mean, with Hellstriders getting a slight nerf, I thought that would encourage a little bit of diversity in terms of anti-large for Warriors of Chaos. And honestly, they're going to be okay here. Because Dragon Ogres will smash the Eyes of the Desert in combat and or any of those type of units, right? So objectives still belonging to Chaos here. Archaon's going to be retreating back. Forsaken are ripping and tearing here, but they are battling Foot Khalida. So Khalida is going to be gathering in here, and she's a good fighter. She lacks armor piercing, but oh, look at that. She's using her little serpent staff there. Pretty badass. Forsaken getting worn down. Another Burning Head going to be activated for Enticity. Is going to be cooking into the Spearman there. So not the best cast, not the worst. As the Dragon Ogres are going to be maneuvering to the high ground, looking to stack on top of the Forsaken and provide a little bit of combat support. Hellstriders also called in as well. So the Hellstriders are here. A lot of anti-large has arrived for the Warriors of Chaos, so if they can get rid of the Skeleton Spearmen, they'll probably start to win some of these trades here. Enticity down in value, and Archaon is just kind of cackling in the high ground here. He's very, very low. Oh shit, look at that. We have a light caster. Oh, he's using Shem's Burning Gaze to snipe Archaon. Oh shit. So the Lich Priest is using the Shem's Burning Gaze to blast Homeboy. Oh, that's clever. I don't hate that, man. OwnGoal with some forbidden tech. He did not want to go quietly out of the series with a 2-0. We're going to see if he's going to be able to win this one, but honestly looking very dominant for the Tomb Kings right now. We see Archaon is in the pits right now. You know, the Dragon Ogres are being tar-pitted with spears. Tomb Kings are winning most of the fights, like winning the middle fight with the Ushabti. Ushabti here in a favorable fight versus Aspiring Champions. Everything is basically looking better for OwnGoal right now. He's trying to claw it back for old RTK, you know? So as far as the finals go, I know we have 2 RTK players, I think. I know OwnGoal is RTK and Charix. Enticity is representing ODM, and I don't know what clan Sipa is in. I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure he's in one. All right, so middle objective is in the process of flipping, and it looks like it is going to be going to the Bone Daddies. And yeah, I just think Enticity is kind of cooked. He is just like tabled off the battlefield. Archaon getting bullied super hard. The Ushabti countering the Forsaken Aspiring Champion build, and the Dragon Ogres are doing probably okay considering, but yeah, they're looking to be in a little bit of trouble right there. So we do see the spears moving up, and really cool to see. We've seen Rakarth, we've seen Khalida, we've seen so many neat games here today, guys. It's been amazing. All right, so the Dragon Ogres are eating some laser beams to the head, and yeah, man, it's going down. Sipa belongs to you guys. He's just shy. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Japardors. All right, so how are we looking over here? Hellstriders battling it out versus Carrion, and we do see more Carrion moving up this way. Outside objective is attempting an attempted theft by Enticity, but OwnGoal should be able to just move some spears and some quick skeleton horsemen over here, which is exactly what he does to counteract that. Enticity is heavily on the back foot here. You would need to see some massive blunders here by the Tomb Kings to lose this. He would need to just go and like place Khalida on a sacrificial altar to the Chaos Gods, and then like that would need to be how this game goes. And even then, he might still, you know, the Tomb Kings might still win. So Horseman coming over, Forsaken going to be trying, but the Horseman and the Spearman should be able to get this. Archie is on his way over as well. Khalida just needs to hold on to 2 points. You know, for the forces of OwnGoal, he really doesn't need to do much more. He just needs to hold 2 points and he wins. Easier said than done, of course. We do see the Skeleton Horseman attempting to charge off the throwing axes. Archie going to be coming over. Forsaken and a good burning head from Archaon. He's doing a good job keeping Archaon alive, considering all the magic missiles and nastiness that's been occurring. But yeah, not going to be an easy one. All right, more units on the way out. It's going to be Skeleton Spearman waddling up towards the objective. We do see the Shem's Burning Gaze coming in. It looks like that one did miss. It probably hit into the back of some of the Skeleton Horsemen right there. Did it connect? I think that one might have missed. It was a little bit hard to tell. But Carrion flying in, good choice. Carrion are going to be excellent at disrupting some of the Marauder Horsemen right there. And we do see the Sepulchral Stalkers and the Skeleton Horsemen Archers on their way over. Meanwhile, on objective number 1 here, looking to be pretty rock hard for the Tomb Kings. The Dragon Ogres are doing good, but they're going to be tar-pitted and swarmed by several units here. So if we zip over there and take a look, how much value do they get? Dragon Ogres hitting 1,100, not bad, honestly. They are, I think, what, 1,600 though, so they're not cheap. 1,400, somewhere in that ballpark. But yeah, they're going to go down to all those units. Dragon Ogres are relatively tanky though. And will the Tomb Kings be able to hold this one down? I think so. I mean, they might lose it, but they're going to get it back relatively quickly, I do think. Enticity coming in with the Hellstriders charging into spear units. Not sure what's going on there, as OwnGoal does call in some artillery in the back. I could have sworn I saw it. Yeah, we see a Screaming Skull Catapult, which is going to be quite excellent at just wearing down infantry units, right? Man, if Enticity comes back from this, I'm going to be so shocked. I mean, I want to say it looks massively Tomb Kings favored, but you can never count him out. He's got such good micro, and his decision-making is just so S-tier that, yeah, I think maybe he could find a way back, like getting a big isolation, knocking down this army here. You never know. Shem's Burning Gaze is going to be online again soon, but Tomb Kings are stealing the high ground objective. So this is what happens when you when you're super far behind in value. Your opponent's just going to have more shit on the field than you, and that means they can come up and just like threaten objectives on the sides, whereas you have to commit everything you have to the fights just to get back in the game, you know, so that's the thing. This point's in flux. Tomb Kings are holding it. Does look like they're going to force these guys off. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Enticity tap out in like the next 45 seconds, give or take. That would be my wager, because he's basically tabled. He doesn't have much left, and he's not that far ahead. Like, the points are too close for it to be like a Helm's Deep situation, you know? And Warriors of Chaos do manage to get this objective, but Khalida as well as the Nahakar Warriors should be able to get it. Now we have the Monkeys of the Blood God on their way in. It's going to be the Blood Beast, so it sounds like a Rob Zombie song. Blood Beast! But yeah, Blood Beasts are not bad. They have good stopping power, but struggle against Skeleton Spears and those kind of chaff units most likely. Tomb Kings are on the way of getting that objective back, and up here we do see the Horsemen able to steal this objective. So the remnants of the Dragon Ogres are going to be getting cleaned up, and objective number 1 is going to be going to the Bone Daddies, as is objective number 3. And I think the Kraken King, you know, he can bleed. A god can bleed here, that is true, but still plenty of games left to be played. Last time, I think they went to Game 5. Between these two players. I'm pretty sure it went to Game 5. All right, guys. Lich Priests of Light hanging out nearby. And we do have the Skeleton Horsemen arriving. They're going to be able to bully these units. And Khalida could probably beat Archeon at this point. Like, even though she's a foot-based character that lacks armor piercing, Archeon is very, very damaged and very tattered. Aspiring Champions trying to fight in the middle. A couple Forsaken coming in. The Blood Beast is getting shredded, yes. The Spear's really able to do some work. Enticity did jump up in value, but he's still behind by quite a bit. Quite a bit. The Burning Head, that's going to be a clutch one. I mean, God's here Burning Head right in the middle of that entire formation, although if it had gone the other way, it would have been a little bit stronger, but it's really hard to tell in the heat of the moment, right? Probably going to see a new Shopti summon from OwnGoal. That would be the correct play. A new Shopti summon in the middle to shut down the Forsaken split push would be very, very nice. And, yeah, Archeon. Oh, the Shem's Burning Gaze misses again. He's having trouble getting line of sight, but Archie is -4 leadership. He's broken, and that has got to be all she wrote. OwnGoal is just going to be kind of farming his army now as he moves in. Obviously, Forsaken will do very well against these guys. Catapult's bombarding in. Some nice topical damage there. Horsemen and Spears versus Hellstriders. And just like we talked about Ushopti, right? You know, still got it, baby. Ushopti coming in. Archeon is broken and running for the hills with not negative leadership at the moment, but soon to be in the pits. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be all she wrote. There they go. Ushopti cruising up on the point. A couple Skeleton Spears going to be moving as well. Catapults bombarding. And, yeah, I don't think there's any way Enticity can win this. I mean, obviously, the series is still up in the air, but this particular game is looking pretty grim bones. Pulling in here, Hellstriders getting a nice attack into the Ushopti. A good target, of course. But, yeah, he's just so far behind. And with Archeon running. Archeon, oh, this is so clutch, by the way. Archeon being chased by the freaking Carrion, although a bit of a blunder. Oh, man, OwnGoal lets Archeon come back, so that's a big one for Enticity there. Horsemen coming back to battle out against the Marauders. Middle objective is in flux. Enticity is still scrapping, though, man. I don't know. Is he going to find a way to win this? That would just be nuts, right? That would just be insane if he wins this. Khalida is still shambling around the battlefield. This outside objective looking pretty secure. His Marauders will lose to these Horsemen. And the high ground objective is a little bit contested as well. Could he find his way back into this? No freaking way, right? Like, the middle objective is going to go back to the Tomb Kings here in a minute after the Ushopti counter these infantry units. Horsemen and Nakar warriors coming in as well. I mean, he's just bouncing between the points using the, his fast Hellstriders and Forsaken to play the objective game. But I just don't think it's going to be possible. OwnGoal is just too resilient on the field. He's got too many units left. The Ushopti is such a good counter. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't bring an Urglecaster. It seems like a huge blunder from Enticity. Just to get in there and give Archeon a fleshy abundance, because then he can get back in there and start bullying Khalida and like trying to pull the game back. But yeah, Khalida value. Let's see. So she's sitting at 1,400. So yeah, she's very cheap. Like with her current build, it's it's cheap. Yeah, it is cheap. So objective 3 looking safe. Objective 2 for the Tomb Kings, and objective 1 belongs to the Warriors of Chaos. Ent is down pretty heavily in value. A couple of Hellstriders going to be getting creepy, but being kited and poked by the Skeleton Horsemen. And another unit of Skeleton Horsemen coming out. Burning Head down the hill does cook some of the Spearmen. And the Hellstrider is going to be getting a nice charge into the Ushopti here. As Shem's Burning Gaze is coming from downtown, and it nails Archeon. Archeon's at 500 HP. Khalida getting in there with some crazy anime attacks. And there are Sepulchral Stalkers. Archie is at 166. The Lord of the End Time's in trouble. And Anticity's going to be tapping out right as Archeon is killed and knocked off his horse. Look how thematic that is. He was literally falling off his horse. All right. GG. Well played. So, OwnGoal is in the series. It is 1-2 now. Enticity just needs to win one more game to advance on to the grand finals. OwnGoal needs to win 2 more. Archeon sitting at 1,800 value. Forsaken had some good performances, some bad one. The big weak point seemed to be the Knights of Immolation. They just got caught in some bad fights, and I think that was what set Enticity back early on. Dragon Ogres didn't do badly. Khalida was very Chad. Shem's Burning Gaze was incredibly good, by the way. I have not seen that tech before, so take some notes, guys. Take some notes. All right, so let's go ahead here and do this. And we're going to go jump to the other game real quick. So thank you guys for joining. And it's Ushopti from the top buckle. C4, thank you for resubscribing. All right. So Turin semis here. Sipa has an opportunity to close out the series. The Lich Priest only 400 gold. Talk about a steal and a half, right? Yeah, Sipa up 2-1. Warriors of Chaos versus Wood Elves. All right, we're going to get some fun games. Okay. Ushopti, great weapons, be a good idea. No, regular Ushopti already get the job done, I think. I don't think you need that. Yeah. End time stopped. Everybody go home. Yep. Call Games Workshop. The retcon is in. The end times hath fallen. Honestly, if I were, If I were G-Dubs, I would straight up just like just retcon the end times. Continue the old world, whatever. Like screw that. Yeah, so Warriors of Chaos versus Wood Elf. Charix is probably the top 2, top 3 Wood Elf player in the entire world, if not number 1. Him and Serkia. Who else is really good at Wood Elves these days? I know Serkia isn't as active anymore, but Serkia was definitely up there. But Charix is probably the number 1 Wood Elf player, right? In the world right now? End times is fan fiction, that's right. Those are facts right there. All right, guys, I'm going to go refill my water, and I will be right back. Oh my god, they started already? All right, here we go, guys. Sorry. We're back in business. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Game 4 between Charix and Sepa. It is going to be the Warriors of Chaos versus the Wood Elves. And looking at the Elven army, it is going to be a classic Waywatcher build. So it's going to be triple Waywatcher. If you guys don't know what Waywatchers do, they're just hard armor-piercing snipers. Going to be looking to get the picks on the enemy lords and all those other good things. Yeah, no, I grabbed some water, stopped by the restroom and all that, but yes. Wildwood Rangers, Lifecaster as well to heal up the big sisters of Twilight in the Sky, and that is going to be it. So Warriors of Chaos going to be going Aspiring Champions, Chaos Knights, Chariots, Chaos Knights over here, and then also a Sorcerer of Fire. So that is going to be that. All right, guys. So it looks like it's going to be a full tilt rush from Sepa. Man, I'm glad I came back in time for this. So they're going to be moving in. It is going to be the Sibilant Slaughtercade, Chaos Knights, and more Chaos Knights, but they're getting worked on. A lot of damage on these Knights. These ones are going to get countercharged by the Wild Hunters of Kurnus as well. So that's going to be a ton of DPS. And here we do see the Sibilant Slaughtercade getting right on top of the archer units. And a Burning Head from Archeon, not Archeon, but the Sorcerer of Fire is going to be quite nasty. So nice one there, cooks through the Wildwood Rangers. But has this charge been effective? Sibilant Slaughtercade has gotten into 2 archer units. It has given the Warriors of Chaos a decent cap situation. They are at a 2-to-1 cap. So that is nice, but man, the Chaos Knights are getting pushed back. I mean, every Wood Elf player who plays Wood Elves a lot is used to being bum rushed by Chaos Knights, and it seems like Charix is so well prepared for it, as we see one unit of Chaos Knights get pushed back here. And yeah, man, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus and the Sisters of Twilight are just doing such heavy lifting. Breath Attack going to be coming in from the Dragon, going to be cooking some of the infantry on the ground right there. So we do see the Hellstriders here getting messed up a bit as they are sitting at 28, 27. The model count is dropping rapidly. Wild Hunters have already probably paid for themselves, about 1,500 value. And in the backfield, we do see Charix fending off the Sibilant Slaughtercade, using the Glade Riders of Spears and the Remnants of the Waywatchers, both of whom stabilize, although one Waywatcher unit has been taken offline here. So 1.5 archers offline here. A partial success for the Warriors of Chaos. Value trading is still kind of close, but I do think that the Wood Elves are probably in a more commanding position as the Burning Head here is going to be dodged. So the Wildwood Rangers do push back these Chaos Warriors. Sisters of Twilight get back up in the sky and still have pretty good ammunition. Waywatchers are still functional, and that's really, really bad for the Warriors of Chaos. The fact that those 2 elite archers are still cooking is very tough. But, I mean, Chaos still does have a lot of infantry. We have the Aspiring Champs unit of Chaos Warriors, and more Aspiring Champions coming in. So there's a chance that they could roll over and potentially threaten the objectives. Although there are a lot of Wildwood Rangers on the field still. We got one here that's in pretty good health, another one over here, and they are a bit of a counter to Chaos Warriors, right? So Hellstriders are being called out here, and up in the sky, the Sisters of Twilight are going to get their pot shots on. Yeah, where do they go there? Okay, some Witchcraft is activated here. Flesh to Stone on the Eternal Guard is really interesting. I think he was expecting a cavalry charge there. And now Sipa going to be using the Hellstriders to charge into the Wildwood Rangers. But these are anti-large Hellstriders, so they're not going to do much against infantry. I mean, it's not useless, but the damage is going to be relatively insignificant, right? Big Breath Attack from the Sisters Dragon. That's a nice one. Going to be cooking down the pipe on the Chaos Warriors. And Burning Head also activated there. So the Eternal Guard are going to be getting roasted. There we go. And there we go. So that was a beautiful Burning Head by the Warriors of Chaos. And they're going to need every morsel of strength to get back in this with the value deficit they are facing right now. This is really solid, though. This is good. Having the 2 Wildwood Rangers, Waywatchers being chased down by 1 Aspiring Champion is very, very strong. Because it's going to keep them from shooting nonstop. And these are expensive archers, right? You want those things to be shooting nonstop. But I think the Warriors of Chaos are probably going to end up losing this game simply because of the big dragon. The Sisters of Twilight are going to be able to just bully most of these units on the ground, right? You can already see the Chaos Warriors are getting bullied a little bit. Hellstriders are ineffectively fighting against infantry. I mean, here it's not bad with the support of the Sorcerer Lord, but overall, the hardwood should be able to kind of endure this. A couple Wild Hunters of Kurnus on the field. Aspiring Champions causing havoc. And Charix is now moving up his archers onto the point to try and provide some fire support here with the Wildwood Rangers, right? He's given it his all. All right. So how's the battle looking? Value looking to favor Charix. Charix is the one with healing on the roster as well. I didn't see what magic Charix actually brought out of the gate. So, ooh, big Burning Head opportunity there. That's going to be a nice one. Because Aspiring Champions don't really care about getting caught by Burning Head, so you just cast it right through your own unit, cook those 2 bad boys, and you're going to be living your best life. All right, Wild Hunters versus Aspiring Champions. These guys are going to be retreating back. Objective number 1 here is owned by the Wood Elves, but the Chaos Infantry Corps is doing a good job resecuring that. And in response to the massive hordes of Chaos Infantry, we are going to be seeing Charix responding here with Wild Riders. Now, Wild Riders don't have great armor piercing, but they have really good shock damage. So on the charge, with their charge bonus of 68 active, they can actually do some incredibly heavy lifting and get some good work done. So I don't hate that at all. All right, moving on out are the Wild Riders. And we do see Senor Dragon trying to head off the Chaos Chariot. It's cool to see Chaos Chariots in play. Very off-meta play from these players. Looking at the objectives, objective number 2 is going to be owned by Wood Elves. Objective 1 is being threatened by Chaos, but is owned by Wood Elves. I think the Wild Riders coming in here and rear charging this position should get the job done. Looks like the Wood Elves were trying to steal this objective with the Spellsinger of Life, which was on the other side. And Chaos, though, is going to be able to fend them off with the Sorcerer Lord. Although a sniping opportunity, yeah, Waywatchers are watching, but Sipa has really good micro. Is he going to be able to dodge this? He does, man. Really, really good, clean micro. These guys are playing all out. Like, that's such an easy thing to miss. But the Waywatchers creeping and stalking after the Chaos Sorcerer is quite good. Dryads coming in. Dryads do get hard countered by the Aspiring Champions, though. But yeah, Wood Elves just seem so dominant on the value trading. The Wild Riders cleaning up the entire middle. You can see Wood Elf victories across the board. Sipa really looking very bare bones. He has 1 unit of Aspiring Champions, a raggedy unit of Chaos Warriors, and a single Chariot here. And that's really all he has. Probably going to see Hellstriders being spammed out for the rest of the game by him, but there's so many Wood Elf infantry on the field. I think that the Sisters of Twilight are going to get it done. Current value on them is 1,500. They're probably going to go to single fire missile mode and start sniping the Sorcerer. I think that would be a very brilliant play. Wild Riders extending a little bit deeply. Don't want to go into Chaos Spawn Zone. They're now going to be charging into the these guys here, and they didn't have a charge order, so that means the Wild Riders could actually lose that. If they had a charge order, they probably would have actually won that. So, no, rush builds are very good. They're very good, Bum, but it just depends on the map and the matchup, right? Like, this map is a very good choke point map. It's hard to, because this terrain makes it hard to, like, full rush somebody. And typically in domination mode, when you full rush, you build up longer before you rush. So you wait, you see them, and you build up a bigger army, and then you rush. So the meta is just a little bit different for it, but rush builds are very strong. It just depends on the matchup and the map. All right, GG, well played. So Charix was able to counterpunch super hard. Yeah, his opponent came in with an all-out rush. He was ready for it. He counterpunched, used the Sisters, defended well, called out his own heavy cavalry, and got the job done. And a really cool build by Sipa. Very like old school land battle style, but here it was not able to get the job done. So that is going to be 2-2 here as Charix is going to be tying it up here. All right. So now we're going to go do the next game of the series between OwnGoal and Enticity to see who's going to be advancing on that side of the bracket. That was a lot of fun indeed. And let us go ahead and get that set up. The prize for today is going to be $500 for first place and $200 for second. So if you make it to the finals, you're basically guaranteed a prize, which is pretty cool if you ask me. So there we go, and here it is. So no, it's just regular water, guys. Yeah, nothing crazy. I went to get the water. I stopped to talk to the wife, you know. We missed a little bit of the game, but honestly, we didn't really miss any of the action. We got there for the rush. It worked out great. Let's go here, set this up. There we go. And outstanding. So switching back to this, it's going to be this one. All right. So Dwarves versus the Empire. Oh, here we go. The Sisters got about 1,700 value. Yeah, nothing crazy, but they were healthy and they were terror routing things. So, you know, with monsters don't always have to get their value back. If they terror route shit, then it kind of like pays for themselves in a way. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So Dwarves versus Empire. Enticity seems to feel this is good for the Empire. I think it is too. He did lose this matchup earlier in the tournament, though. So he played Oishi in a best of 3. And he did lose his game where he was playing Empire against Dwarves. Oishi came out with a 3 cannon build and was able to blast him into the Shadow Realm with Ent's Mass Cav build. So Enticity probably going to switch up his style here. I think he's going to switch. Probably doesn't want that to happen again. Map is going to be Norscan Rise. And players are going to do it. Okay. Okay, let me check with Enticity here real quick. Ready when you are. We only just picked our factions? Oh my god. So they only just picked their factions. God damn, dude. God damn. Are you asking me if I would choose between Guinness or Sapporo? Sapporo, Guinness. Guinness, like dark beer is my favorite. Yeah, I drink beer maybe once every 2 months. I'll have a beer. But when I do, give me a dark beer all day. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Okay. So let's get it. It's going to be Dwarves versus Empire. They're building their armies now. For anybody who needed a moment of downtime, you know, need to get some water, chill out a little bit, now's the time to do it. Go grab a little snack, you know, heat up your coffee or tea if you're in a cold climate. Yeah, we'll do an Age of the Ring stream soon. I play every night, so I'm just, you know, this is the big hog event though for Total War. So yeah, Dwarf vs Empire used to be very dwarf favored, but the Empire has gotten Hochland long rifles and a couple other things that made the matchup way better. Yeah. So if I were playing against dwarves, I would probably go for like a double Witch Hunter Balthazar Gelt, like 4 Hochland long rifles. I don't know. It depends on the map too. It's hard. It's a tricky matchup, but I think at the highest levels it's pretty even-ish. Went to the chops, had to stream it onto my headphones. Nice, Aurelian. That's fun. Do you intend to use camera for streams in the future? Yeah, when we move. So when we move to our wherever we end up moving, I'm going to set up the place we're in. The room I'm in now isn't very good for it, but we're going to set up a streaming layer that we'll use cameras in between games to chat, but I probably won't use a camera like a face cam during the games because I find it to be a distraction a little bit. Although some games where it's funny to see someone's reaction when they get owned, it could be fun, but we'll see. Give us the topless stream. You guys know you want it, you dirty dogs. Who's the most bro pair of bros in Warhammer? Ooh. Oh, man. That's a good question. I mean, Gotrek and Felix, obviously. Yeah. One sec here, guys. Let's do this. But for sure, going to be Gotrek and Felix. All right, so we have a little bit of time here. I'll be right back. Sounds like someone's at the door. I'm going to go see who it is. But I promise you guys, I will be back before this game starts. They're still building their armies anyways, so it's legit going to be a couple minutes. Yeah. I don't know. I think Empire and Dwarves is more even-ish now. It looks like Anticity's ready. I'll be right back. One sec. Need to see who's there. The dog is howling. All right, guys, we're back. I told you I would be back before the game started. I told you. Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this duel of fates between Enticity and OwnGoal. It is going to be Dwarves versus Empire. Now, OwnGoal this time going to be using a massive battle line of Dwarf Warriors backed up by Quarrelers and Slayers to defend them. So, very standard Dwarves with a single cannon. So, only one cannon in this situation, which is interesting. Historically, you've seen 2 or 3 cannons there, which is always fun. And it's going to be the true king of Carrick 8 Peaks. It is going to be Belagar the Iron Hammer. Now, he's just a cheap tanky character. He just sits on the objectives and, rubs his beard, and that's basically it. So Enticity with a very Enticity build, which is cavalry and shooting. He's no infantry for him. He does have the crossbowmen, the silver bullets, Hockland long rifles, Airgate Jaeger Corps, Empire Knights, Free Company Militia on the high ground, and Boris Toddbringer up in the sky. So Toddy's good. He can screen gyros. He can dive into enemy lines. He heals. All is good in the neighborhood. So thank you guys for your patience. So we're really close friends with our neighbors, and our neighbors have a kid who is, I think he's 11 now. But when I updated my computer, I gave him my old gaming rig, and he just came over and was knocking on the door. He had some questions about it. He's like, oh, how do I fix this setting or that? And so I'm gonna go help him with that later. But anyways, we do have the engineer with the mercurial shot, which is very good against dwarves, very good against most things. All 3 objectives going to be going to the Empire out of the gates. And are we going to be seeing a dreaded OwnGoal buildup? So if you guys don't remember, the artist formerly known as Tim, he likes to build up a huge army before pushing. It's one of his famous styles, the Mordor tactics, right? So the cannon is shooting out here and blasting into the Empire Knights and immediately getting some good work done there. Classic corner camping dwarves. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. In corner camping, you can't corner camp in domination mode because you lose on objectives. Like if the dwarves corner camp, then they're just gonna pull back and just hold the objectives and win, right? So that's that. All right. So, anyways, it is going to be cannons shooting across over at the Ergig Jaeger Corps, which have revealed, and Enticity is getting real cagey here, moving around the side with Big Toddy, and now we get a gyrocopter being called out. So OwnGoal going to be using a steam gyrocopter to pressure Boris Todbringer, which honestly isn't bad. Oh my god, the Mercurial shot down the side. Look at that. Oh my goodness. So able to blast it pretty hard in the paint there on those Dwarf Warriors. All right, all right. So Toddy going to be chasing the gyros now as the dwarves just kind of slow push up on the objectives. The cannon could shoot at any number of targets, but going after the Hawk and Long Rifles is certainly not a bad choice, but the heavy cavalry would be the ideal choice. Dwarves rolling up on objective 1, now being shot by the long-range firepower here of the Empire. Silver bullets and archers are blasting into the Dwarf Warriors, but they do have silver shields, so they're going to mitigate 55% of those attacks there. Toddy going after the cannon, and the engineer creeping in the shadows as well, as are some Empire Knights. All right. So Enticity was able to get some Empire Knights fully sneaky in the woods, and they're going to be moving towards the cannon, but one cannon taken offline already by Toddy is quite huge. Actually wavering, so most likely going to be back online as the Slayers do arrive. So objective 2 is going to be going to dwarves, objective 1 as well. And now the dwarven bows are going to be setting up shot, and they're going to be ripping fat ones into the silver bullets. So that's a really cost-inefficient trade there for old Enticity, as the silver bullets are going to need to retreat. Long rifles are being called out in droves. Hawk on long rifles are one of the main units that changed the dynamic of this matchup. But, I mean, if OwnGoal blunders his cannons back here and lets them get run down by cavalry and by Boris Todbringer, that's one way to lose the game, that's for damn sure. Dwarven cannon crews are really, really resilient. Looks like Slayer's going to be running over here. I mean, I really think he should just defend his cannons. Just park the Slayers on top of them and not really care. But he's being very, very relaxed with his cannons right now and just kind of letting them get trampled over. In the meantime, the long rifle shooting doing good work. Mercurial shot melting the Quarrelers. It tends to do a lot of damage if you're down the side of a unit. So if you line up on the side of the Quarrelers there, it can be pretty nasty indeed. On the backside, Ergig Jaeger Corps as well as Hawk and Long Rifle still melting into a lot of the range units. Points do favor Enticity, but it is a 2-to-1 cap for the dwarves right now. And really, really letting those cav run down those freaking artillery pieces feels bad. Granted, Dwarven leadership is pretty insane. Even the Dwarven crews are able to just kind of cackle and endure those charges very, very well. But it does seem like the Empire's kind of pulling ahead a little bit. Like the dwarves without their artillery support and the cannons running through them really, really is super, super tough. I mean, dwarves, really all you need to do is put one Slayer on top of the cannons, and there's nothing the Empire could do. Basically, the cannons would just endure. And every time you come in to attack them, you would have a pretty horrific trade, as a matter of fact. So Ekron's Miners are called out from OwnGoal. Dwarves are one of the most annoying factions in the game, though, in terms of like their grindiness. Like, you'll be ahead of them by like 4,000 value, and you're like, they're still coming! Like, the 5 HP dwarves are going to be chasing down your freaking missile pieces, right? There's a lot of stuff like that. So, Slayer's able to get a decent fight versus these bad boys, and the Dwarven Quarrelers do come partially back online. OwnGoal does have a couple of them advancing up. And does he manage to get the cannons online? So one cannon is fully online here. He does get this one, which is going to be fat. And the other one is being harried and attacked by an engineer. So a couple Slayers going to need to get over there and deal with it. As the true king of Carrick 8 Peaks is going to be hanging out here and chilling in the middle. So somebody in chat saying artillery seems to be a dangerous thing to bring against mobility monster like Enticity. As a matter of fact, Enticity's only game he's lost in the tournament so far, aside from this one versus Tim, or OwnGoal, was against Oishi. Oishi beat him with the mass artillery build earlier. So it is something that can work. He tried to dive it, but Oishi had like 3 or 4 Slayers defending it and was able to just keep them at bay. All right, so gyros are online, shooting into the Free Company militia, really nasty. I mean, this is, you think you're winning against dwarves, and then suddenly you start looking at that value metric, and you're like, wait a second, they're coming back. They've returned. Because this is so cost-effective. Having some crappy 400 gold infantry unit that's so hard to remove, chasing down your expensive gun units in the back, like the amount of effort the Empire is going to have to use to get this Dwarf Warrior to stop chasing this Hawk and Long Rifle is pretty insane, right? Couple cav coming in, but that's still even going to take them a while because of their armor and their high melee defense and things like that, right? All right, objective 1 is owned by dwarves. Objective 2 is owned by the dwarves as well. We do see the Empire Knights here are currently sitting at about 1,000 HP as the advancing Slayers and Giant Slayers move up towards objective number dose here. But yeah, it looks like the Dwarves are pretty comfortable on points. And guys, the Dowie Tide has no breaks, as we see multiple units of chaff units heading up there, getting ready to steal the objective. The Dwarves are being an absolute menace. Now, Greatswords are called in. Greatswords are not a good starting unit against Dwarves, but they're a good mid-game, late-game unit, because in a scattered fight, once the Dwarven shooting is shut down and the battle is chaotic, that's when the Greatswords can feast, because they can crush Slayers in combat and they'll beat all the basic Dwarf infantry up until like Hammerer tier units, right? They'll beat Longbeards, you name it. Boris Todbringer actually going for a kill on Toddy, which is a bold strategy. On Belegar. The cannons could be trained to shoot at Boris Todbringer, but I think shooting at the Greatswords and the Cavalry is probably more important. Just let Belegar tank it and hope that he survives. And now we do see OwnGoal moving over here. So the Miners going to be heading up towards Objective 3. So that is going to be a triple cap for the Dwarves, which is going to be putting Ent on the back foot. That is for sure. And this is do or die for OwnGoal. If the Dwarf player loses this game, Enticity will be advancing on to the Grand Finals. But look, I would be very happy if we got 2 Game 5s in the semis today. Because a lot of these tournaments, it'll just be like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. And it's like, it's cool if you get the big sweaty matches, you know? So Dwarven Cannons, though, are going to be a big carry as this game does go on. They're both still shooting in the back, and they're going to put a ton of hurt down on the advancing Greatswords. This objective here is going to be flipping in a matter of probably like 20 seconds or so. Those 2 infantry units should be able to get that. And the Empire is really struggling to retake the ground. They're having some problems. Giant Slayers will be able to fend off Boris Todbringer, and Giant Slayers will put up a fight against Greatswords. I mean, they might even win in a one-on-one fight, but they're much more expensive, so there is that. But Boris Todbringer is getting it, and we do see Belegar getting hunted down here as the cannons continue shooting from downtown. So 1 cannon and 2 cannon here. Yeah, really melting that freaking unit over there. The Knights of the Black Rose getting absolutely hammered by that cannon fire. But Greatswords and Handgunners are moving up to the point. They're probably going to be able to get Objective 1, but the Dowie do take Objective 3 up on the high ground here. Enticity is making ground here, though. He might be able to move those guns up and get his Wizard over there to provide the capture weight and some fast cavalry to swarm that point. This game could go either way. It's very close, maybe with a slight advantage here for Enticity, I would say. Hard to say, though, man. The points are very tight. And you do not want to have a close value game with Dwarves as the Empire. It's very tough to remove the Dwarves from the objectives. All right, so Miners able to get there. We do see some blasting charges heading up, and Slayers are going to be moving up on the point. They're getting Last Samurai pretty good by the long rifles, though. These bad boys moving in there. Mohawks out for the boys. But, yeah, long rifles will be able to snipe a fair amount of them. And you don't want to lose this, though. You don't want to relinquish this objective. They're almost out of ammunition, so the Dwarves have been using the classic face-to-foot style. That is for sure. These guys are sitting at what? How much ammo? They got about 5 volleys left, and these ones are going to be sitting at only 1 volley here. But yep, Dwarves, you have to know that you've already lost Objective 1 as the Dwarf player, probably. Are they going to start consolidating their forces and just holding on to Objectives 3 and 2 here? I don't know. We'll see. The Dwarven infantry swarming down from the mountains, going to be trying to stuff into the shooting lines, but I think he realizes that it's not a good idea and is going to be pulling his Dwarves back to the objective there to hold that one. It's just going to be chaff unit spam all day for the Dowie. Probably hiding Belegar in the trees isn't terrible. And look, just when you think the Dwarves are in trouble, man, they roll up dirty and they just get all up on this. Man, oh man. They're threatening this point, like just a couple of them. That's all it takes. And these short, hairy, naked men with their battle axes fighting here. And, I mean, they will put up a fight against Greatswords. 41 against 45. The Greatswords are also eating volley fire from the gyrocopters with the steam cannons. Giant Slayer's going to be turning around. Honestly, will fight Black Rose Knights pretty well. And will the Dwarves hold on to this point? It looks like Enticity is going to be able to get this one. But here's the thing. I can tell you as somebody who has mained the Empire for a long time, you'll be doing well, but then when the ammunition runs out, shit gets real. Because the Dwarf Tide is still coming, and the tools you've been using to stifle the Dwarf Tide are not available for you anymore, right? Like the Hawklands are running out. These guys are out of ammunition now as well, so it's going to be very nasty. Sunmaker isn't used too much anymore, J Phoenix. Yeah, not as much. It's still niche viable, but you don't see it as much, no. All right, so Knights of the Black Rose rampaging in the backfield, cannon fire shooting into the cav here, and it looks like there is going to be some witchcraft. The Burning Head. Oh, interesting. What the hell? Burning Head against Dwarves? I guess he's trying to use it against Bugmans and Slayers and things like that, and Rangers. I got your attention when I said short, hairy, naked men. I love it. Yeah, really tight game, though. I mean, will the Dwarf Tide be able to waddle back? This cannon is going to be taken offline right now. Gyrocopter's still shooting and doing a great job at wearing down the Greatswords on the point. Slayers are all up on the crossbowmen here. And look, you see how the Empire armies look at a little bit bare bones, too, because of the Hawklands running out of ammunition and being taken out of play? The true king of 8 peaks is in the back, not looking too comfortable, sitting at 391 HP. Big Chad Boris Todbringer's on his way in, and probably going to be seeing the end of Belagar. We'll give you guys the cinematic hunt here, as the Griffin does descend from the skies and is going to be attacking in, probably going to be taking the beast down. And yep, nice little trample right there. Belagar does get taken down to 99 HP. He is broken, but I think that Enticity is going to go for the kill. And Belagar, oh no, he leaves him. He's like feeling generous. Oh, never mind. Okay, Belagar's dead. So he's down for the count. All right, up on the high ground, 2 cav units coming out. Double Empire Knight, going to be menacing. Should be able to wrestle that point. Gyrocopters from OwnGoal and Ekron's Miners moving in. Slayers are bro charging on the objective, and ammunition, like I said, is running very, very sparse, guys. Guns are still here, though. A fresh silver bullet is out. Knights of the Black Rose getting hammered by the remaining cannons. You can see they're hemorrhaging models as they're sitting at 37 and a low amount of HP, but good volley fire. I mean, that's really cost-effective. Shooting at the frickin' advancing Slayers, it's about as good as it gets, you know? It's about as good as it gets. All right, so Slayers up at the point, and look at that. The Dwarves are threatening the objective again. Dude, they're such a menace, man. The Dwarves are such a menace, but this is do or die for the Dwarves. If they lose this game, they are out of the tournament. They're going to be eliminated, and the prize will go to someone else. At least, you know, on the bright side for OwnGoal, if he loses this, it's not going to be second place. You know, he won't feel bad that he got super far. Like, he'll be like, all right, I got like 3rd or 4th place in the event. You know, it won't be like the dreaded second place that he always gets. All right, so Gyrocopter's coming on up. Going to be dropping a bombardment right there. And do they? Nope, they missed the bombardment. Oh, Enticity juked him a little bit. All right, and the Dowie do manage to get this point down here. This objective going to the Dwarves. Slayers are chasing shit, man. I mean, they're really annoying. Slayers coming in, more Hawk and Long Rifles in the back to keep shooting here. Enticity knows he's got to keep the pressure on, but the Dwarves do get that one back in the books. And over here on the high ground, Ekron's Miners are fighting against the Empire Knights with the support of the Gyrocopters. And there's a high likelihood the Dwarves will be able to get this high ground point back. Those steam cannons do really, really good damage against armor. Another Empire Heavy Cav coming in to flank against Ekron's Miners, but they didn't hear no bell. Sitting on that 24 melee defense, which isn't great, but for a miner unit, it's not bad. And where is the Dwarf Tide going to be going next? Oh my god, more Slayers heading to the middle. The Dwarves never say die. That is for sure. Points are very close. This would be the second game between these guys today. That's just going to come down to a couple points. But I think Enticity's got this. He's up pretty well in value. He still has Boris Todbringer super healthy. He's got a lot of cav, fresh guns on the battlefield. And he's winning a lot of the fights around here. Although those miners might be able to actually edge that one out. We'll have to see. Slayers running up. There they go. And they're maneuvering to Objective 2. They do eat a fat burning head. The engineer does also have a repeater gun, which isn't bad. So he's able to sit on that horse and put some good pot shots into the dwarves there. So he's going to reload, I guess. And we'll probably shoot here in a moment. There he goes, whipping out his gun. He's not sure if he wants melee or to shoot. Slayers, Rage Boner arriving, and it's just going to be Slayer City all freaking day. They're going to be heading out, as we do see Enticity sitting with 100 points lead. So OwnGoal cannot really afford to play this kind of these shenanigans for too much longer. He's going to need to get the points. Toddy being at full health, though, is quite big. And Enticity did have some practice in this matchup earlier. He did lose it earlier, so he was able to come back and make adjustments. So that loss that he had to Oishi earlier in the event, I think really, really big for him. You know, it was a big teachable moment. And he was able to find the weaknesses in his build. Which, yeah, he's fine-tuned. Hawk and Long Rifles, just like we told you guys before the game, hands down the best unit in this matchup. They're super, super good. Gyrocopters flying about. I think this is the end of the road for the Dwarves. They're still holding on to this point. Slayer's coming up here. Currently, Ent is going to be approaching 1250 points, and the Dwarves did lose this high ground fight. Are there going to be Slayers called in? Nothing called in for Objective 3 right now. As a matter of fact, Dwarves sitting at 900 points. Basically going to be mass Slayers, and the Dwarves are going to have to realize that it's going to be triple cap or bust. That's all they have going for them here. So Slayer's able to break the Bright Wizard. Pretty nice for them. Burning Head ends up going through and cooking a lot of those units, which is quite cost effective. Toddy chasing down the Gyrocopters in the sky. And oh, the Dwarves, they didn't hear no bell. They didn't hear no bell. They're hanging on right there. The Ekron's Miners are going to be Netflix and chilling on that point. They're going to be clutching their pearls on that one. And over on objective number 2, it looks like the Empire, heavy cav of the Empire able to get in and charge into the unbraced Slayers. Obviously, Slayers don't have charge defense, so it doesn't really matter. But over here, the Dwarves were able to hang on to that one. Yeah, all right. The Dowie hanging in there, and the Dwarves still remain. They're so annoying to play against, the Dwarves, dude. Holy shit, is this game actually still contested? Because, like, they're threatening this point up here. The Ekron's Miners are. But Ent is going to be calling in Sterlin's Revenge to get them. Slayers being taken to Pound Town here, though. I think there's too many cavalry, including Knights of the Black Rose, which are very good against Slayers. They're good against infantry in general, especially lightly armored infantry. So, Yeah, I think that gets it done. I think Ent can just win by Helm's Deeping even if he wants to, because he's going to be approaching 1,400 points here. And the Burning Head against the Slayer spam is really, really cool. So the game ends, Beaver, either when somebody gets 1,500 victory tickets or if one player just gets beaten up so badly they leave the game, which often happens. So in many ways, the objectives are just there to make the players fight because, you know, one of the big issues we used to have with Land Battle back in the day was, you know, forcing players to fight each other, right? And because there was no objectives, there was no bases, nothing like that. So the objectives were added by Creative Assembly for their competitive game mode in Warhammer 3. All right, so Objective 2 belongs to the Empire. Objective 3 belongs to the Empire as well. And Enticity is going to be winning this game. And OwnGoal is going to be sent out here, ladies and gentlemen. And we do see the dreaded silver bullet shooting away into the Dwarf Warriors there. Meanwhile, up in the sky, that is going to be all she wrote. GG, well played. And with that, the Kraken King is going to be advancing on to the grand finals of today's tournament to face the winner of Sipa and Charix, defending his crown. He is the defending world champion, guys. GG, well played. What a good match that was. I really enjoyed the hell out of that game. Yes, if you have the Giga Chad Enticity emoji, drop it. It's really good. All right. Cool build, man. Hawklands lead the way. 2,200 there. Silver Bullet's doing nicely. Hawklands here, 1,300, 1,800. He did have Sunmaker, actually, in reserve. And, yeah. A valiant attempt by the Dwarves. I think the cannons getting bullied a little bit too much early on was rough. And with that, that is going to be Enticity advancing on to the grand finals. Let's freaking get it. All right, so we can update the score here, and that is going to be a 3-1 series for the Ent. And let's get set up here. Prize pool again for today is going to be $500 for first and $200 for second place. Love my graphic design here. I'm sure you guys admiring my high quality production value that we're known for around here. And we're going to get to this other game. This is also a 2-2 series. Well, not also, but it's a 2-2 series. Yeah. Let's frickin' go. So Chaos Dwarves versus the Greenskins. Ooh, the pain trains are coming. This is for all the marbles, by the way. Whoever wins this is going to be the biggest dongus in the finals. That is who's going to be there, waving their wiener around, battling Enticity. So we're going to update the brackets on Old Challenge real quick. That is going to be a 3-1 victory for Enticity versus OwnGoal. And that should be good, although I might need to refresh this. Looks like the website is struggling, so we'll refresh it. Okay, and that is going to be a 3-1 there. Boom. Make sure that still works. Perfect. All right, we're all good. And here we are. This is going to be fun, man. This is going to be fun. The Mighty Wog with the Night Goblin War Boss. Holy shit, that is some land battle Cheesimus Maximus. Oh my god. The Dreadquake Mortar Train with the Iron Demon ROR. Oh my god, that is just straight land battle filth. So that's how Chaos Dwarves often play in land battle. They just get like a disgusting blob of trains and just move around. Oh my god, that is some stinky fromage. Yeah, Hellblaster Volley Gun is okay against Dwarves Vortex, but the problem is the Dwarven Cannons kill it, so it's usually risky. He's bringing the filth over to domination. I love it. Bring the filth, dude. You know? So this is the stinkiest of Dwarven cheese. It is Zula cheese. Yeah, so it's an Iron Demon towing a Dreadquake. Oh, shit, it's double Dreadquake Mortar. Oh, going off the rails on a crazy train. Dude, it's time. Let's go. We got two of them. Holy shit. It's double Iron Demon towing the Dreadquake Mortars of Doom. Oh my god. For all the marbles. He does have a Sorcerer Prophet with Spirit Leech. And then he's got a Demon Smith with Hashut. Only to heal the trains. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit. This is so stinky. And Charik's coming into the wide build, right? So he's got a massive battle line of Orc Boys, Stone Trolls. This is really nice having the... Oh, this is so clutch, by the way. This is so freaking clutch. So he's got the Black Orc Big Boss, and he has the Rabble Rouse. So that's going to give immune to psychology to the Trolls, which is going to let them fight the trains. Dude, really clutch play by Charix as well. Let's see if it can save him. Guys, this isn't a meme build. This is not a meme build. This is like forbidden land battle tech. This is like, you know, land battle's got, you know, very big priority on like SEs and things like that, or at least it does. Depends on the rule set, but yeah, so he's just bringing it home. Yeah, capture weight might be a problem, but it doesn't matter if you wipe your opponent's army out, right? If you just get in there, go balls deep and run over your opponent's army, it does not matter. All right, guys. So Stone Trolls and Black Orc Big Boss going to be advancing over there, and we do see the Dread Legions of Orc Boys moving and grooving. Yeah, he's playing land battle right now. Oh, the first Dreadquake shot! He needs to take them off fire at will, probably, or else he's going to be wasting a lot of ammunition. But he's just going straight for his opponent's army. The side objective is going to be taken by the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, and the 2 Pain Trains are going to be advancing up here. All right. So the trains advance. Another shot. We don't even know where those shots are going. We're going to find out. Oh, is it close range? I love it, dude. Oh, that's so funny. So look at that. Vindictive Glare going down from Charix, but the Flamethrower train has gotten in range of the Morgub's Mangy Marauder. This one does have a Flamethrower on the front. The other Iron Demon here is going to be towing the Dreadquake, and we're going to start to see the pain of being unleashed on this army once they get close. All right, guys. This is going to be an interesting one. Another big bombardment going down on Morgub's Mangy Marauders. And we do see the Iron Demon Dreadquake getting in, and he's running over the Night Goblin Shaman. Oh my god, point blank Dreadquake shot. Definitely want to be using that on the Orc Boys. Now, what is the rest of the Chorf army going to be? All right, he's calling it a real army now. Laborers and warriors and things like that. He's got his plans cut out for him. So immediately the Night Goblin Shaman is wavering. I mean, I don't blame him. Screw that shit. Trolls are on their way out, and the Iron Demon is running over this army. It could be the situation that Charix does not have the positioning here. His trolls are horribly out of position. The trolls should have been with the army protecting it, because right now it's just carnage. Goblins getting leveled into the ground by the Iron Demon. It's shooting its machine gun. This is like watching like a primitive society battle a society that has like armored vehicles, you know? Oh my god, and the Orc Boys are just getting absolutely run down. And we do see trolls coming out. Will the trolls be able to make him pay the troll toll? So another Iron Demon shot, but this is also where the Greenskins come back, because you're going to see the trolls getting on top of them and bonking them, and they will be able to keep them honest, at least. It depends. All right, guys, advancing out are the Iron Demons. So the Iron Demon's going to be moving into the army there. You know what would be a hard counter against this Chaos Dwarf build would be Doomdiver Catapults. 2 Doomdiver Catapults would guarantee a victory for the Greenskins, 100%. But I don't think he brought any, or else he would have probably already called it out. One of the trains is already getting very, very damaged to the Demon's Tongue back here. And in the battle line, we do see the Black Orc boss going after the Lord. Another huge shot on the Goblins right there. Beautiful stuff right there. But he kind of moves into a bunch of the Stone Trolls, a little bit bunched up here potentially. And now the Wog is going to be advancing, and the objective is going to be going to the Greenskins, as this big Pain Train is getting the pain a little bit, right? The Stone Trolls are laying a beating on it. Look at that. Greenskins using Gorkle Fix It to slow it down, allowing the Trolls to connect a little bit better. But the Reforge ability from the Demonsmith Sorcerer, able to get a nice fat heal on that thing. So we'll see if the Greenskins can endure this heavy weapons. So the Trolls here get broken because they're weak to fire. So they get nailed by all that fire damage. And now Charix is going to be going for the back objective. I think Charix is quickly realizing the situation. He's like, oh dear God, I need to get the back objective if I want any chance of winning this game. Oh, that is so funny. All right, so how are we looking here? The Black Orc boss is pulling back. Trolls are laying a bit of a whooping down here. Doomdiver Catapults, you know, this is like an off-meta way to play Chaos Dwarves for sure. Like, people don't really do this too much anymore because of Doomdivers. But if you don't bring Doomdiver Catapults, this style could really punish you super badly. And now the Pain Train's going to be battling the Black Orc boss, which is okay against him, especially with the Spirit Leech activated. So the Trolls are running for the hills. This train is looking pretty good. The back objective is going to be stolen by Charix. And Charix is probably going to have to start just playing the objective like ping pong. I think that's what he's going to have to do here. Because the trains are just going to keep going crazy train here. Yep, rolling through here, running over a lot of the goblins. And the Dreadquakes, I mean, the Dreadquakes will eventually run out of ammo. This Dreadquake mortar sitting at, oh, another shot there. 2,000 value on this one. So remember, the trains cost a lot. They cost a lot. They're like 3,400, and one of them is almost 4,000, the ROR, if I'm not mistaken. Oglacon's boys and Hobgoblins and Chaos Dwarf Warriors being brought in. Back objective taken by Charix. We do see the Spirit Leech going down to the big boss. So if the big boss dies, that's basically going to be GG. He cannot be allowed to die. You need to just go hide him in the trees for the rest of the game, because it'll lower the leadership of the Greenskin army against a really punishing army here with these big scary trains. Healing cap on the Demon's Tongue. This is where the Black Orc Big Boss gets to really be represented, because he's giving immune to psychology to all the trolls, which are putting a ton of damage down, and he himself is a pretty good fighter as well. So he's able to do it. All right, so this bad boy's down to 4,000 HP, getting a little bit low. Demonsmith Sorcerer also in trouble. Charix is weathering the storm well. He is up in value, but with healing, you know, it's probably a little bit closer than you would appear. But I've seen this style before, the style that we're seeing from our boy Sipa. It's very Chad, but the Greenskins can do that War of Attrition against you. But if he fumbles his Lord, I mean, I don't know. He might lose the game. Okay, Fermented Fungi's activated. So he comes in with the Goblin. He throws mushrooms at the drivers of the Chaos Dwarf train. They get blasted on those mushrooms, and then they decide it's a good idea to go fight in melee versus the Black Orc boss and the trolls. But Charix is a bit of a miss micro here. He needs to move the stone trolls around the train and then attack it. So pretend you're playing Warcraft 3. You need to surround the unit. He's not doing that properly and not getting as much damage as he otherwise would on the train. Night Goblin boss running away, negative 18 leadership, very precarious. The Demon's Tongue train is very, very low, and the Boar Boys are going to take a head-on charge against it, and they're going to get a lot of damage. You immediately see the HP dropping down a couple hundred as those Boar Boys are going to start saturating into the train. 3,100, 3,000, 2,900. This train also dropping as well. Middle objective is in flux, could go either way, but man, that boss cannot break. The Greenskin army is going to fold like a piece of paper if he breaks. You know, he's going to have a really, really hard time. Hey, One Ton Hammer, thank you for the donation. That's super generous. Thank you guys for supporting the channel, keeping this old man going strong. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for your support, my friend. All right, so looking around the battlefield, what do we got? The trains are super low, and the Greenskin Lord is on the run, but a lot of the trolls will probably rally and come back. This is a tight one, guys, as now we get the Infernal Guard Fire Chads coming out. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I love these are my favorite models. I run like a brick of like 20 of these in tabletop, even though they suck. Just for the rule of cool, because they're so damn badass. All right, guns up for Hashut, shooting the trolls off the trains. Oh, my God. He's so close to finishing them. We do see the Goblin Wolf Riders trying to finish this one. It's sitting at about 800 HP. No more healing, I don't believe. We don't know if the Reforges are on the table, but god damn, look at these trains. They're so low, and the Goblin Big Boss is about to run off the battlefield. That's bad. That is really, really bad. Because with him gone, what's going to happen is the entire Greenskin army is going to suffer massive penalties. Oh! Dreadquake shot in the face! Direct hit right there on those pigs. Lord recently fled. Greenskins are going to need to resummon their Lord if they want any chance in this game. That's for sure. The Trolls are really sitting at 5 leadership, which isn't great. Charix has time to work with, though. Like, he doesn't need to rush it. That's for sure. Because both these trains are on the precipice of dying. And, yeah, like 500 HP on this one. And the other one is sitting at 1,900 HP. Very, very low as well. Sipa is going to be taking control of the objectives, though. Objectives 1 and 2 are going to be in his control. And on the other side, we are going to be seeing objective number 3 going to the Greenskins, or being held by the Greenskins, as the Oglacon's boys are killed. And is he going to go for it? Oh, he's unsummoning the train. That's really interesting. I don't know why you wouldn't just fight with it, because unsummoning it, you don't get like a refund if it's that injured, you know? But yeah, I mean, he'll get maybe a tiny one? No, I don't think he'll get much of anything. That thing was too injured. He's unsummoning both trains. Oh my god, that means that Sipa wants to resummon a full health train. Oh my god, that is hilarious. So he is legit going to save up and resummon a Dreadquake for like 3,400. Oh my god. Hey, Cygnus, I love this Chaos Dwarf build. Too cool. I love it too. Dude, he's going to bring out a fresh train here before the game's over. Oh man, I don't think the Greenskins will actually be able to deal with that. Charix is going to bring his Lord back because his Lord is healing at the tent right now. So he's going to resummon his Lord. And the cheese is back, dude. I was actually, man. All right, quick question. How many of you guys in chat like stinky cheese, like French stinky fromage? Because my wife loves it. I personally, it makes me gag when I smell it. Even though it might taste good, I just like can't get past that, you know? Okay, we got some people who likes it. So a lot of Boar Boys on the battlefield. That's a lot of resources, but the Giga Chad Fireglaves are going to be holding. The Goblin Boss is back in the business here. We do see him returning. Thank you guys so much for your donations, by the way. Thank you, thank you. You're Italian, so you like Gorgonzola. Respect that. Bull Centaur Renders on the field. Demonsmith Sorcerer of Hashut is called out to provide healing. And, okay, it looks like Sipa is not going to be calling out another train. Is he going to be able to hold? You know, without the Pain Train, and now that the Greenskins have their leadership back, could be dodgy. Infernal Guard Fireclaves getting a beautiful volley right there, shooting into the Snottling Pump Wagons, as the Trolls and the Pump Wagons are going to be engaging here. But the Boar Boys, the Wild Hogs coming around the flank here. Greenskins getting some infantry in. They do have the Night Goblin RORs, which of course are unbreakable. Trolls moving in as well. This is still anybody's game, guys. Anybody's game. So Fireglaves do get tied up in combat. Granted, they do have anti-large halberds, but the Pump Wagons are going to do a serious number on them. In the back, we do see the Orc Boar Boy Biggins battling it out versus Bull Centaur Renders, and it does look like that's going to be stabilization there. I don't know what the hell is going on here. You guys see this? This is like perpetual fire effects. I actually don't know what the hell's going on. It's kind of cool, like seeing like fire on the battlefield. I think that's very fun. But Fire Glaives are going to get punched in the wiener pretty good here. They get afflicted by the Fermented Fungi, which puts their melee defense down to 18. They're fighting 2 armor-piercing units. And now the Greenskins are back with a vengeance. We do have the Orc Boys moving in, and the Night Goblin boss, if he can actually kill the Sorcerer, that's going to be quite big. He is riding a monstrous squig, or just a squig, a cave squig. So he is going to be an anti-infantry fighter who should be able to win this fight. And killing the Chaos Dwarf Lord would not be irrelevant. They have a lot of Hobgoblins, which are very low leadership on the field, so that would be quite massive, actually. All right, the Green Tide is moving in. They're getting their crumping going, and the back objective is not being contested. It is actually owned by the Greenskins right now. And now we see the Sneaky gets in the trees. The Wolf Rider back cap, I love it. I love it. You know, he has a good enough sustained fight here. Bank up, get those cheap, crappy 300 gold cavalry units, and go steal your opponent's back objective. That's going to be really nice. Sipa, he really should have kept his trains on the battlefield. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he thought he was going to resummon them, but even a train with 1,500 HP, I think that might have been a throw by Sipa, honestly. Because if those trains were still here, I think the Greenskins would not be able to get through the terror. They would just not have the tools, in my opinion. So the Goblin getting afflicted by Spirit Leeches, and you have to remember, Dwarves are still insanely resilient fighters, even the Sorcerer Prophet. The little Goblin is able to get him low, though. If the Goblin dies again, that could be very, very problematic here. We do see him sitting at 1,800, but there's going to be a Demon Smith coming in to help out his homie. So at that point, the Goblin's going to want to retreat. So Chaos Dwarves are holding it, and we do see the back objective Ninja. You hear the choo-choo coming in the distance. Yeah, you do. All right, and yeah, Ninja Cap on the backside. Over here, what are the points looking like? Currently, Sipa is up on points. Charks could win on just 2. There are going to be some more Orc Boys coming in. And yeah, I think Charks really got a Christmas present from that unsummoned. But holy shit, he's going to kill the Goblin boss again. Oh man, Charks blundering his Lord super hard. There's no reason for his Lord to be there. Just send the Lord on the side objectives. Man, the Greenskins losing their Lord is not good. Not good. But in the meantime, I mean, Charks does have the double cap. He maybe has an opportunity to gremlin the objectives. The value trading is very, very close, as a matter of fact, but the Chaos Dwarves have had a fair amount of healing here. Charks might be able to get this game with his mobility, and we do see a very low Sorcerer Prophet. Charks, what is he going to be calling in next? Currently, he's sitting at Boar Boy Biggins. And guys, am I the only one who is seeing the dreaded 1,800 resources being banked by the Chaos Dwarves? Am I the only one? Is the Forbidden Sauce here? I don't know, man. So Oglacon's boys going to be battling the Morgov's Mangy Marauders, the battle of those kind of a semi-elite skirmish cav. And on the other side, we do see the Hobgoblins coming in with the Wolf Riders. They should be able to win. The 2 Wolf Riders will beat a Hobgoblin Wolf Rider for sure. Backside's going to be more Bull Centaur Renders, and he did not call in the Pain Train. He was thinking about it, but it was not the case. All right, so Orc Boar Boy Biggins are advancing up. So there they go. And on this side here, Morgov's Mangy Marauders are going to be lurking here. All right, all right. So what do we got? Objective number 2 is owned by Chaos Dwarves. There's no way the Greenskins are getting that one back. Man, the fact that the Greenskins lost their Lord, look at the leadership being so flimsy. That's honestly so bad for them. They're also being shot by some of the Fire Glaives on the other side as well. Charks has just got to rat scrap this, man. He's got to just be a gremlin and try and weasel his way into winning this, but I don't think so. I think that Sipa is going to close it out. The Bull Centaur Renders and the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders coming over here is going to be brutal. I mean, the trains are really strong, but they're perfectly, you know, like they got killed, more or less. A Doomdiver Catapult in this game would not even have been close. The Doomdiver Catapults would have just hard countered Sipa. So it's just, you know, I think the trains are totally fine in domination mode at least. In land battle, I can see them being a little bit obnoxious, but here I think they're totally fine. Bull Centaur Renders eating a bit of firepower. Will Charks be able to gremlin this game on the objectives? He is getting the 2 victory tickets per second. Currently, as it stands, the Chaos Dwarves are going to be resilient here. They have a Bull Centaur Render. They have Laborers, Hobgoblins. Not really much that Charks can do there. They're going to shut that shit down. And now Charks is making a play for the middle, but he's under threat on every single objective. Like, everywhere you look, he's in trouble, you know? I love this game. Seeing the Forbidden double Pain Train just brought so much joy. Oh my god, that was so funny. All right, Orc Boar Boy Biggins firing in, and yeah, gonna, unfortunately for them, just run into the Dwarven Hero Squad. We have 3 Demon Smiths. They should be able to win that fight. Back objective is going to be secured. And Charks looks like he is going to be getting eliminated here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like that is going to be the end of the road. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that Charks has been defeated. I don't see any way he's going to get back. There's 2 Bull Centaur Renders on the battlefield. And yeah, that's going to be that. So, GG, well to the plate, guys. The pain train's getting her done. Objective number 3 here is owned by the Greenskins, but that is not going to be enough. Charks does fall behind by a fair amount of points. He does have some skirmishers and some orc boys and whatnot going over there. And that is all she wrote. The crazy train's getting it done. Sipa advancing on to the grand finals. The trains, I don't think they're even really OP in domination mode. Yeah, it's just that the build of Charks didn't really have a lot of great counterplay for them, even though he basically almost killed them. So this train got 4,000, this one got 3,800, but they cost about that much. Like, so they just barely paid for themselves, right? And they were very close to death and got unsummoned as well. So pretty nasty on those pain trains. Fireglaves were pretty Chad as well. Man, he was probably just so bummed he didn't bring one Doomdiver catapult. He's probably so bummed. Yeah. All right, guys, GG, well played. That's going to be a 3-2 victory for Sipa. And now we have Sipa versus Enticity here. Oh, this is going to be a fun finals. Let's get this one going. I'm going to get it all set up here. And let's have some freaking fun. All right, all right. So here's the prize support for the grand finals here. And let's get it. Maximilianer says, I'm the world's greatest train hater, but even I have to tip your hat to that win. Yeah, the trains were good because Charks' army didn't really have the tech for it, I don't think. Okay. And let's go ahead and set this up. And we're going to do the grand finals. Grand finals. Let me get the epic caps lock. Okay. And we're going to host this game as a spectator here. And let's invite the boys in here. And welcome to the grand finals of the Season 10 Championship. The World Championship, really. We're going to be seeing who the biggest dog in Total War Competitive is. Is Sipa going to come in with the dreaded upset against Enticity? I don't know. I don't know, man. So there's going to be a lot more downtime in between these games because previously they were able to draft while we casted the other side of the bracket. So this one is going to be a little bit more downtime here. Okay. And where are we? So the first map of the grand finals is going to be what? So let me go here. And we're going to do the bracket here. Okay. And bottom side, grand finals, Imperial Ambush is going to be the first map. So Ambush is going to be it. All right, all right. And there we are. We're all set. So let's get this. All right, so we can do this one here. We need to reset the score. And get it, man. It's been a really fun one. Best of 5 final. All best of 5, yeah. People tend to get a little bit tired after best of 7s. And plus, with all the picking and banning, the really long series can get kind of monotonous. I would do best of 7s if we could pre-draft the entire series. I think that would be probably something I would consider. But just best of 5, which is good. Yeah, Enticity is streaming his perspective. You guys can check it out as well. Highly encourage you to do so. It's fun to see being played live as well. You know, open both of them. Yeah, awesome prize pool. I know, man. We're trying to keep that old Total War engine going, man. All right. So let's do this. Make Anticity's name a little bit more powerful. There we go. So defending world champion versus a rising champion here in Sipa, which would be a really, really impressive win. I know. Who are the top ranked players who play land battle and stuff? Who are the big dogs in there? Yeah. There we go. I will do another best of 9 show match for sure. Turin, please theorycraft how you would retcon the end times and bring back the old world. Oh, dude, let's save that for another stream. That would be like a 45-minute rant. Yeah. Hey, Dark Horse, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right. All right, let's see here. Good luck. Did you ever finish that 2v2? No, we haven't done that yet. I'll work on that soon. I got a lot of stuff going on in real life right now. We're juggling a lot. We're in the process of like looking for a place to move, so it's been busy, but I will get back to a more steady schedule here soon. Okay, so Enticity versus Sipa, best of 5 grand finals. Alfredino's actually very good at domination too. Yeah. Oh, human boys like the Professor Pone of land battle. That's funny. Super good showing for Sipa. Yeah, he's really good. He's very, very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, no. I might actually need some of your homies' help in Discord. So, yeah, the neighbor's kid who's having computer problems, I'm going to go try and help him with his computer after the stream, but if it's beyond my scope of like unga bunga, like I'm like a caveman. I'm gonna bring like an old animal bone and just like bang on the top of the computer till it works. But if that fails, then I might make a post in Discord with some tech questions. Yeah, I know, like I can like do basic, like yeah, your computer's overheating, or it's like this is failing or that's failing. But yeah, I might need a little bit of help with that. I gave him my old gaming rig, and he's going hard in the paint in Minecraft. He's a big Minecraft enjoyer. I think he plays like all the games that generation enjoys, like Minecraft and Fortnite. Did he try turning it off and on again? Yeah, no, this kid is really smart. He is going to be like, he's going to be some tech, like massive tech, like powerhouse probably. He's a really good person too. So that's exactly what we need in tech, you know. Do you build your computers? Hell no, dude. I'm too much of an idiot for that. Are you kidding me? Hey, Strat Game, thank you for the donation. Elite game so far. Nice cast. Hey, well, hope you're doing well. Strat Game, when are you going to come play some of these, man? When are you going to get in for the big business? I know you're a very strong, if it's the same person I'm thinking of, you're a very, very strong land battle player. That's a very generous donation, by the way. Jeez Louise. But get in here, man. Yeah, come play. Come do it. The prize pools are pretty solid in Yield Dom. Takes a while to get to them, but we're going to have some fun events coming up as well. Yeah, thank you so much, Strat. That's way too generous, man. I really, really hope that's no problem for you. Yeah, Strat Game's extremely good. I've had Strat Game in some of the older events I've done. All right, so I don't know where Sipa is. Did I send Sipa a lobby code? Oh, I think Sipa's looking at the maps. Yeah. Okay, Sipa will be back then. But they're going to do their picks and bans. No, nobody's playing Bretonia probably. I seriously doubt it. Yeah. Cade's, it's just a preference, really. Like, some people like domination more. Some people like land battle more. It really depends. It really depends. Yeah, it's just preference, really. Like, if you want the more old school Total War experience, you know, where it's just like two armies rubbing together, I would say, you know, you're probably going to like land battle and conquest. But if you want more of a traditional RTS experience, like real-time strategy designed for competitive play and whatnot, I would say Dom's probably stronger. But it's really just preference because, you know, land battle does have really fun visuals. It like having two armies line up, but you know, Dom, like the endings aren't always as climactic, but sometimes you get insane endings. We've had some nuts endings today, guys. Nuts. So really just preference. Damn, I wish I had Grom in this game. Oh, dude, a regenerating Lord would have been so good for you. Granted, Grom might have gotten cooked by all the fire damage too, Charix. Charix, if you had one Doomdiver catapult, you would have won that game, I think. Like one Doomdiver catapult in reserve, you would have won that game, I think, Charix. Yeah. Yeah, I personally think Conquest is vastly superior to Land Battle. Because Conquest has an enclosed victory condition and removes a massive amount of policing you need to do for the players. That's just my opinion, but remember, I come from domination, so yeah. They're all good though. It just depends on what people are into. I personally think that the feedback that I've given to Creative Assembly, I've sent the messages being like, look, for whatever future title you do, just give us like one dank multiplayer game mode, you know, even if it's Conquest, whatever, I'm like happy for that. Like, just give us one mode so the whole community can be one, you know. That's way better. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yeah, I think Dom is superior for competitive play, but if you ask somebody who loves, you know, Conquest, they would probably say that. But that's just my opinions. I vastly prefer domination mode because it was designed for competitive play by somebody who has a background in competitive RTS. He doesn't work at Creative Assembly anymore, but there's a gentleman. He appears in stream sometimes. His name is Nakamura RTS. He freaking rules. He's a really nice guy, but he created Domination mode, which it had a lot of issues in the beginning. Domination was really bad in the beginning, but over the years, we worked with CA to make it good, and now it's amazing. It's a really good competitive game mode. Yeah. It's very good. Okay, perfect. Yeah, Charix, having the aura too. Yeah, the big boss aura. Don't worry about it, Charix, man. You're gonna have another. There will be another Grand Championship, World Championship really soon. There was a lot of downtime with this one, but The next one, whenever we get the damn freaking DLC from Creative Assembly, you're going to be getting another championship. So it's going to be very close this time around. Yeah. It's for sure going to be Dom objective based. They're going to... oh, are you talking? Yeah. I mean, so Warhammer the Old World, it's really funny. So I play Warhammer Tabletop. I play the Empire. I play Tomb Kings, Chaos, and Chaos Dwarfs. And one of the big issues that they were running into in the tabletop game was monsters and single entities were dominating the tabletop game, which is so funny because it was the exact same problem we've had historically in Land Battle back in the day. Not so much now. I don't know what it's like now, but... So basically, Games Workshop just released a FAQ as well as a matched play, which introduces like objectives and shit. So they basically did the same thing. They're like, yeah, just have objectives to make infantry and other things viable. You know, it's so funny how like the tabletop game imitated the path that we went through with this game, you know? You knew that was going to happen. Yeah. And of course, monsters got nerfed too, but... I play your tabletop armies? Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Chaos Dwarves are probably my favorite to play, but unfortunately they're a legacy army, so they don't get a ton of support. But I love fielding a giant erect army of Dowie Zar infantry backed up by fire glaives and artillery. It's so fun. It's so fun. Yeah, Throg, it really is. Well, Dark Horse, have you tried the new FAQ and the new match play stuff? I've heard it's pretty good. Are there enough varieties of pierogies to make a pierogi tier list? There is, yeah. There's a ton of different pierogies. Yeah. You know what game has a really good rule set? It's the Middle-earth strategy battle game. It's really good, honestly. Like I've only played maybe 5 games of it because I have one friend who plays and he lives really far away. But all the games I played for Middle-earth, they felt really, really good. Like the hero system, the alternating activations, the missions are really fun and flavorful. Yeah, so it's good stuff. Yeah, Charks. Yeah, that's right, man. Well, hit me up about that, Charks. We need to talk about that for sure. They should. Yeah, because they still owe you one. So yeah, what we'll do is when we have the next official Creative Assembly event, Charks, please remind me though, because I'm old and I forget things. I've had a lot of concussions in my life, dude. I've had a lot, all right? Remind me, and because Charks is owed a spot in one of Creative Assembly's official events. So we'll just get you in guaranteed. As long as you remind me, we'll make it happen. Yeah, Dark Horse, yeah. For me, I never really experienced that because I just played a really simple... in the Middle-earth game, I play the Rangers of Athelion, which is now called the Garrison of Athelion. It's literally the same. So for me, I didn't lose anything. And then I play Isengard. I'm going to be playing Saruman with Grima and like a bunch of Uruks. So for me, it's like, it didn't really affect me. I haven't played Trench Crusade yet. No, I do plan on it. Oh, dude, I'm so excited for the freaking Game of Thrones RTS game. Give it to me, dude. Oh. Give it to me. Sounds good, Jack, here. Sounds good. So we're waiting on the first match here. This is going to be sweaty. There's going to be, like I said, a lot of downtime because the players are playing for a lot of money, you know? I don't know where Sipa lives. I know Enticity's in Canada, so it's not an insane amount of money for him, but, you know. Yeah, it's going. It is going. And Chaos Dwarfs from Sipa again. He's kind of sitting on him. But, you know, there's a lot of stakes. This is for the title of World Champion right now of Total War Competitive here, and also for a big prize pool. So I think the players are going to take a little bit longer. I'm going to be more chill today. Normally I bully them and I'm like, go faster, pick your armies, but we're going to be more chill. Oh, Dol Guldur is really fun to play in tabletop. I've watched a lot of battle reports. They look freaking awesome. You literally just get Sauron and a handful of Nazgul and you're just chilling. Yeah, Charks, I hear you, man. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all, dude. You did really well. We're gonna you'll be in the next championship too, and you'll be back to get it, you know? Somebody asking, Turin, are they gonna give you early access to the Game of Thrones game? Dude, I will 100% try. I don't know if they will, but I'm gonna make a play for it. There's no way Anticity's playing Bretonnia, right? Let me check. No, that's an auto-generated army. Okay, he's not playing them. Okay, checking here to see if there's any admin stuff. We are all good in the neighborhood, and there it is. Okay. Slaanesh for Enticity versus the Dowie Zar for Sipa. All right. I've heard good things about the new edition, Dark Horse, of Middle-earth, but The one thing I've heard is that people didn't like losing a lot of the armies and the legacy rules because they legacied a lot of really cool models and characters. So it's a dual-sided coin. Like, I've heard the new edition is fun to play, but the legacy situation plus the limiting of the armies is tough. No, it's going to be Slaanesh versus Chaos Dwarfs, which makes sense. Two very strong factions. Chaos Dwarfs can do well here. I've won this matchup a couple times. Yeah, Charix, you're a beast, dude. Don't stress it, man. You're still the pride of Poland, man. Doing some good work. And game one, it's going to be Slaanesh Chaos Dwarfs. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit more tedious in between games, but now's the time for us to go on rants. If you guys want me to rant about shit, we can do it. If Enticity goes up 2-0, he's honor bound to play a faction like Bretonnia or Skaven. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Horse, it's not the first time, man. They do that with 40k too. OwnGoal. Hey, so OwnGoal, or Tim. I'll just call you Tim for short here. Does it feel so? OwnGoal, you got second place in a lot of events, right? Does it feel worse? Like, which feels better, to get second place and know you were very close, or to get like eliminated in the round of 4? Which one was like an easier situation for you? How does unit scale affect multiplayer? Quite a bit, actually, because certain spells are more effective against higher model counts and whatnot. But the default is ultra unit scale. It used to be large in Warhammer 2, but now it's ultra. So, yeah. I feel like Enticity could win with Skaven. Absolutely third. Dawn of the Dead zombie movie rant. Okay, so if we're talking like zombie tier list for me, I really think... yeah, Dark Horse, it's awful, especially for all of you Australian players. I feel so bad for the Australian homies. They get wrecked so bad by Games Workshop. Okay, my favorite zombie movie of all time is 28 Days Later. It's so good because it captures the apocalyptic feel of the zombie, but adds a much more intense sense of urgency and survival with the turbo zombies, with the sprinters, with the rage zombies. I think the cinematography of Danny Boyle, the kind of the really bleak London kind of aesthetic, is so goated. It is so good. Yeah, so 28 Days Later is probably my favorite zombie movie of all time, followed by, ooh, God, it's a close second, but I think for me it's got to be the 2001 Dawn of the Dead with Ving Rhames in the mall. I love that one. Those are more like Shamblers. But I don't know, yeah. You don't like turbo zombies? I like turbo zombies. I like both, honestly. Yeah. Hey, awesome games today. Alzak, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. The cinematography of Danny DeVito. I really like The Walking Dead, too. The Walking Dead TV show was god tier for the first couple. I mean, it depends. The seasons, the farm season with like Earl and stuff is a little slow, but I didn't hate it as much as other people did. I loved Dawn of the Dead, though. Or not Dawn of the Dead, excuse me, The Walking Dead for a long time. It kind of gets a little redundant after a while since there's so many seasons and so many spin-off shows. But, like, man, yeah, season 1 was so good. Early on, man. Do you guys remember when The Walking Dead used to be, like, an event? Like, you used to, like, it was like a thing, right? Like, it was going on. Like, everybody was, like, waiting for the next show. Yeah. Fun times. Yeah, the zombie genre is great. I think my favorite horror genre is kind of like, if you mix action horror with like Lovecraftian, like eldritch, kind of creepy cosmic horror. Oh, dude, it's so freaking good. All right. Like getting the freaking, getting like The Thing with the cosmic horror mixed with actions. That's why like I love Alien 2 or Aliens. Those kind of shows. Sunshine is a really goated one. If you guys haven't seen Sunshine, that one's really nice. Event Horizon is like a 40k prequel that's so good as well. All right, guys. Anyways, let's get it, man. Let's take a look at the builds. So, taking a look at the army of Sipa. Holy shit. He's bringing the land battle special. He's got the Demon's Tongue Dreadquake Train. Oh, and he's got a Sorcerer Prophet of Death with Spirit Leech, and another Sorcerer Prophet with double Spirit Leech. Oh my god, this is such filth. And the main core is going to be another Infernal Castellan, so he does have a Dowizar character on the ground who's going to be there just to snipe big characters. That's a decent little utility piece to shoot the big boys. Now, looking here at the armies of Enticity, it's going to be mass skirmishers. So he's got 4 horsemen, backed up by a couple infantry and a greater demon. So it's going to be a greater demon of shadows. And he's going to have Melkoth, which is going to be kind of useless here, guys. Oh, this is such filth. I love the filth. You know, and Enticity does also have some Hellstriders on the outside, so they're going to be grabbing objective number 2. I suspect... Oh, Evil Dead is top 3 favorite. I love the Evil Dead. Bruce Campbell is one of my favorite people. I love the Evil Dead universe. Like, they're all so good. I don't know, man. This SE build is going to be nasty. We do see Hellstriders coming in, Forsaken. Objective 3 is going to be going, of course, to Slaanesh. And they're going to be advancing up very, very quickly to grab Objective 1. So out of the gates, Enticity is going to be the Dark Lord of the objectives. He's going to be feasting on them very, very well. So there they go. And Breath Attacks coming in from the Bale Tauruses. Not really connecting, unfortunately, for Sipa there. But the Castellan and the Laborers are on their way out. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders are being harried back by the Slaaneshi Heretics. Hellstriders looking to kind of threaten them a little bit as well, so kind of hanging in the wings, keeping them honest. And now the Pain Train is going to be heading towards Objective 3. So the Pain Train is going to be heading towards Objective Trace as more Wolf Riders are being called out. And the big scary characters are going to be flying overhead looking to bully. And look at Enticity. Look at him, dude. He's hiding the freaking Exalted Keeper on the other side of the map from the 2 Spirit Leechers. That's really funny. All right, so landing on the ground, Hellstriders are trying to penetrate really far into the opponent's backfield, but they are being harried by the big monsters. The Demonsmith Sorcerer plus the Sorcerer Prophet here are going to be chasing the Hellstriders, and yeah, it's going to be a little something. What are we going to see called in here? It's going to be more Hobgoblins to chase back the Hellstriders, and currently Enticity does have a triple cap, so he could just play as a Gremlin now, basically, right? Yeah. Land battle players in this tournament are having a cathartic orgasm, having no restrictions. Yeah, after being policed in land battle and conquest, they just get to bring whatever degenerate shit they want. Just getting the power boner, I know. Well, the objectives keep it balanced, right? Because these big monsters, they lose out on the objectives often, right? So that's what keeps those guys balanced in domination mode. So, all right, yeah, right now, Enticity just playing domination well. He's keeping his opponent from getting to the objectives, and he's just kiting the train. The Dreadquake train really isn't doing much because Enticity's just like, all right, dude, I'm just going to run in circles, and this thing isn't going to get much done. All right, guys. Hellstriders do get hit by the Monstrous Impact and the Pain Train. Probably, I think the Chaos Dwarfs are going to want to come back and consolidate their home objective at least. You see more Laborers coming out as well, and there are going to be some big bombardments coming in. So where's that going? Oh my god, is that going to friendly fire some shit? Just friendly firing the freaking Castellan, and it actually did like 500 damage. Oh my god, and the Labor is also getting hit as well. So Enticity is chortling pretty hard right now, just really laughing it up, not in any sort of danger. He's got a triple cap, he's evenly value trading while keeping his opponent pinned back here. And now we're going to be seeing some Seekers of Slaanesh being called out, which I don't know what they're going to do, but maybe they're going to try and go after the train. Yeah, really, the Chaos Dwarf, it worked against the Greenskins, who had like a lot of really vulnerable slow infantry for the trains to bully, but Enticity is presenting nothing for his opponent, really. On the backside, we do see the Seekers coming in and attacking into the Hobgoblins, but this is going to be free value for the Chaos Dwarves. So this is actually really good for the Dowie Tsar. They're going to farm a lot of value off those Seekers, which are in 1,000 gold unit. Honestly, probably not even worth it here. Yeah, so they get wrecked. So Spirit Leech and Spirit Leech is going to be going down on the Exalted Keeper. Sipa still has a lot of time to work with. This game could still go either way. And Enticity actually going to be rampaging the Pain Train, going after it with the Greater Demon. I don't know if I like this, though, because if Sipa was really, on it here, he could just get his big bulls and come in and bully this Slaanesh character. Although the Javelin Fire is doing good, we do get some Furies coming in as well. Sipa probably going to be pulling a bit of a value lead here as the Greater Demon delved too greedily and too deeply. In the backfield, though, the Chaos Dwarves are getting absolutely cleaned up. And that's what happens when you invest a ton in those big boys, is that all of your tertiary elements, like your Hobgoblins and other pieces, are going to get overrun by these Slaaneshi forces. Marauder Horseman doing good work. We do see the Demon's Tongue train being brought very, very low, and the Sorcerer Prophet of Death is going to be chasing the Greater Demon, while the Forsaken are providing a little bit of an escort right there. But Volley Fire doing work, and it does look like the Chaos Dwarves are being really, beat up here in the backfield. Not a whole lot going. Spirit Leech is activated, and it is doing some great damage. The Greater Demon of Slaanesh could be in trouble. Seekers are going to be parking on the back point. Using Seekers to counterattack the big Sorcerer Prophet could be a nice play. Rampage is obviously going to be on cooldown for a while. It has a 1.5 cooldown, although maybe it's coming off right now. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are looking really in big trouble here. They're not able to get anything going in the backfield, right? Like, everything they call out is basically being run down by the Slaaneshi units, and that's what happens. You know, he came off a big victory with the Pain Train to clinch his position in the Grand Finals today. but I don't know if it's going to be enough. So the Pain Train going to be melting those bad boys. The triple cap really, really cooking here, ladies and gentlemen. And Enticity is feasting so freaking hard. All right, Sorcerer Prophet here is on the run. And the Forsaken are going to be charging up to maintain the capture on objective number 1 here. 800 points to freaking 0, guys. 800 to 0. My goodness, that is freaking brutal and a half. So many good games here today. This has been great. Oh, God. Dad Sneeze is coming. Oh, no. Fight it. Fight it. Whew. God. Okay. It might come out of nowhere, guys. I gave you a warning, so maybe turn down your volume a little bit if you're worried. But I think I can get away from the mic quick enough. All right, so looking just very dominant for Enticity, right? He's going to be approaching 900 points. I mean, as long as Enticity doesn't throw his Greater Demon, he should be able to keep feasting. Are the Chaos Dwarves getting any ground here? I think we're past it. I think you guys are safe. I think you're safe. The Demon's Tongue going to be rolling dirty in, and finally the Chaos Dwarves are able to escape from their cage. Despite all of Sipa's rage, he still has to escape his cage here. The Infernal Guard Fire Chads are out, but they get nailed by a Fascination, which is going to rampage them into a bad fight here. So they do get rampaged into a full health Seeker unit. Seeker's doing a shit ton of damage, but the Goblin Laborers are absorbing a lot of that. You can still see Seekers are a very devastating unit, but overall, that Seeker will be destroyed. Yep, nothing really on the points. Sorcerer Prophet, or Demonsmith Sorcerer is here being harried by the Javelins. Fiends of Slaanesh calling in for the final stuff, which is going to be very, very good. And yeah, I think it's just GG. I mean, I just think it's not physically possible for the Chaos Dwarves to get the points back in time. Enticity is spawn camping, homie. Oh, look at the freaking Dreadquake. Oh no, it killed the Fireglaves. Oh no, the Fireglaves got it. Man, brutal, brutal. So Sipa is gonna, maybe realize that Enticity is not gonna be. He's not gonna be taking the cheese. These weird gimmicky tactics probably won't work against End. I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But 1,100 points here. Sipa probably should just tap out, honestly. I don't know. Does he have any way to come back here? The Fiends are on the objective. There's still Mirror Guard pretty healthy. Lots of Horsemen coming in. More Seekers are going to be on the battlefield as well. And ladies and gentlemen, Enticity showing that he is the Keeper of Forbidden Secrets. I think that's a really good nickname. He uses these big Slaanesh characters all the time. All right, so sitting on the value, though, only 600 value on the Greater Demon. But yeah, the Chaos Dwarf just couldn't get a lot of mojo going. Although that Dreadquake does a lot of damage against the Fiends there. That's kind of impressive. 1,200 points coming out. Pain Train is going to be moving. It's gotten 2,800 value so far. But can't cheese the cheese, man. Yeah, yeah. The Dreadquake Mortar did a lot of friendly fire damage too, though, which is rough. That's going to be a nice Spirit Leech right there, and he's going to farm some good value here. But the points are not going good for him. Ent is just cackling all the way to the bank, and we'll see. We'll see how this is going to be going here. All right. So Seekers of Slaanesh are retreating, sitting at how much leadership? 33. So it's getting a little bit low, but they could honestly turn around and fight these guys. Probably keep them busy. The Pain Train, you just kite it, right? Like these big clunky SCs. That's the big difference with land battle. Single entities are amazing in domination mode, but they're a little bit more match specific and map specific, right? Against a big fast faction like Slaanesh that can kind of kite them and pull them apart, it's a little dangerous. But yeah, GG, well played. Really, really fun game, guys. I love that. So shout out to our boy Sipa, though. Let's give homie a big round of applause here for such a fun, ridiculous build. But, in theory, this could have worked against lesser players. If you had seen a Sigvald with Mass Marauders, Sipa would have crushed that. Like, absolutely. All right, guys. GG, well played. And what do we got now? We have 700 here, and overall, nothing crazy on the value. Just kind of played the objectives well. The Horsemen were big carries. They did very, very nicely. All right, so that's going to be game uno there, and we're going to update the scorecard as they're going to get to their picks and bans. And we will see if Enticity is going to be the defending back-to-back champ. It is a 3x3 system. So today it is a 3x3 pick system. Yes, yes. What are they going to play next? What will they whip out? Okay, checking here. Looks like no admin questions. And we're going to change the map. And map 2 is going to be what's. So grand finals, it's going to be Rift at the World's Edge. So Rift at the World's Edge. There we are. So the map is set. Will we see the Empire being called out? Find out today. Xpol, thank you for resubscribing. In the Monster Hunter, thank you for subscribing during that game as well. I'm sorry I missed your message, buddy. But I appreciate you. Yeah, a Marauder Horde would have gotten wrecked by those trains. So Enticity's build with like the mobility and very light infantry core was very good against what Sipa brought. Whereas like in the game with Charix's build was kind of countered by Sipa's build to an extent, but he still almost pulled it back. Yo, I watch a lot of UFC. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like mixed martial arts. I think it's more fun for me. It's hard for me to get behind team sports because of the mercenary element. Like, whereas MMA is an individualistic sport, you know? Like, I don't like how in professional sports, like, somebody will start off with the team and then another team will just pay them more and they'll just abandon their old teammates and, like, their city and everything and go play somewhere else. I understand. It's, you know, it's a money game, but I just don't like that element of team sports. So I've kind of, as I've gotten older, gravitated more towards individual sports like martial arts and things like that. Yeah, and it's going pretty beast mode. He's had some close calls. Him and Oishi had a close game too. Oishi was a 2-1 series, and versus OwnGoal was a pretty contested series too. So Beastmen were played earlier in the tournament. They were played earlier. Yeah. Oh, I love hockey. I used to go to the San Jose Kings games all the time. So I worked in sports before I did YouTube. I was an athletic director, sports manager. And the organization I worked with, we got free tickets to the, sometimes, not always, to the San Jose Sharks. So I used to go to their games and see the Metallica. They play Metallica when they come out, their like entrance song. Oh, it's fun. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of John Jones just because of the just the out of the ring stuff, you know. Yo, hockey games rule. I played hockey too. I played hockey for a lot of my youth. I played roller hockey and a little bit of ice hockey too. So I respect the sport, man. It's freaking awesome. Arcane, oh, that's funny, yeah. Ultra is the default for competitive multiplayer, yes. Yes. Yeah, Louis, I've looked at that stuff. Yeah, medieval armored combat is rad. It's pretty funny because like you see medieval combat in movies, right? And it's very stylized and like people in full plate are, you know, getting taken down by a very faint swing of the sword, right? Whereas, like, I feel like realistically, medieval combat was a lot grungier and grindier, and especially when fully plated armor and like a lot of grappling. Actually, yeah. This is the grand finals. Yeah, it's best of 5. In Warhammer 2 Arcane, it was large, yes. All right, perfect. Yeah, Tom Aspinall's great, man. He's a solid champion. He seems like a good person, a good role model for people, and a great fighter too. He's very fun. They do full combat at the Minnesota Renfest, and it gets wild. Yeah, dude, I love Renaissance fairs. I want to take my lady to one. I like doing all the haggard like archery and like javelin throwing and like drinking. I like mead. Mead is fun. Like honey mead is bomb. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. For watching martial arts, and I love watching martial arts, but I also do feel very bad for the competitors because the amount of like CTE and brain damage these guys are getting, it's rough. I feel like boxers get it worse though, because it's like in mixed martial arts, a lot of fights come down to like grappling and you know they're ended a little bit quicker when it comes to striking. Whereas boxers will fight long fights, like 10, 15 round fights, and just take a ton of damage that builds up over time, and it's probably worse, honestly. Yeah, the King movie. That was the one with Henry Charlemagne or whatever his name was, right? Yeah. Yeah. It was a good movie. There was a medieval movie that was like it had what's his name in it? It had Kylo Ren from Star Wars, and Adam Driver and then Saving Private Ryan. Oh my god, I just can't remember. See, the CTE is catching up to me right now as well. Yeah. What was that one? Adam Driver and Matt Damon. God damn it, Matt Damon. Okay. Yeah, was that movie any good? The Last Duel, or was it terrible? Yeah, I'd be curious to see. A Knight's Tale. Yeah. Last Duel. Yeah, rugby is also another one. Rugby, professional sports. Yeah, that was a big influencing factor as to why I didn't want to play college football. I played for 7 years, high school, and I was being recruited to play just at a Division III school. So nothing serious, but I was like, I didn't want to get like brain damage, you know? Because like when I was in the early 2000s playing football in like 1999, 2003, 2004, like concussions weren't really a thing you mentioned. Like you would get concussed in a football game, and the coaches would like sit you on the sideline for like 15 minutes and then put you back in. Or sometimes if you were like coherent enough, they would just straight up put you back in. You know, in the early 2000s and 90s, people did not discuss concussions. That's for sure. Last Duel is fantastic. Cool. I'll check it out, Papa. Thank you. So, Kislev versus Beastmen. Oh, this is a fun one. Yeah. Coach said it's okay to bleed from the ears. That's the Adam Sandler movie, Waterboy. Yeah. Yeah. All right, guys, let's get it. Still got a little bit of water, so we're good. But yeah, Kislev vs. Beastmen is an uber fun matchup. You know who I think is the MLG forbidden pick in this matchup? And if I were just having to guess what Lord Enticity would bring, Mother Ostankia with the Rampage, because she literally has like a Pavane of Slanesh ability, which is one of the most cracked abilities in the game. It doesn't affect Vigor though, so it's not quite as brutal, but and I think it's more expensive also, wins magic wise. But yeah, I think that Enticity is going to bring Mother Ostankia, maybe. That's some good H2L right there. All right, I'll be RB. 1 second, guys. Gonna change into some shorts because it's getting hot. Yeah, go for it. All right, guys. We're here. What's going on here? Yeah, Monster Mash is really good too. Enticity could play Monster Mash as well. Like, see like double Frostworm or some shit. And take advantage of the fact that Sepa doesn't play a lot of domination. He does play a bit, but not enough to maybe be familiar with like every nuance of the meta. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. It's going to be good, man. It's a big New Zealand Big Maori dude's just going full speed Oklahoma drills. No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that, Daddy. It sounds pretty savage. So Kislev vs. Beastmen, the Bray Herd is very strong. I would still say a top 3 faction of the game. If you're a Beastmen enjoyer, don't you worry. There's plenty of happy moves in the meta. They have access to some of the best infantry in the game. Pestigors, Korngors, Zangors are also very good too. And then, of course, you have some of the best mobility in the game with Centaurs. So very, very good stuff. Yeah. We'll see what's cooking, man. We will see. And Kislev is ready. What's the over-under on the Monster Mash? Yeah, you know what? I actually do think it's going to be an Ent Monster Mash build. Enticity loves mobility and monsters. That's going to be his jam. Yeah, basic Gores are honestly fine too. They're really good. Yeah. Beastmen are really strong. For Sepa, what is he going to do? Mass Centaurs? Mass mobility? I don't really know his playstyle super well. I mean, we've seen a glimpse of it today. Is he gonna, what's like the most degenerate thing Beastman could do in land battle, right? What would that be? I mean, not much, right? The bracket, we're in the grand finals, Tony the Tiger, so welcome. Happy to have you here. This is the big Papa Duel of Fates. And of course, the winner of this series is going to be winning a $500 cash prize. And the individual who gets second is going to be getting $200. So that's going to be fun. Flying Taco will be back. Yeah, I think he plays casually. Yeah, I think he plays casually. But that is the prize for the grand finals. All right. So Enticity versus Sepa. Sepa has a 50% of losing this in the build phase. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We will see what happens. Double Gorgon. I would not hate a double Gorgon build. Like a Bloodroot Behemoth kind of situation would be really fun. Is that limited in Conquest? Do people have restrictions on those things? I think double Gorgon would be rad. It's risky though, because if Enticity comes in with a wide bow line, then you just kind of auto lose. So it's like really, really dodgy. So maybe Gorgon, like one in your starting army, one in reserve type situation, you know? Yeah, I think, oh, you know what? We'll send OwnGoal an Applebee's gift card for his glorious performance today. That's right. Tim, are you going to take your wife on a hot date to Applebee's, dude? On me? Yeah, let's get it, dude. So, no, a fairly standard build, actually, unless the Ice Witch was on a dragon as well, which it very well could be. Yeah, we have Kossars, a lot of bows, potentially double dragon, and it's going to be a Doom Bull and a Gorbill. All right. Well, a Dark Horse, there's also unit caps in this as well. Yeah, we use the Creative Assembly unit caps, so that's what we use for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the dreaded double Frostworm, but it's not pure Monster Mash. It's actually a relatively dynamic build. So we have 2 big Frostworms, which are excellent anti-large fighters, which perform surprisingly well versus infantry as well. The rest of the core is going to be archers into the sunset, and we do have the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse here. So it is going to be horse archers, and horse archers. 4 of those bad boys. Let's freaking get it. Now, looking at the army of Sipa, Sipa is going to be spreading wide here with a lot of the Ungor Spearmen herd, with some Pestigors on the flanks. Minotaurs, Butchers of Kalkengard, a Shadowcaster with Melkost to punish Kislev Cavalry is a very good call. And honestly, a pretty good little anti-large fighting core. Gorebull and Doombull, these 2 best homies. We got the Buddy Cop movie. I mean, they're pretty good against the dragons if they fight together, you know? Especially if they call in some Centaurs with throwing axes or different things like that. It can do quite a bit of work. So, yeah. GLHF. Now, let's look at the spells of both players. Ice Witch is going to be using Hawks and Miska to break the leadership of the Beastmen positions. And it's just Melkost Mystifying Miasma here for these bad boys. So that is going to be that. Advancing up are the Horse Archers. They will grab the objectives. These Ungors are expendable, I believe, so they only have 2 capture weight, whereas the Horsemen have 4. So they should have the advantage on the capture weight. But the Beastmen are probably going to get all 3 objectives out of the gates. And Kislev is going to have to work its way down the line. So they'll probably get objective 3 and then push down this way as the game does progress. Now, people like the Doombull more than Torox because of this ability, the bare knuckle boxing or brass knuckle boxing. Basically, when he hits something, it lowers their melee defense and speed, which is kind of like a frostbite mixed with a debuff, which is very, very good. So typically, that's why you see Gorebull or Doombull instead of Torox, unfortunately. Torox is okay, though. He's a little bit of a tankier fighter because he does have the brass buff. And the dragons are just going to be diving back here and looking to feast on some freebies. So right now, Enticity is just kind of corralling his prey. He's coming across, and yeah, these guys are going to get wrecked, probably. I mean, they're spears, so in theory, they're okay against monsters. But with these kind of numbers, it's just 1 300 gold unit versus like 4,000 gold right here, give or take. So not going to be great. All right, so the Horse Archers are kiting and shooting. They want to shoot into the Pestigors, and now the 2 big bulls are on parade, so you're going to want to watch out for that. That's a goated song, by the way. Bulls on Parade by Rage Against the Machine is so goddamn good. All right, retreating back is the Ice Witch. She's got 75 speed. The Bulls have 64. They're a little bit slower, so the Ice Witch should be able to kite them pretty effectively. And now we see the Archer Volleys of Enticity opening up on the big Bulls. And in the back, it is going to be Razorgore herds moving and a grooving. All right, dancing on in here is the Frostworms. The Frostworms hunger as they do dive into the backfield and immediately get some good value on these bad boys. But the Archer lines of Kislev are going to be a little bit flimsy potentially if they get rushed hard. And oh, Dad is here. The big man. Oh, yeah, stream's lagging a little bit, unfortunately. Oh, God. The cursed lag. It happened earlier. It should subside, but yeah. Just hang tight, guys. Hold, brothers. Hold through the lag. It just started lagging badly. Oh. We'll have to wait till it subsides before starting the next game. But just try refreshing. Should be okay. The dreaded North American internet, I know. All right, guys. The battle's continuing, and we do see the Horse Archers encircling, and the Incarnate Elemental of Beast is out on the field. It's going to be fighting with the Frostworm right here, but the Frostworm is actually in a bit of a tricky position. It's being surrounded and beaten down by the Butchers of Kalkengard and the Gorebulls. So Enticity could be in a little bit of danger here. We'll have to see as he does retreat back with the Frostworm right there. And guys, the Incarnate Elemental has now arrived. So this thing is a Mortis Engine monster. Oh, the big roar going down. The Howl of the Great Beast. That's going to be slapping the base here on these Pestigors. And yeah, Mortis Engineing them as well, because this thing does have a Mortis Engine effect right there. All right. Hold, brothers. We're gonna get through the bad internet. I know it's buckling, but just, you know, weather the storm. We'll be okay, and after this game, we'll pause until the internet fixes itself. So that is that. All right, so the Frostworms of the Monster Core have been forced to retreat, and this is allowing the Beastmen to get a triple cap. So 1, 2, and 3. We do see the Beastmen getting all 3 objectives right there. And honestly, yeah, one of the dragons getting worn down a bit. You can see this Frostworm was forced back by the Gorebulls. And Sipa is doing a pretty good job of just pushing the objectives right now and being rather menacing. So Ungor Raiders going to be advancing up to help press and deal with the big monsters. Gorebull and Doombull are both in pretty good shape right there. So those bad boys are hanging in there like absolute champions, and they're pretty giga chad. So there they move in there. The Hawks of Miska is activated there. Going to be hitting the Bestigor herds. Oh, that was actually a Bestigor herd that we had in there. Oh, that's some good stuff right there. Yeah, we have like Spectrum, which is just absolutely trash internet, and we have no choice because they have a monopoly in California. It's freaking awesome. You gotta love it, you know? You gotta freaking love it. So, in terms of the objective situation, we do have objectives 1, 2, and 3, all of which I believe are owned. No, the Beastmen. Oh, man, Sipa with a big mistake, actually. Never securing objective 3. That is a huge blunder. Sipa could be massively ahead right now if he had secured this objective right here. That would be a very, very good play. But so far, Sipa is keeping Kislev in check. He's got his Butchers, and his Doom Bulls and Gore Bulls are doing very well. And the Kislev Monster Mash, though, of course, will scale very well into the late game when the Patriarch comes out. All right. It's going to be dropping Lullaby. That is... He pushes... Actually steamroll his opponent. Is still maintaining to the forces, and the battle getting surrounded and potentially pinned as they do get hit by the Hawks of Miska. Look at that. That is very, very nice. That's some good stuff right there. Meanwhile, in the backfield, one Gorbel has overextended a little bit from Sipa, so this is a big misplay that I think is potentially going to be changing the dynamics. Okay, I think the internet finally stabilized, guys. The dreaded lag spike has surpassed. So if you guys refresh one more time, it should be gone. I see it has fully stabilized now, and shout out to our shithouse internet provider. All right, so just give us a refresh, and we should be good. Yeah, it's getting crazy, but that's just because it was stabilizing. All right. So we're back in the game, and we do see the battle raging on. Gorbel is going here, and yeah, Enticity is really starting to take over the game. They are really starting to take over the game. Yeah, just refresh it. Just refresh it. It should be totally fine. Refresh your stream. But looking at Gorbel, he's being bullied by the Frostworm. The Doom Bull is also in a bit of a precarious position, and since Sipa didn't get that triple cap right there, you know, I think that's potentially going to be a big opportunity for Enticity to kind of grind his way back in there. And looking at objective number 3, Kislev is holding it, but we do see Centaurs coming in. Centaur's not going to be super good against the Ice Witch right there. The storm has passed. Yeah, it's just there was like a big couple power outages in my city. I think they're having some infrastructure problems and whatnot. So yeah, I think something's going on. Internet's good. It should be good. Just refresh and you guys should be golden. You're here just for the climax of the game. So this is one of the few things that's going very well for Sipa, is the fact that he does have the 2 throwing axes in there, but Anticity's healing blob is going to be really disgusting. The Patriarch providing perfect vigor to these big monsters is one of the most foul things ever. It's so freaking good. Butchers of Kalkengard getting worn down, and it kind of looks like the Beastmen are very close to having their backs kind of Bane Batman broken. Like you can see the Kislev Monster Mash core, the Incarnate Elemental, the Frostworms are pretty healthy, all things considered, and they're going to be able to really push out and do some nasty work as this game does progress. Granted, Khorngor is arriving on the side, actually threatening the objective. Butchers of Kalkengard holding on with 8 leadership. Maybe Sipa can win the objective game. We could see the reverse of what we saw earlier, in which Enticity was able to just kind of kite out the single entities and win despite his opponent having big scary FCs. Maybe Sipa can pull a reverse there. I don't know. We'll have to see. But man, you got to get this objective if you want a chance of winning. So 700 points right here. The Ice Witch is getting a little bit lower. Razorgore herds are being called in, and Anticity's army is really bare bones outside of that Death Star, right? He's got some Winged Lancers in there, so the mighty Polish cavalry have arrived. Centaur is defeating these guys, and it looks like we have more Khorngors coming in. We do have more Khorngors, which aren't going to necessarily kill these guys quickly, but they'll provide a really stalwart position on this objective. Now you can see if this objective had been captured earlier by the Beastmen, Enticity would be down by like another 200 points. The Doom Bull is running the Howl of the Great Beast activated, and the Incarnate Elemental is trying to get him. His leadership is at -3, potentially going to be breaking right there, which is going to be very, very precarious. All right, so Centaur is holding it down here. Khorngor is going to be advancing up. The Pimp Slap of the Gods coming down on top of the Doom Bull, but we do get the Khorngors arriving with their anti-large halberds. The Incarnate Elemental losing so much HP from those halberds. Man, it just lost like 1,000 HP in like a second of being in that Khorngor blob. Butchers of Kalkengard are back online, and the Beastmen are still just fighting on this point, really not letting Kislev escape this general area. So maybe Sipa is going to be able to pull out reverse Uno here in this game. I don't know, but potentially going to be in the cards. All right, so Khorngors are just being absolute gigachads, and the Incarnate Elemental is almost dead. The Salak's Lullaby stabilizing it, but the Disintegrating and the Unstable probably going to be enough to kill it, and the Incarnate Elemental trying its best to live through the power of Urson, but I don't think it's going to be the case. So -13, -10, and down goes the Incarnate Elemental. Sipa is back on the menu. The halberd play from Sipa getting the job done and turning the tide of the fight in the 4th quarter. Anticity's forces are now kind of on the back foot. He does have the Ice Witch, and I don't know where the other dragon, oh my god, the other dragon being killed by the throwing axes. What a beautiful comeback here by Sipa. So he's chasing, and we do see the Frostworm in trouble. And now suddenly I think the Beastmen are potentially not in a commanding position, but in a position where they can win this game. We will have to see. Khorngor's being really menacing. Ungor Spearman Herd's going to be heading up, trying to screen out these cavalry, but those are Griffin Legion, which are going to be very, very tough. And it looks like the Doom Bull does stabilize. So the Beastmen leadership is not going to be in trouble. Kislev with attempted theft on the outside as well. We do see the Horse Archers heading over to Objective 1 to grab that. That's probably going to warrant a response of the Centaurs out of the woods to try and screen them out. So Sepa probably going to be saving up for that, I would imagine. But yeah, Doom Bull has to live on vacation. Enticity still has the monster advantage, guys. He still has it. He's got the big worm here and the Patriarch and is up on value. I mean, he's technically below, but with healing, he's very far ahead of the Beastmen, I would say. Doom Bull going to be heading over there while the Beastmen attempt to get this objective back, and maybe they will. The Khorngors plus the Shadowcaster, both are units that counter the Griffin Legion, right? With the Melkoth Mystifying Miasma and your Poking Halberds and all those sort of good things like that. And yes, more and more Razor Gores coming out. Side objective is going to be stolen. And the Beastmen can Helm's Deep in one-on-one point if they want to, but they're about to get triple capped. Enticity looks like he has had enough monstrous mass on the battlefield with the Ice Witch to bully the middle objective, and has some mobility that is threatening the side objective as well. So Kislev is going to be getting a triple cap here. All three objectives are going to be going to the champions of Urson. All right, and moving on up, we do see Bestigor herds, Centaurs, as well as Razorgore herds all heading there. So Beastmen might be able to reclaim this objective. I think as long as Enticity is cautious and doesn't throw his lord to the dogs, he should have this game in the bag. His Monster Mash with the Patriarch healing was able to outscale the Beastmen army. The Beastmen did eventually deal with the monsters, but it took him a little bit too long. Centaurs are pulling back, and Sepa does get a good fight. Razorgores as well as Bestigors into Griffin Legion is uber cost effective, but there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down. I'm not sure. Is that Pit of Shades? Does he have Pit of Shades? No, it's Hawks and Miska. Yeah, that's right. I was looking at the wrong caster. But Hawks and Miska isn't very good against armor, so it's not going to be great against the Bestigors, but it still will lower their leadership, and then they get terror added to that, so that's pretty clutch, right? On the backside, Enticity on the hunt, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. So using the Horse Archers to hunt down the Doom Bull in the woods. That's really clutch. If that Doom Bull dies, it basically seals the deal in the game. Advancing up are the Ungabunga Spearman herds. The Hawks and Miska probably closing out the game right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we do see the Bestigor herds getting taken to Pound Town. Yeah, so their leadership getting broken, then they just get feasted on. And it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, the Kraken King has done it. I think Enticity was winning and then suddenly started to lose a little bit, but was able to stabilize, bring the game back together with his Hawks and Miska, break the Bestigor herds, and the fact that there was no more Khorngors on the field was pretty clutch. All right, Ungabunga Spearmen heading to Objective 1. Beastmen basically have nothing. The Gorbel and the Doom Bull just got kind of bullied this game a little bit. Granted, they had a very good early game. Unfortunately, it was lagging for you guys, so you probably didn't get to see a lot. But yeah, they got bullied in the mid-game, and that was probably what cost them. I think if Sepa had maybe, kept his Doom Bull and Gorbel from taking so much damage early, maybe he could have swung this game, but there's no way. Anticity's getting triple victory tickets, and he is laughing all the way to the bank, showing why he is the defending world champion. He has still got it, and he is going hard in the paint. All right, so Ungor Spearman herds are advancing up. There's going to be some witchcraft here, another Hawks and Miska potentially, as the mighty Polish cavalry arrive and ride down the filthy Beastmen. With the Hawks and Miska in the distance. Oh, look at the glorious cavalry. Yes. You gotta love Kislev, man. I can't wait till Kislev gets a tabletop army. Cathay didn't really excite me too much, but man, oh man, am I excited for Kislev. That's gonna be fun. All right, guys, so probably GG, right? Like, what do Beastmen have on the field? They have, like, some Ungabunga Raiders in the middle, which are gonna be kited and shot to pieces by the Horsemen. Enticity has, like, a pretty good Lord still alive with 3,000 HP. On the other side, we do see that the Doom Bull survives in the trees. The memory remains. He's trying it, but yeah, guys, I think it's it. I think it's over. We see the victory tickets going up. He is obviously not in a triple cap situation anymore. He could comfortably win on just 2, so he could even let the Beastmen have a consolation prize, but really, really able to get it done. And yeah, sometimes styles can make matchups too, right? Like, if I had to say, like, the series that we saw with OwnGoal and Enticity was pretty contested, and Oishi and Enticity's games are really sweaty too. But Enticity was able to clutch those. He's really good under pressure. Like, we had that Warcraft 3 event that he won. The prize is going to be coming to him soon. And he was really, really good under pressure in the Warcraft 3 games, which was fun to see. And that's going to be Game 2 going to the Kraken King. GG, well played. All right, and there he goes. That is going to be 2-0 for Enticity. If he wins the next game, it is game blouses. So, semi-Monster Mash. Not pure, but it did turn into a Monster Mash. He didn't open up. into a monster mash, but eventually it did turn into one. 2,600 value, 1,700 on the Frostworm, Incarnate Elemental, 1,600. So the monsters were kept in check, but not quite enough. They traded well enough. So the Bulls, oh man, yeah, look at that, 700 and 600. That's really rough. Corngors were the biggest carries, right? 1,300 and 800, and then the throwing axes were pretty gods here. I played against Sepa before. I know that Sepa has really, really good Centaur micro, so I was able to get a lot of value with these, but it was not quite enough. GG, well played. All right, guys, so this is going to be the next match here. Let's see what it is, and it's going to be on Bordelot Landing, one of the classic domination maps that is very beloved by all, and there it is. All right, all right. Yeah, Winged Lancers are really cool as well. Solid unit. I don't think we're going to see Vampire Coast. Anticity's here. This is a championship. He wants to win the title and the $500 cash prize. Because, you know, $500 is legit nice. Yeah, that's great, you know. So I think he's coming for it. Both of these players are guaranteed a prize. Currently, it's $100 for first and $200 for second. Or $500 and $200, yes. So those are going to be the jams. Okay. You think it's Toddy? I think Empire's on the table. Anticity plays a lot of Empire these days, so I think we could totally see a Toddy game. I think we totally could. Okay, so what's going on here? How are we looking? And we have Kislev versus the Beastmen last game, so they can't play those again. Is this the finals? This is the grand finals for the World Championship, yeah. So whoever wins this is going to be the #1 ranked Total War competitive player in our community. So pretty sweaty, guys. All right. So it's going. Curious to see what it's going to be. You could buy a lot of hot dogs for $500. You could. I don't know why. I have a suspicion that Enticity could put down a lot of hot dogs. I just feel like he could. You know, like he would be like that professional hot dog eater Kobayashi, the Japanese guy who's like he's like skinny but he's ripped. You know. Oh, if you're new to the channel, the hot dog discussions might be a little bit weird, by the way. All right. Anticity once said on stream that his secret for winning was that he can know life on Total War and his opponents can't. It's true. He plays a lot more than most people, I think. Yeah. Well, we were talking about having a hot dog eating contest for charity. Yeah. So, part of the money is coming from a sponsor, Magic D, and the rest of it's coming from my pocket. So, yeah, we do have a sponsor who's going to be sponsoring the first place prize, and I'm paying out the second place prize as well. Yeah. But yeah, we were going to have a Total War community hot dog eating contest for charity, which I thought would be really funny. I don't know how we would do that, but it would be like a Greasus Grom the Paunch thematic one. So like each of us would dress up as like an obese character from Total War, you know? And go at it. So we'd have like a Greasus, we'd have a Grom, we'd have a Great Unclean One. Just like all the big boys eating it out. I love the Expanse TV show. No, I haven't seen that, Tobizzle. That's very cool. What Warcraft 3 character could probably eat the most hot dogs? Grom the Paunch, probably. Because Grom the Paunch has like a thing where like he has like troll flesh in his body that constantly keeps growing him, so his hunger is like insatiable. Yeah. So there's that. He said, Extra Luke says, "Thank you for the great entertainment. Love from Austria." Hey, right back at you, man. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. Skaven Molder dude, forgotten his name. Oh yeah. Oh shit, we could get somebody dressing up as the Throt the Unclean. He could definitely put some wieners down for sure. Yeah, he could definitely put some hot dogs down. Yeah, so we'd have Greasus, we'd have Grom the Paunch, Throt the Unclean, Great Unclean One. What other big characters do we have? I mean, you could put Golg in there, but I think one ogre's enough. Yeah. Kugath. Oh shit, yeah, Kugath. Kugath might be able to put all of those guys down. Kugath could probably eat more hot dogs than all of them. Yeah, you could have somebody dress up like a Slan, like a Lizardmen Slan. They can probably put some hot dogs down also. Yeah. when 40k Total War comes out, what factions are all going to be playing? Oh, Death Guard. If they just do Death Guard, and I'll play them all day. Just give me Mortarion and Plague Marines and freaking Plague Burst Crawlers and shit. Oh yeah, be fun. All right, so it's going to be Norsca for SIPA versus. We don't know what it's going to be for our next match here. This is the game for all the marbles for the World Championship. And we will see who's going to emerge victorious. There you go, boy. There you go. Okay. You going to be around tonight after the... maybe, Pone. I might be. I'm not sure. I have to chat with the lady. I don't know if my family's still in town. They were here earlier. They might have left, but... There's a chance I will be, yeah. What are you feeling, man? You feasting for some Age of the Ring? Something else? Okay. Norsca for SIPA. It's looking like it's going to be Norsca. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're on the right map. Borderlow Landing, right? Yes. Okay. Age of the Ring is so fun. I think we'll do another Age of the Ring tournament soon. Shit, maybe I could even schedule one for tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. Pwn out here fiending he is. Okay. Kislev is already played, so they're still in the pick and ban process. I'm gonna go put some ice in my drink here, guys. It's like 90 degrees here, so you know, we even got the AC on and it's still pretty hot. BRB. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Oh, shit. Dark Elves for SIPA. What? What's going on here? What forbidden witchcraft is it going to be? I don't know. Find out today. Age of the Ring is back on the menu very soon because I've been playing my Forbidden Isengarders every night. Yeah, I've actually moved away from Harad Waith a little bit. Isengard, I've been figuring out how to play them at a high level, and not high level, but better than newbie. And I'm really enjoying Dol Guldur too as well. They're very fun. Yeah, so it'll be soon. It'll be soon. But for now, it is the World Championship. It is going to be the Kraken King versus SIPA, potentially in the last game here. This could be it. This could be all the marbles, you know. Okay, let's check this. And we're going to do this as well. All right, all right. And there we go. Oh, does YouTube have the ability to raid other people's streams? Are we able to do that? It'd be fun to raid Enticity after that. No, Isengard is actually good. They're good once you learn how to play. It's just they have some bad matchups. Yeah, they have some bad matchups. Age of the Ring rules though. It's fun. You raid them on Twitch. Yeah, Frost, I'm not sure. How are you and your sister doing, Frost? Hope you guys are doing well. Tomb Kings versus Norsca. Why do we see this matchup so much? I don't know why. We see it all the frickin' time. All right, it's going to be Tomb Kings versus the Norsca. Enticity is a beast. Yeah, he is. He really is. Yeah. He's all elbows, man. He is all elbows. Rainy days here. Oh, that sounds so nice. Oh, what I'd give for some rain. You know, when I was like 20, I'm 36 now, but when I was 20, I was pretty ripped. I was in very good shape. And I remember like during the summers, it would be like 90, 100 degrees, and I'd go out and like play flag football and like run and jog in the heat. But now that I'm like a middle-aged chungus, I just like, when it gets hot, I just melt. I'm like, no, thank you. No, thank you. That's right, Paul. That's right, man. We're here. This is the grand finals. Tomb Kings versus Norsca. Potentially going to be deciding the fate of the old world. Yeah. You think it's going to be double cap from Enticity? It could be. Or he could catch his opponent off guard and go like triple Ushapti Greatbow or something, you know? He could go like triple Ushapti Greatbow, Chaff, and then backed up by double Tomb Prince with like Katep. It could be interesting. How dare you, Kim C? How dare you? Old man Saturday video games and yearning for youth. I don't even like, I'm much happier where I am now in life than I was when I was 20. The only thing I would, of course, miss is like the health that you have at that age. That's like the only thing. Yeah. No, life is way better now for sure, you know? All right. ESPN or League of Legends post-match breakdowns. Oh, you guys want to... We'll see. He's probably going to be pretty tired. He's been grinding all day, so I don't want to drag it on any further than we need to. But, you know, maybe what I could do is I'll grab Enticity. We'll record like a podcast or something, and we can talk about his experience in the finals. Like, that would probably be better. Hell yeah, dude. Big, strong 50. Let's go. Yeah, let's get it. All right. Norsca Unga Bunga is ready. Are we going to be returning to Monkey? Will the caveman be unleashed? Will Wolfric come in his boat? Wolfric's fine here. Throg is good too. You can go either direction. Who do you actually bring? Probably Throg, right? Just to put some respect on the Kemrian War Sphinxes. Yeah. What is your job? So I do YouTube full time, but before I did YouTube, I worked in sports. So I worked I ran sports events. So like football, soccer, track and field, bocce ball, powerlifting. Let me see, what were all my sports? Field hockey was a fun one. Bocce ball was probably my favorite to run though. So I ran bocce ball events, and we used to like rent out these Italian restaurants with bocce ball courts, and I would just get to sit there and be a fat chungus eating Italian food while running a bocce ball tournament. It was awesome. That was the shit. Because like, yeah, it came with the food, you know? Whereas when I had to run like baseball tournaments and like shit, I was like out in like 100-degree weather, just like, you know, getting harassed by parents and coaches and just like, yeah, I don't miss that. All right. Oh shit, it's an Ushapti rush. So triple Ushapti versus the quad Wolf Chariot. This is some weird tech. Oh dude, bocce ball rules. It's such a fun game. Because you know what's really cool about bocce ball is like no matter your age, your physical ability, I mean obviously to an extent, you can play bocce ball. So yeah, it was a really good sport. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get it going. Let's see this grand final showdown. It's going to be Enticity representing ODM, and SEPA I think is RTK. So it is an RTK versus ODM Duel of Fates. And currently ODM is cackling a little bit, that's for sure. Spearman to the front, it's a good choice because here's why you would look at it, right? If you have basic skeletons with Ushapti, you're good against infantry. But if you have spears with Ushapti, you have anti-large and anti-infantry stacked together, which is very, very good. So we do have the Ushapti there, which is going to be a nasty front line. A couple skeleton archers to keep the Norskins honest because they will outtrade javelins and throwing axes and also mammoths and things like that, which is not bad at all. And a couple spears in the back. And Cetra is going to be on horseback. Okay, so it is going to be horse Cetra, which is great. Now, looking at the armies of SEPA with the forbidden tech. Coming in with Throg. I was about to say Throg the Unclean. I mean, he technically probably is pretty disgusting, so it makes sense. But it is going to be Throg. And 4 Marauder Icewolf Chariots. Okay, these guys do have armor-piercing throwing axes, so in theory, they can kill Ushapti and also kill infantry? I don't know. We're going to find out. You don't see that too often, so this is some weird tech. And we do have the Burning Head Throg to fight the big boys, and a Skinwolf Werekin from SEPA as well. So SEPA was coming in expecting a Sphinx, but maybe his investment here into the Skinwolf Werekin and Throg will not be great against the wider army. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be. But we've seen pretty diverse meta today. We've seen a lot of factions. You know what's interesting is we didn't see too many of the God factions. Not a single Nurgle game, no Tzeentch, no Khorne. We did see Slaanesh because they're really strong. But we didn't see any of the other boys. I know earlier in the tournament there were some Khorne games being played. But here we did not see them. So yeah, let's get it. Moving in are the Ushapti, and the dreaded chariots are going to be coming across. So these are Marauder Ice Wolf chariots. They have some Marauder Hunters on the back. It's only one, but they do throw an armor-piercing axe, which does a respectable amount of damage. So we're going to see him move it in. And here we do see the middle objective going to Norsca's Ungabunga. And, ooh, Eyes of the Desert. That's going to be really, really good, guys. They are going to be able to laser beam these chariots into the Shadow Realm if they get too close. So Throg is moving up. Skinwolf Werekin as well. Enticity here, sitting with his Tomb King. Cetra sitting very idle, but uh-oh, that's not going to be good. I don't think the Werekin sees these guys, does he? All right, big blasting going in. He loses like half his HP, and spears are on their way. Cetra is a little bit out of position, and it looks like he's going to be going for it. Using the Forbidden Land Battle tech of just blobbing with the chariots here. They do have armor piercing, I think, on their throwing attacks, and right now they're going to be struggling to micro away from these guys. Burning Head going to be going down from Sipa as well, and it is going to be a okay hit. Nothing crazy, but it does cook one skeleton right there, right? Skinwolves are also in, so Skinwolves are a soft counter against Ushapti. You can use them there, but this is really going to be the epicenter of action. Throg and the Werekin are wearing down the Eyes of the Desert. Chariots are doing okay, but they're getting a little bit caught up here. You can see they're just getting stuck on Ushapti and spears, and some of them do get into the archers, but Enticity with a very nice play there, using Incantation of Protection to mitigate 40% of the damage coming in. So talk about clutch and a half, right? That was very, very good. But back here, I think the Eyes of the Desert are doing a good job holding up quite a bit. Chariots are getting worn down. We do have one chariot near death's bed. The Fire Sorcerer are also moving back here as well. So there is that, but the archers are getting cooked a little, and it looks like Sipa was able to find a way through some of his marauders. So those guys do come in there, get a nice little pusheroo on the Blessed Legion. And now this is an expensive ROR. They're like 700 gold or something, so getting that pick there is going to be very, very nice. All right, in the meantime, at the backfield, we do have the Eyes of the Desert, and they are getting worn down by Throg and the Skinwolf Werekin. Skeleton Spears, though, are giving a little bit back. The Skinwolf Werekin and Throg have both taken some nice poking damage. And how are the Tomb Kings doing up on the objective? So far, it's actually looking pretty good for Norsca on the point. We do see the Skinwolves out-trading the Ushapti, and the Marauders are, of course, a superior quality to Skeletons. Cetra, in the meantime, trying to chase these chariots, but Sipa has been very annoying with the chariots. He's been bouncing back and forth and really doing quite a bit with these guys and giving the archers a ton of trouble. And they do have the armor-piercing throwing axes, 300 value on this one. This one is sitting at 65 kills, 500 value. This one here at 215, and this one is at 179. So a lot of value of the chariots has been shut down. Nothing super, super crazy here. So Burning Head activated, going to be cooking through those skeleton warriors, and unfortunately for Enticity, it is going to be going through his skeletons down here and probably leading them to crumble at negative 29 leadership. Norsca's Ungabunga is strong, though, man. They're winning a lot of the frontline trades, and these weird chariots are actually doing kind of good. Running through a lot of the backfield, and Cetra is having trouble keeping pace with them, and the Skinwolf pressure is also quite strong. Because here's the thing, like, Skeleton Ushapti loses to Marauder Skinwolf. So that is a very, very advantageous trade there for the forces of Norsca. But Cetra, of course, doing pretty good on value, 4.5 against 3.9. Maybe going to be able to get some work done. This is still a lot of game to be played, right? And this is going to be an S-tier play from Enticity. Sniping the Shaman Sorcerer, getting him off the battlefield is huge, because that means no more Burning Heads. And Burning Heads are the antithesis of the Tomb Kings, basically. And you have to remember also, Norsca is very heavily invested in his opponent's backfield, and a lot of the chariots are getting tied up and potentially killed by horsemen back here. So maybe there's a chance that Homie went too greedily and too deeply into the backfield, because if Cetra can shatter this Firecaster, that's going to be no more Burning Heads for the foreseeable future. And then if Cetra can go back there and, jump in and bully like the Skinwolf Werekin, that's going to be pretty massive, right? So Tomb Kings are definitely losing on the objective, though. The Necrotech trying to fight here, keep these guys alive, but not going to be enough, as the Norskins do win their fight. The Marauders with their great weapons, as well as the Skinwolves, able to get it done. Necrotech probably going to be surrounded and killed after a while. Depends if he stays there. And Norsca, yeah, just holding on and really grinding it out on that objective. But shit's getting real crunk nasty back here. The Ushapti Greatbow got called out by Enticity, and immediately Throg is all up in their face. All up in there, man. Oh my god, that's rough. Where's Cetra? Cetra trying to kill that Fire Sorcerer, but yeah, he's elusive. He's a foot-based character. They can be hard to finish. The chariots are all knocked offline, though, so we see the chariots getting punished. Ushapti Greatbow need to stabilize. He really needs those. And it looks like Sipa is going to be getting on the board, ladies and gentlemen. I was 3-0s are fun and all, but man, a contested series is way, way better, right? That's way better there. Norsca is starting to take over the game. Skeleton Horsemen surrounding Throg, but all the pressure is back here. Norsca just holding on to the 2 points, and it looks like the Firecaster is going to be coming back. Cetra having to abandon ship and ignore that Firecaster and just come over here and try and finish the job. So he's going to be moving there. There he goes. Yeah, the Skinwolves are the biggest problem. They're dominating like every fight they get into right now, which is tough. Throg Daddy is surrounded. I mean, look, maybe Cetra can kill Throg and get a Lord Snipe. That would be massive. So Cetra is going to be moving in. He does use the Curse Blades right here, giving the anti-large bonus to his Nagakara warriors, or horsemen, which will let them fight against the Skin Wolves very effectively, actually. But Throg is in the process of escaping and losing this big, expensive centerpiece. Like, if this had been a Necropolis Knight or something, that would have been pretty big. Caster has returned. Yes, Necrotech still fighting in the middle, but Norsca is, throwing their bananas on the ground, trying to make these skeletons slip up, and we are going to be seeing the push here. Yes, the Norscan caster did live. He's hanging back there like an absolute champ, and Throg is... They're just going to overwhelm this position. I mean, Cetra is going to lose this. Throg is backed up by Werekin, and if anybody's wondering why we call them condom wolves, it's because they... If you've ever been driving through, like, middle America and, like, rural, like, highway, Route 66 kind of style gas stations, you're always going to see, like, weird boner pills and things like that have, like, a howling wolf on the front, or, like, the iconography is that of a wolf, or, like, something stupid like that. So to me, it sounds like a brand of cheap condoms, but a discussion for another day. So Throg here getting nailed by Jaffs, or not, potentially. It's going to give anti-large to Cetra, but I think the Werekin as well as Throg are going to clean up, and it looks like we have returned to Monkey. Norsca is going to be claiming victory, and Sipa is back on the board. All right, RTK still yet draws breath. 2-1 here for Enticity. All he needs to do is win one game, and Sipa needs to win 2 more to close out the series. What a great game. Really, really good stuff. Let's update the scorecards here. Yeah, Monkey strong, dude. The Skin Wolf Marauder beat the Ushapti Spear combo, and then the anti-large characters were able to bully the archers in the backfield, and the chariots were also very disruptive as well. Magic D, big shout out to our boy Magic D, by the way. He's in YouTube chat. He's sponsoring today's event, a large portion of it. So Magic D, thank you so much, and shout out to you, buddy. All right, so what do we got here? Yeah, chariots were interesting. I mean, they're annoying. Not like crazy value or anything, but I guess they were disruptive. I think the Skin Wolves did pretty damn good. Yeah, 800 here is nice. 900 here. Looking pretty damn good. No bell heard. All right, 2-1 here in the tourney. Cetra kind of got bullied. 500 value on Cetra. Probably wishing he was on his big cat. And we're going to be going to the next map here, which is going to be what? It is going to be Borderlow Landing, and Norscan Rise is going to be the next one. All right. Rise, Norsca. Rise. Winning against Enticity should give a Steam achievement. All right, for sure. Yeah, Magic D. Shout out to you, homie. Super Chad Magic, indeed. Everyone has a plan until Throg and his chariots punch him in the face. Yeah, the chariots were like rolling over the backfield and doing armor-piercing damage on the move. It was pretty clutch, actually. Yeah, pretty clutch. Well, hopefully you guys are enjoying Total War Competitive. I see we got 1,900 people on YouTube and about 400 on Twitch. The fire rises. Old Total War is going strong, man. It's going strong. This is the Grand Championship. Yes, the Grand Finals for the World Champ position and the Season 10 Champion. So whoever wins this will be the current #1 ranked player in Total War, basically. So, yeah. This is the first time you've ever seen Enticity lose live. Yeah, you got to watch his streams. He wins most of his games. He probably wins like 85% of his matches, I would say. Very strong. Berserk did play, but he lost. No, Berserk didn't qualify for the season. Yeah, I don't think he qualified. Either that or he lost earlier. Let me check. Hold on. Was Berserk in the tourney? I can't remember if he was in this one. If he was, he lost in an early round. Oh, Berserk was not in this tourney. No, he didn't qualify. Yeah. All right. Big wins all day, every day. Sipa's pretty good. He's pretty good. The day's going very well, Pan. Welcome. We're on game 4 of the Grand Finals. If Enticity wins, he closes it out. If he loses, then it is going to be going to a game 5. I have no idea when the Norsca deal. We've been really getting blue-balled like with the DLC thing, right? We haven't gotten anything new in ages. In ages. It's been a long-ass time. Sorry, I don't know what that means. Can't read Cyrillics. Apologies. Oh man, did we just get raided or something? A lot of people just joined. Well, welcome. Yes, we got the new Blood Knights. We have those at home. Let me see. I don't know where Sipa's from. I can check his total Tavern profile and see, but I'm not sure. He's either European or American, I think. I have no idea. I have no idea where he is from. But he dabbles in the Forbidden Land Battle. As you saw, a lot of his builds were heavily influenced by Land Battle tech, which is fun because you can bring both styles to both formats, which is great. Hey, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. The DLC is going to happen for sure. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Wonder what factions will be picked here. So for anybody just joining, you cannot replay the same faction. So for example, you can't play, like Sipa can't play the faction he just played. He can't play Norsca again in the series, and Enticity cannot play Tomb Kings again, you know. You cannot do it. It is not doable. But like if between matches, like so in one best of 3 versus another, you can do that. Yeah. You can play, like Enticity has played Slaanesh in every single best of series he's had today. All right. Checking here to make sure there's no admin stuff and no questions. Looks like these players have been doing it. I can see Enticity whipping out vampire counts, actually. They're doing their pick and bans right now. So pick and bans usually take 5 to 10 minutes, and then they build their armies, and then we play. That's like the status quo. The Australians are waking up. Rise, Australians, rise. Man, I would love to visit Australia, but it's such a far trip. Oh my God. I think the plane flight from where I live, like even with layovers, is like what, like over 20 hours or something obscene like that. Plane flights are like one of the most miserable things on the planet. If you don't have money and you're like in the peasant class like me, the plane flights are rough, dude, you know? Yeah. Sipa is Swiss. Got it, right on. Oh, so we have some shared ancestry, eh? My European ancestors were from northern Italy, and they traveled back and forth over the Swiss Alps. They were like guides or something. I can't quite remember the details, but I got some ancestry there. That's fun. Hey, Sleepy. Hey, Turin and fellow Hagardians. How would orcs say CA is giving us blue balls? Which other faction would be the funniest? CA is giving us blue balls. Something like that. That's more like Lord of the Rings orcs, but I tried. 16 hours from California to Sydney. Oh, God. It took you 26 hours connecting flights to, yeah. Puling saying you went a few times when your aunt decided to make it her home. Long flights, but amazing people. I have every Australian person I've met has been awesome. I actually had a friend growing up whose family, they moved here from Australia when he was like, I don't know, 10 years old or something, and we played football together. He was awesome. Just like the chillest people, man. Yeah. And funny as hell, too. Okay, so Tzeentch for Sipa. Yeah, so we got that. It's going to be Tzeentch. Dude, I'm so excited to paint up some Uruk-hai. I got the battalion box for my birthday coming. It's coming with Sarabon and Grima, and I'm just going to be painting the fighting Uruk-hai. Oh, that's awesome, man. Pumped for that. We ain't going no further till we've had a breather. Yeah, man. It's fun times, man. Fun times. Yeah, there's a couple YouTubers from Australia. You have Legend of Total War, and then you have Mercy the Mad. He does campaign stuff on Twitch as well. I think he does YouTube. There's a handful as well. Yeah. Meat's back on the menu, boys. So I am so excited for Tzeentch, by the way. Are you saying traveling to Australia is like playing an ambush battle versus Beastmen and Skaven? Just because of all the scary creatures? I know there's that meme, of course, that like they'll show you a picture of like a spider in Australia or something, and it's just like, just this massive, you're like, is that thing an alien? Is that like actually on Earth? Yeah. The faction diversity has been, honestly, J Phoenix, the meta is really good for domination right now. It's amazing. Like almost everything is viable. I would say Cathay and Skaven are on the lower end and really hard to win with at a super high level, but aside from that, it's like, yeah. It's good. It's good. You guys have the most deadly snakes and spiders in the world, yeah. Yes, yes. So, Enticity is going to be on Norsca. Oh, and Sipa is going to be on Tzeentch on the Norscan Rise. So will the Changer get out here? Will the Changer, was it all part of the plan for Sipa to lose his first 2 games so he could win with Tzeentch in the 4th game? Maybe it was planned. Maybe it was planned. You know, North America doesn't mess around either. Like when you're in the forests of at least Central Europe, like there's not like as many predators, right? Whereas in North America, we have like mountain lions and coyotes, and we do have some nasty spiders like black widows and rattlesnakes and shit. Australia is like another level, but yeah. It's very different. Like North American predators are pretty scary. We have bears too. Bears are no joke, you know. Bears are just godless killing machines. All right. I love that quote from Anchorman. Remember when they're like talking about the bears are godless killing machines? Yeah. Every country has the most dangerous predators that exist. Real estate developers. Oh, that's so true. So I live in Southern California, and we just had those huge fires like a couple months ago that burnt up the Pacific Palisades in Los Angeles. And like the first thing, like as soon as all these poor people get their houses leveled by fires, like all these like developers are coming in and trying to like just like basically buy their land off them dirt cheap and just rip them off while they're desperate, you know. It's like it's such a predatory thing, you know. Oh god, it's awful. Yeah. There was so many stories of that. And like they're desperate. These people lost everything, and like a lot of them were uninsured because the fire insurance situation in California is awful. So there's like, yeah, I guess I'll just take this money because it's better than having nothing. Yeah, it's real. It happens. The vultures swoop in for sure. They for sure do. All right. What is it gonna be? Well, like a lot of the fire insurance companies were like after the fires were getting crazy, they were just like not giving it anymore, or they were just like fighting people on it tooth and nail. Oh god, nothing is worse than. Do other countries have that problem? It can't be just us, right? Because we have in America, our insurance companies, in terms of both health and other things, are just so awful. Like I started on my medicine that I need for my freaking autoimmune disease. And then after a month, the insurance company was like, well, we need to re-review it now. And I literally like missed like my next cycle and have to start all over because of them. Like my doctor has to fight the insurance company to just get you the treatment. Even though I pay an arm and a leg for insurance every month. God, it's such a piece of shit, dude. Don't get me ranting about the insurance companies in this country. Oh, it's so awful, dude. Like, and you hear so many cases of like people just getting screwed by insurance in the United States. I'm sure it's like that in other countries as well. I don't know. Yeah. It's such a horrible system. It's so horrible. It's tricky though because it's hard to figure out what a perfect system is, right? Like many systems of healthcare have problems, but I guess you just gotta weigh the balances, right? All right. No, I love living in California. I do love it. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll save that rant for another day. The healthcare in America is supported by Nurgle. It is. Nurgle's our biggest shadow investor in our healthcare. That's right. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down and take a look at the build of Enticity. So, Enticity has such a hard-on for mobility that we don't see any infantry. He's got his own style, right? It's going to be a Shaman Sorcerer of Death. And he's going to be Spirit Leech and Buna to take down like halberds and elite units. We do also see Wolfric the Wanderer with Lore of Boats. The rest of the army is going to be Horse Masters. So mass mobility coming in from Enticity. And it is going to be Skin Wolves as well as Norscan Ice Wolves and more Skirmishers. Enticity going with like the Mongol style of like mass mobility. Yeah, he's got just mass horsemen everywhere with Skin Wolves, and that's it. All right, guys. Now, for the Tzeentchian army of Sipa, he is down in the series, but not out of the tournament. With a very dominant victory over Enticity in the last game, that has got to be a confidence builder. We do see Kairos Fate Weaver is going to be rocking it with Blue Fire. Advancing up are the Marauders of Tzeentch, Chromatic Abominations, Pink Horrors as well, Sour Guts. So very well-rounded standard Tzeentchian army. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the dreaded Double Exalted Chariot. Okay. So these guys are really good against infantry, but against Anticity's build, they could be a little bit weak. Granted, I mean, they have good enough stats to fight like Wolfric, probably, which is something. All right, so moving on up, we do see the old Marauder Horseman gathering, and immediately Enticity is going to be getting all three objectives. So he's going to be playing the Mongolian style of the Norskins, where he just maneuvers and kites you and alpha strikes objectives with his superior mobility, right? And Norsca is going to be consolidating, it's not Norsca, Tzeentch is going to be consolidating its entire army down here towards the low ground objectives. We're going to be seeing objectives 1 and objectives 2. Those bad boys are going to be gathering over here, and it is time. So Tzeentch steals objective 1, and objective 2 is going to be contested here. Tzeentch does have infantry, and Skin Wolves are good in this matchup, but they're also very weak against the shooting. Because Tzeentchian pinks and blues, they do the dreaded fire damage. So what that means is they're going to be able to get through the regenerating and the fire weakness of the Skin Wolves and do a shitload of damage there, which is very, very good. All right, so this point is going to be going, and we do see the sniping from Sipa. Sipa with the forbidden sniping tactics here, yes, going after Wulfric. Wulfric is going to take up his new natural habitat of the tree line, and honestly, if Wulfric is bullied out of this game as well as his caster by Kairos, that could be pretty magic for sure. You know, pretty magic. All right, so moving up here, we do have the Marauders as well as the Sour Guts gathering. And on the backside, it does look like, dude, look at this army. This army is just like all mobility. Homie has no freaking like static infantry, nothing. All right, so advancing in, Skin Wolves charging into the Chromatic Abominations does not feel good because then they're going to be eating fire damage javelins from these guys as well. And Chromatic Abominations do fire damage in melee, so they're going to be exceptionally efficient here. So Enticity going full tilt, guys. He's just bro charging in. He's going for it. Chariots hammering through the Marauders, getting into the Sour Guts here. And on the backside, we do have 2 units of Horsemen colliding as well. This is full tilt, and dear God, look how many skirmish cav he has. He's got so many of those guys. All right, guys. So we do see the Fate of unit activated on the Marauder Horsemen, which is really, really funny to see it used on that. And the fighting at the front is pretty even-ish. Enticity was able to get some decent penetration, but the Tzeentchian infantry are holding okay. We do see the Tzeentch character core also doing very good. The Exalted Hero of Tzeentch able to beat down that charge, and we do see Kairos Fateweaver feasting and being the grand kingpin chicken. All right, all right. So more mobility, Alpha striking Sour Guts. You have to be careful though, because when the Sour Guts get killed, when they lose models, they explode and do AoE damage. So you definitely don't want to stay there with all of your horsemen. Countercharging are the Tzeentch Furies to kind of screen some of these guys out. But currently, as it stands, objective number 1 is going to be belonging to Norsca. Objective 2 is going to be belonging to Tzeentch. We'll see for how long, and the high ground objective is owned by Norsca as well. So Norsca is up on points, but I think Tzeentch is enduring the counterpunching pretty well, right? Pretty well. We do see the Skin Wolves getting bullied back here. Oh, really nice Gaze of Fate from Kairos. Beautiful right there. And now this Chariot of Enticity potentially going to be killed and or routed. It's going to be snared for another couple seconds. Although with Skin Wolves coming in, maybe that changes the dynamic of the fight. We'll have to see. And I feel like Enticity doesn't really have anything to deal with those Chariot characters. Those 2 Exalted Heroes on the Chariots having the duality of, well, I guess they only do magic damage. They don't do fire, but they're really good fighters against big things just because of their stat line, but also excellent against infantry, right? Which is cool. Kairos Fateweaver going to be dropping a blue fire downtown and nuking into the Marauder Horsemasters, and Wulfric advances out of the bushes. He's like, it's secret, is it safe? He does get out and is going to be coming in to help out as he does charge in and beat down one of those Marauders. So back in the main line of fighting, the Pink Horrors and the Chromatic Abominations are holding relatively well against the Skirmish Cavalry. Value trading is dead even. These guys really just have razor-close trades with one another. But even trading favors Tzeentch, because Tzeentch is going to have the Protoss shields on their units, so that means they're going to be having constant regeneration in areas where they're not fighting. So I would say maybe a slight favor for Tzeentch. Although with Skin Wolves on the table and the regeneration, it's a tricky pickle indeed. All right. So what do we got here? Exalted Hero of Tzeentch and another Exalted Hero of Tzeentch still in perfect health. Wulfric with the Lure of Boats. Is this the time where the Kraken King is able to break open the ranks? He does have control over the side objective and the high ground objective as well. We do see Tzeentch making a play for it. They're going to be sending some blues right there and heading up to objective 3 and trying to grab that. In the middle fighting, it seems like Tzeentch is maybe starting to struggle a little bit as one of the Exalted Heroes getting bullied by the Manticore call-in, which is a really good choice. The Chariots are going to be very weak against like this type of a monster. Not weak, but not as efficient. And the Shaman Sorcerer also dropping a Spirit Leech as well. You guys hear the Chihuahua barking? I don't know what's going on out there, but I think someone's at our front door. But the Exalted Hero getting hunted and harried. They are going to be forced back. Kairos Fateweaver certainly has his hands full, as we do have double Manticore on the battlefield, right? We have one Manticore here, one Manticore here as well. Those guys going to be pretty decent little fighters as the Marauder Horsemen are getting hunted. Oh my god, you hear that? Hang on, guys. I got to go check, make sure that nothing weird's happening. It's a very frantic bark right there. So I'm going to leave it right here, and we'll be back in like 20 seconds. One moment. What is it, Lola? Oh, they're all of you here? Okay. All's good. No drama. I was just making sure the dog was all right. She's just barking. She's angry, and someone's at the door. So that is that. Got to make sure she's good. She's an old dog, so just wanted to make sure everything's fine. All right, guys, so back in business we go. We do see the Marauder Horsemen gathering and getting a lot of damage, and I think Enticity is starting to take over a little bit in this area, right? He's got his core here. He's got a really good single entity squad as well, so we got 1 and 2 of those. And what does Tzeentch have to get back in this game? Full health Kairos. Doggy's coming over here to contest this outside as well. Yeah, we have a really obnoxious little Chihuahua. She's a troll beast for sure. But we love her. She's the best. All right. Condom Wolves up on the high ground, going to be attacking into the blue horrors of Tzeentch. I think that they will be able to win that, most likely. Although these guys do fire damage, but I think the Skin Wolves will be able to regenerate and push through that. Marauder Horsemen of Sipa are going to be moving up there to try and contest it. So taking a bit of a macro look here. You guys hear that? She's literally barking like at my door. Oh my god. So objective number 3 is owned by Norsca. Probably will be stable for a moment. And yeah, the blues do get ripped up pretty good by the Skin Wolves. Anticity's Mass Mobility Core is doing quite a bit of work here as well. So there's going to be 5 of those. Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Spirit Leech. Where's that going to be going? Another Spirit Leech activated on the Exalted Hero, which is brilliant. We are going to be seeing that thing getting hammered. -7 leadership. Is it going to break? Taking down the single entities is very big. In response to all the single entity play we have seen here, we've seen the Shrieking Sky Rays called out, which are actually bullying this Manticore. So they're doing, the dog even has things to say about healthcare, yeah? It does, but this is quite good. So, Kairos dropping a blue fire and he snipes the Sorcerer. So the Death Sorcerer of Enticity is gone, but Kairos is kind of losing a little bit of a duel versus Wulfric. Wulfric is a very stalwart duelist with good stats, and Kairos has very low melee defense. He's not a good combatant compared to an Exalted, the Exalted version of Kairos, right? All right, so moving around are the Marauder Horsemen, looking over at objective number 1. Tzeentch is holding on to it, but the Condom Wolves are rolling. Enticity was able to bully the high ground objective, which was a very big win for him, using the Skin Wolves, which again are regenerating, as well as the Beast of Tashnar, right? So now he's going to be using his mobility to harry the reinforcements, which is going to be so good. That's going to be incredibly good and tasty. But Tzeentch does have the double cap, most likely not for long. The Norscan Mobility Core is going to be coming over here, swarming on top of the blues, and that's a shitload of capture weight as well. So they are going to be able to get it, but this is anybody's game. Look at the value trading on these two players, guys. Really, really, really close. All right, so that objective starts to flip. Tzeentch going to be coming across with a couple horsemen of their own. Kairos up in the sky, and oh shit, Wulfric got surrounded. Oh no, the throw from Enticity. So Wulfric got surrounded and killed by the Shrieking Sky Rays and the Exalted Hero. Oh shit. And now suddenly Sipa is back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Back on the frickin' menu. All right, 668 right there. Blue Fire going down. Blue Fire also sniping the Manticore right there. We do see the Manticore at 2 leadership and is going to be breaking. Will Enticity be able to close out the game with his points lead? Wulfric being sniped is really, really massive there. That is really, really massive. All right, so he is sitting at 257 HP. Enticity does have a crazy mobile core, though. He's got the Horseman advantage for now. He does have a couple Skin Wolves on the table, which are going to be a menace. And Furies are being sent in. Looks like the Furies going to be diving on top of the Beast of Tashnar here. We will see how that goes, just as was predicted. Yes, of course. Of course. All right, so Chaos Furies landing here on the Beast of Tashnar. That's a brilliant play by Sipa because these doggies are anti-large. They're going to lose to the Furies pretty bad. Granted, with the Skin Wolves helping, maybe they can win that 2v1 fight. Tzeentch also rotating to the high ground now. They have the superior infantry count. And Enticity is looking very, very bare bones on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen. And it kind of looks like we're going to be going to a Game 5. Norsca had the comeback with the Manticores and with Wulfric, winning a lot of those fights, killing one of the aspiring champions. But all it takes is getting caught by Tzeentch's Witchcraft once or twice. The Manticore being killed by the Shrieking Sky Rays, and then Wulfric being bullied as well. A lot of things like that. Yes, he is going to need a triple cap, but I think he has the tools for it. Anticity might be able to gremlin this game out just on objectives because it's close enough, but we do see Ent falling behind very, very hard in value. Moving up here in the middle, the Norscan Ice Wolves to Chariot, as well as another Norscan Ice Wolf is going to be heading over to objective number Dose right here. Meanwhile, Skin Wolves and Beast of Tashnar are going to be arriving on the high ground. Should be able to stabilize this. This is very, very clutch. Grab both of these. On the backside, Chromatic Abominations being called in. A good fighter, certainly good against Skin Wolves. But yeah, Norsca might be able to actually hold this objective. We will have to see. Norsca steamrolling on the middle. And outside, Norsca does have this point as well. The points are getting really dodgy. Maybe Enticity is going to be able to gremlin it on points. Because Norsca, I can't tell you how many games I've played against Boss Toss where basically I feel like winning on value, but he uses this mass Norscan mobility of hounds and horsemen to just ninja the objectives and win, right? It's very, very good. So they're in the process of grabbing this. High ground is looking okay, although I think actually Tzeentch might have an opportunity on this objective, guys. The Skin Wolves are sitting at 10 leadership right there. Zangors also do magic damage, making them very, very effective against the Skin Wolves here. So that is quite a nice play. And the backside, Chromatic Abominations coming up. So this objective most likely will be going to Tzeentch relatively soon. Enticity is having trouble getting points. He's kind of being pushed across the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen. as the Norscan Ice Wolves continue their reign of tyranny here. He can Helm's Deep, but it is not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. It is not going to be easy, as Tzeentch is dominating most aspects of the fight right here. Objective number 1 is, looking all right. Pink Horrors and Marauders are grabbing that point. I think Enticity is out of this game, and it looks like Kairos, Fateweaver, and Tzeentch pulling off a dub with the faction that in Domination is more of a mid-tier faction. Norsca is probably a little bit more meta, but making Kairos look really good with those snares, and those blue fires were quite clutch as well. Norsca maybe has one opportunity to come up and Unga Bunga on the high ground. That's got to be it. A couple of Skin Wolves do get chased off here, and I think Enticity is going to beeline for this objective. It's his only chance, is to come up here and try and grab this, you know? We will see. We have so many good players in the Total War community. It's so good. Man, the meta's, it's looking great right now. It's looking great. But there's a lot of Marauder Horsemen, Chromatic Abominations, Fury's going to be zipping up there as well. Kairos is fast. He can fly over the high ground and get to this objective and turn the tides. Enticity is holding on to this point. He's going to be hitting 1,300 points here. What can Norsca possibly throw in here to hold this? I mean, they don't have any really sustainable infantry here. It's just Norscan Ice Wolves, which are very damaged. Nice Tzeentch army ability right there on the Norscan Ice Doggies. Meanwhile, Norskins do arrive. Tzeentch is getting up there with blues and with pinks and the Exalted Hero. There's going to be a lot moving over there. Enticity with a save up. Oh my god, he calls in Wulfric again. Okay, so he brings back Wulfric. That is interesting because Wulfric has terrible capture weight. So, I mean, he'll help fight, but he's not going to be able to necessarily hold the objective. Very interesting. And from here, I would imagine Ent just calls in Mass Mobility. Okay, we are at 1320 points. Enticity is getting very, very close to winning. He only needs, 180 more seconds, so about 3 minutes left. Is he going to be able to hold it? I don't know, man. I don't know. So Wulfric does get hit with another blue fire. Kairos has not had enough. Laura Boats does reset if you resummon him. That's one of the perks of resummoning there. Norsca's kind of stuffing Tzeentch back a little bit. Man, the Marauder Horsemasters and the Norscan Ice Wolves are keeping Tzeentch from getting up to that objective. Is Enticity going to be able to gremlin this win out? That would be absolutely nuts. That's going to be crazy if he does. So Wulfric is hanging out on the objective here. In the meantime, the Marauder Horsemasters are skirmishing down here in the low ground. Enticity could save up and go for a big switch push, which means you save up like 1,500 resources, then you call in like 4 mobile units and Alpha Strike a side objective, but there are infantry holding over there as well. Looks like the Horsemen do hold back those units. Norscan Doggies getting a downhill charge against the Pinks. Certainly very, very nice there. Able to fold those bad boys up, and he is doing it. All right, coming here. Reinforcements are going to be Skin Wolves. Wulfric is getting attacked by Kairos, but it looks like Wulfric is trying to hunt down the Exalted Hero now, but probably doesn't want that 2v1 versus Kairos. Doggies are on their way back. Enticity spending everything he can to call in whatever units he can get to Objective 3. Holy shit, he might be able to get this. He might be able to get this, guys. And look at the dogs! Who let the dogs out? The dogs came down and actually defeated those Pinks on the low ground. Norscan Ice Doggies are going MVP. But right now, there's going to be 10 capture weight arriving, so that's going to be 5, 10, 13 capture weight, 16 capture weight coming in. But he only has 90 seconds. He has a minute and a half, guys. Is Enticity going to be able to hold this? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that Tzeentch is going to be able to get it unless he gets stuffed like this. Stuffing him off the objective is very, very clutch. Oh my god, what a freaking scrap and a half. Wulfric is kind of bullying down this Exalted character. Kairos is going to be pulling in. Skin Wolf's a very good counter against the Chariots as well, ladies and gentlemen. As we do see the Marauder Horsemen coming across to maintain the capture weight. Tzeentch is really close. He needs to hold for just about a minute. But I don't know if it's going to be possible. But here's the thing. Enticity can pull a play on another objective if he wants to. So I think what you do, if you can't hold this as Enticity, you save up 1,000, and then you do a mass maneuver over towards Objective 1 and try and go for that. That's got to be your only play. All right, the objective is in flux. Wulfric is trying to hold this one down. Enticity knows it's a lost cause. He's going to be retreating and going for the middle objective. I do not hate that play. So he gets one Horseman going over there. He's going to be trying to hold this one for as long as possible. Wulfric is doing it. 1463, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe a mistake not calling the Horseman in over here. Maybe they could have gotten it. It's hard to say. Laura Boat's activated. That point is flipping. Horsemen are getting routed, and now Ent is going to be going for the middle objective. But will he have enough to pull it out? Oh my god. He is 24 seconds away from winning here, guys. 24 seconds, and then he wins the Grand Championship. But I think he's going to be a little bit tight on this. I don't think he's going to be getting it. Holy shit. Oh, but he's still holding here. Oh, maybe if he had pulled the Horseman here, he would have won the game. Oh, no, I think he threw. Oh, my God. 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he wins it with 1 second left. Holy shit, he closed it out. GG, well played. And Enticity is going to be the defending world champion and is the current champ of Total War Competitive. Let's frickin' go. Wulfric just was holding that with his sword, just like, I didn't hear no bell. That was so freaking good. GG, well played, dude. That was one of the best tournaments we've had. All the games today were sweaty and fun and unique. Awesome stuff. GG, well played. Enticity clutching it. The GOAT at the moment, that's for damn sure. And he is going to be winning the cash prize. So on that note, congratulations to the big man for the W. He is going to be winning the $500 cash prize. And yeah, that is going to be that. Really, really fun stuff, man. Second place is going to be going to Sipa. He's going to be winning the $200 cash prize, which certainly ain't bad at all. So shout out to those boys. Now, before we close things out today, we can take a look at the old value here. So just the scrappy mobility play was able to win Nth the game. I couldn't believe Tzeentch couldn't get up there, though. Man, it looked like Tzeentch was going to get that, but they just couldn't get up that damn hill. You know, it was pretty nuts. Oh, wow, he had Changebringers, too? Didn't bring the Changebringers. Okay, that could have been interesting as well. All right. So GG, well played, guys. Super fun stuff. Yeah, that was such a good tournament. Sipa really, really putting it on him, though, man. Sipa was a beast. He really did quite great. So, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I want to thank you all for joining today. This was some of the most fun I've had in a Total War tournament in a long time. And I am going to take off for now. I got some obligations I got to attend to. And I got family visiting, and of course I got to help the neighbors fix their computer. So I'm going to go take care of that. And whatever the Chihuahua is complaining about, I need to see what's going on. So that is it. I'm going to hit up Enticity sometime in the next few days. I'm going to let him rest. He's been streaming for like literally 7 or 8 hours of pure sweat. So I'm going to hit him up, and we'll do a little podcast discussing the season finals and what worked well for him. And we'll review the games and do fun things like that. So it'll be great fun. So one thing, really big thing, if you guys on the way out, I see there's about 2,000 of you on YouTube. If you guys could drop a like, it helps out quite a bit to help keep Total War going. Things are really, really slow right now. YouTube's been changing a lot of policies for the worst. So that stuff helps out quite a bit at keeping me going. So thank you guys so much. And also consider becoming a channel member if you guys want to. It helps out a lot. And for those of you on Twitch, consider following and subscribing if you enjoyed what you saw. And we will be back sometime in the next few days with another stream. I don't know what it's going to be, but we will have some fun. So GG, well played. Thank you guys so much for watching. Congratulations to Enticity for the win. And that is going to be it. Adios, do widzenia. We will see you all on the other side.